Hello, everybody, and welcome to the World Championship Last Chance Qualifier. This is the absolute last time that players can qualify for the World Championship. My name is Boulevard. Joining me today is Spids. Spids, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm really excited for this tournament. This is the last opportunity, and not only does one player get in, two. So there's a lot of stakes here that I'm very excited to see.
I'm very excited to see how the finals play out. I hope the finals play out because we're going to try and show them, but once players are kind of qualified for the thing, sometimes they don't always do it. That's totally up to them. But hopefully we'll have a final match for you today because obviously we just want to watch as much Legends of Runeterra as possible. Now, if you're tuning in for the first time, you don't really know how the Last Chance Qualifier works. I have great news. If you've touched Runeterra at all in the last 12 months, it's basically the same as all of our other Runeterra Opens and World Qualifiers and things like that. 64 players have made it out of the pool of players that were going for a better than an X and 3 record. They're still bringing 3 different decks with no duplicated champions, no duplicated region combination, and no more than one deck without any champions at all. They're going to ban one of their opponent's decks before the matches begin. Cannot win with they cannot use a deck again after winning a game with it, and each tournament round lasts for 65 minutes. And again, we are playing in the standard format. I know we just got out of Eternal. We are back to standard. Spids, let's talk about the prize pool today, though.
The prize pool has no cash prizing. It's got no Runeterra points. You might be thinking, what are we even playing for? What's the point? But not only does first get a direct qualification, just like a regular WQO, in the LCQ, both players, first and second, get in. And the prize pool for the Worlds is definitely no mean feat. No mean feat.
Something like the last place at Worlds is still the same as first in a Runeterra Open, so it's not like you're losing out on money in something like this. It'd be wild though, just like, yeah, here's a paycheck, now go to Worlds, here's another paycheck. So, this is just sort of, it's a little different than a regular Worlds qualifier or a Runeterra Open of sorts, but we got to fill out those last 6 spots. There wasn't really a clean way to do it, so we are going to be the first to crown the 2 APAC champions tonight. Well, I guess today for APAC. I know it's night for me, but so we are going to be taking a look at the bracket here in a second, give you an idea of the 64 players that actually did make it through. You should recognize a lot of these names because there's a lot of players that haven't been able to make it through just yet. A lot of KDF players in this particular bracket.
There's also a lot of EV plays. We see one here. I think there's 1 or 2 more further on. Teams are quite important in LoR, getting a lot of practice in together, and I think this is just an example and more proof of all of that happening, right? KDF, EV, we have tons of teams in America and EMEA as well. So I think that's a big part of LoR in the modern world.
Absolutely, and it always seemed more relevant to me in APAC. You see a lot of like APAC-specific teams, whereas you'll usually cross the border if you've got AM and EMEA. And of course, ABG is a global team, though. I don't think we've actually seen any ABG members just yet in the bracket so far, but there's still plenty more to come. We're only halfway through, recognizing a couple of names out here like Rosidin.
Yeah, I mean, we also see Tora there as well. And on this part, I remember Alpha King getting top 4 in a tournament earlier this year, and Sea Chicken from memory doing quite well as well. Ping Ping Ho, very famous name, qualified for the first World Tournament, fighting EV.
Yeah, EV One Day Ping Ping Ho, probably going to be our feature match. EV One Day actually did get top 4 earlier this year as well. It was the second Eternal Open that we had, so we'll see if they can compete in the standard format as well as we get into the last part of the bracket here. Just going to see a lot more familiar names, a lot of END on this one, KDF, ATG, ABG, THC, a lot of clan tags getting thrown around here, Spids. I love the camaraderie.
Getting the whole alphabet through. We saw Mega Goofball, aka Nessie, on the previous page, as well as Zezend. Only 2 ABGs is actually kind of few for typical APAC standards. Normally there's about 5 or 6 there. So definitely a lot of, familiar names and new names.
I'm sure ABG would have you believe it's because most of their players from the APAC region already qualified and therefore can't be in this last chance qualifier, but I haven't seen an official roster sheet, so I don't really know how true that is. But we're going to take a look now at the decks of the players of our feature match. As we mentioned in the bracket, it's going to be Ping Ping Ho versus EV One Day, starting off with EV One Day, and we've got Warmothers Call with Senna rather than Shrindamir Volibear going a little bit lower to the ground. And honestly, I like this a little bit. Something that this lacks in standard that it has in Eternal is that 5-mana champion to stalwart the mid-game. There, Trundle, here, Senna.
Yeah, I think 5-mana champions are really important in ramp decks. Being able to ramp on turn 3 into a 5-mana champion. We saw that with Trundle previously. Senna, not as strong as Trundle, but, Trundle's no longer in the game in standard. So Senna really fills in that slot. That's quite hard to find. Also, like 3 Grasp of the Undying. Kind of a cute card. Okay,
I'm seeing a pattern. Looking at the region combinations down here at the bottom, Spids, I feel like we're looking at a 9x Warmothers Call lineup. How do you feel about that?
I think 9x decks are like really, really cute. I think these lineups can get there in sort of really interesting ways. And Warmothers Call I don't think is on anyone's radar as a 9x. Maybe as like a 3x sometimes, but this could hit stuff. It really hits mid-range Demacia quite well.
She Who Wanders was a dominating force in the Eternal format, really one of the defining cards of a deck like this, and I'm not surprised to see 2 She Who Wanders in every copy of this. Bodir, the Black and Ice. Really nice to see the what do you call it? Variety patch cards coming through, and even Veiled Protector making an appearance in this Sejuani Aurelian Soul.
Also see Wings of the Cryo Phoenix, which is a card that we only ever saw in like Karma set Freljord for like 3 weeks. But that's very interesting. I'm so curious to see. I wonder if they brought this to the open rounds and it just was successful for them, or if they did a pivot. Because I can't tell what you would do if you had this lineup in your mind.
Me neither. And now we're going to take a look at what Pin Ping Ho has brought, starting off with Yuumi Pantheon. This is an old classic. Mikhail's Blessing even making it into the main deck.
It's it'll counter freezes, and we're fighting a triple Frostbite lineup, so Mikhail's Blessing would definitely come in handy here. Blinded Mystic as well, probably going to miss against Freljord decks, though. I don't know what your Blinded Mystic outside of Veiled Protector in the Targon one.
So when you're a Demacia deck, like this mid-range style deck, and it seems to be like a full mid-range lineup here for Pin Ping Ho, taking the regeneration off the She Who Wanders might be something that you need to do if you're ever going to conquer that Titan.
Yeah. Now I got Keen Aatrox, another sort of old Titan of like, big beefy mid-range. Curious to see if this third deck's big beefy mid-range. I wouldn't expect it unless it's got Dedicant of the challenge, but this deck is, I think it makes sense with Yuumi Pantheon. They both do the same thing. They both have like a big, late game on about turn 8, turn 9, trying to pressure them down. So I do like the 2 decks here together.
I would imagine this last one's Nyla Janna. It is going to be Nyla Janna. Took a couple of hits in the balance patch, but it looks like no Temple, 3 Tide Dancers. So sort of sticking more to that. And it's not quite mid-range, but you do get a wide, high attack board if you're going for the triple Tide Dancer build.
Yeah, it definitely has some powerful hands that can do really insane things, I think everyone's seen some instance of 3 Windborn Mariners on turn 2, and I don't know how a Freljord deck's going to deal with that outside of like Avalanche, but that's still 9 damage they're taking on that turn. Really interesting lineup, stuff that I wasn't really expecting to see.
Yeah, Keen Aatrox was not really on my radar, but I was watching some of the Americas players a little bit earlier. They were playing it as well. It wasn't doing anything stats-wise in grassroots tournaments, but looking at the actual head-to-head between these 2 player spids, I'm very concerned about Janna Nyla. Even in the Eternal format, something I noticed with Janna Nyla is like She Who Wanders is specific. Like every single card in the Janna Nyla deck is getting hit by She Who Wanders, and now you're up against a triple She Who Wanders lineup.
There's that to be considered, but my instinct was to ban Janna Nyla. I feel like as Eevee, you're trying to just play like Harsh Winds and counter all of the big beefy stuff that Ping Ping Ho's trying to do. And Janna Nyla, I think, is the highest potential of having a blowout, except maybe Pantheon with Spell Shield. My instinct is that while Janna Nyla just gets destroyed by She Who Wanders, they can still win before turn 6.
That's true. Although I didn't get to take a really good look at EV1 decks, but the board wipes that I'm assuming there's a lot of Avalanche, Wings of the Cryo Phoenix, not super effective against these mid-range decks. They're a lot more effective against the Janna Nyla. It's the only thing that's like low to the ground enough where you can actually get just like a near game-ending board wipe off of the first one. But with these mid-rangey champions and all of these, the Senna, the Set, the Sejuani to play the mid-game, maybe you do have a better mid-range matchup than the more traditional Warmothers Call build that we're seeing now that is just Trundle Volibear.
I wonder what Pin Ping Ho is thinking about banning an Eevee. You've got 3 decks that all look the same, but there are differences between them. You can't bring duplicate region combinations, so there are like staunch differences here. My instinct is the Ionia deck. Set is just such a powerful card. Getting constant showstoppers is really, really scary. But typically it would have been a ban SI, I think, back before rotation.
I think it depends on the specific list, and again, I don't have it in front of me. Like, I don't know how many recalls and stuns are in the Ionia version. Obviously, Vengeance is something you have to take into account with the Shadow Isle version, but I do agree, Set, probably the most threatening champion of the 3. When we're talking Sejuani, Senna, Set, I think Set far and away the best one. As long as we all agree that, like, Targon is probably staying open. That definitely looks like the weakest build, the one that you're going to most easily be able to exploit.
Yeah, I mean, I think Targon is always going to be the odd one out, and this, like, with Warmothers decks and Field of Rush decks, it has always been SI first, Ionia second, and then the third one it's felt like it had to be Targon, but I think Bandle may have also been able to do things and trying to get lower to the ground, but you obviously just make sure the weakest one is still up there, and I imagine Ping Ping Ho is going to be trying to 2-0 that in what must be unfavored.
Oh, wow. So something that I just noticed, actually, is that the Shadow Isle version does not run Avalanche. So Pinping-ho, I don't know if that was a consideration. Obviously, like Vengeance, Ruination, Eradication, these are things that are probably more likely on the mind of Pinping-ho. But Spids, we're now into the first round of the 64 here. EV1day up against Pinping-ho. Both these players finding a good amount of success this year, but now only one will be able to move on closer and closer to that final stage and that last chance invite to the World Championship.
I really like this Fracture in One Day's deck. Against Jananilla, being able to just play Fracture against a board of Windborn Mariners is going to be such a blowout if that ends up happening. It was mulliganed. Maybe that wasn't something they decided to keep, but getting an Avalanche in response doesn't seem like that bad of a side grade.
Yeah, 2 board wipes in the opening hand. Of course, Nyla not going to be hurt by an Avalanche. It's going to take a little bit more than that, the Wings of the Cryo Phoenix. But again, this is what I was a little worried about as the Jan and Nyla player, is just I don't know if you can get on board fast enough, and especially with one of the few nerfs that you took being the burn aspect of the deck. Just, are you actually fast enough to outpace this?
You gotta try, right? And with Pinping-ho's deck, you can always end up drawing into the cards. Like, you're gonna cycle through at least 20 of your cards by the time this game is ended, and you're gonna try and find your Tide Dancer, try and find your Janna, and neither of those cards can be easily answered. These, like, 4 health things or 5 health things just can't be answered easily from EV's deck. They don't have Vengeance. Their only hard removal is Seismic Shard, which they don't have in hand yet.
Going for the ramp here instead of waiting for the combat to come through, giving Pinping-ho sort of a green light to develop further if there is an Avalanche. But when your opponent hasn't drawn 3 cards in a turn and the Windborn Mariners aren't down to 0 mana, it's not as much of a concern, and this will still give EV1day mana for the Wings of the Cryo Phoenix on the following turn, get that actual 3 damage board wipe, take out the Nyla and whatever else comes down. So 6 damage, honestly, it's not great. Right? Like, you would have loved to not take 6 damage on turn 3, but it's there's not much that could have been done about it.
Let's see, Aftershock drawn. We've got Aftershock and Howling Gale. Major bricks in this matchup. Howling Gale doesn't even kill Sejuani. So Pinping-ho's probably going to look to Mayim these away, being able to use the updraft keyword release in this expansion and trying to, like, fish for anything else. Getting the Slipstream right now is quite nice, though. You really want to... I mean, as the tech, you just want to cycle as much as possible, and getting that as soon as you draw is quite nice.
Still sitting on a priority sequence for EV1day, though, and I'm curious, like... EV1day is aware that Pinping-ho has that fleeting card, right? For just past the turn, you're the ramp deck. The only card you could play right now would be like Avalanche, maybe just go for the proactive Wings of the Cryo Phoenix. But when your opponent has that fleeting card in hand, especially when you've got harsh winds available, if your opponent does just pass into an open attack, I feel like One Day should have just slammed that pass button already. This feels
I think they're
early.
Thinking about their mana on the future turns. I think they want to make sure that not just like locked into doing harsh winds for an open, and that they're not wanting to like play Sejuani as a development punisher and their only development punisher. Like, Sejuani is their only play next turn, and so being able to do this now means they can Sejuani next turn and still deal with some units. I understand, but imagine if this was responded to with vanilla, right? Like, I think this may have been... I can see this being premature.
I don't hate it. I'll put it that way. But, ooh, that's a lot of...
Whoa.
No wasted cards here. I imagine the double Miriam's going to come through, shuffle away the fleeting cards, maybe 1 for a draw, 1 for spell mana. We'll see how Pinping-ho's feeling. Oh.
Windborn Mariner is discounted. That's a very nice draw to get from Pinping-ho's side. And with this open, they're going to have to play Harsh Winds, which will... I mean, you're never playing Harsh Winds at any other time, but it does slow them down a little bit and allows Pinping-ho to just develop more readily over the next couple of turns. I don't think Mayim was a bad draw at all here. I think it's quite good for them.
I think it's one of the best possible draws that Pinping-ho could have had, sort of punishing that early, potentially, Wings of the Cryo Phoenix here. And we can see over on the side, thanks to our lovely production team, that Nyla is at 9 out of 16 cards drawn. But 8 on the open.
The end around here.
This is where things start to get awkward, Spids, because, you know, your Harsh Winds here. Next turn, you can Sejuani. It's not bad, but this is sort of Pinping-ho's pop-off turn. Not as much in terms of damage, but in terms of, oh, this is where I get to throw out a bunch of cards. But with 2 3 HP units already on the board and EV1day tapped below the mana for Wings of the Cryo Phoenix, Pinping-ho still has to be cognizant of Avalanche plus Fracture, but outside of that, I think they're actually safe to develop just a little bit here.
Yeah, I really like the idea of playing the Mayim right now. It doesn't lose to Avalanche, and you're able to, if you take spell mana, try and play the Eye of the Storm, then develop things like Master Lookout if they decide to develop stuff. Going for Master Lookout first seems a little bit weird to me, but I guess it just tells them that, you know, you don't know what I'm going to have in my hand. It's the least committal thing you could do.
That's true. And Pinpingho, even if the Avalanche comes out here, Pinpingho still has the Eye of the Storm, can still push through at most 6 damage, get EV one day down to 8, which, again, the burn was the aspect of this deck that was hurt. And because Pinpingho is not running any copies of the Temple, not going to have as much refuel as those versions. But the Avalanche does come through. This more or less taps out EV one day for the turn. Pinpingho is still going to be aware of Fracture, might play around that. And I wouldn't be surprised to see no further development based on that information, right? If you do then lose your Merriams before you actually go to combat to the Fracture because it's a slow speed spell, you're going to be kicking yourself. But Pinpingho goes for it.
I think it's 4 damage either way. You're always playing Eye of the Storm aggressively when you're able to get it through, especially the turn before you play Exalted Cloudwinder, I think. Like being able to have the extra look for, then looking for more things to discount Cloudwinder on a future turn. It's going to be hard to decide what to discard. Do you want this 5-mana 2/2 or do you want the burn? And we're going to get rid of the Cloudwinder to get the Tide Dancer.
I mean, it is going to be a pretty big reward. And actually, yeah, went for the draw rather than the mana. So not going to get the Eye of the Storm this turn at least. But now Cloudwinder gets to come down and only 1 unit can be taken out by the Sejuani if that's what one day decides to develop. They do still have the Harsh Winds. Looks like it's going to be a Scholarly Pioneer. You know, just keep open that Avalanche mana.
Taking the heal makes sense. You're not really trying to get rid of Brash as a keyword. It's cute, but except this 2/3, nothing's really blocking Brash, or it's big enough for it not to really matter at that point. I think that we're probably going to see the Tide Dancer come down to try and start looking for something on a future turn, but you can't develop next turn because of this Buried in Ice, and so you really want to make sure that you're able to proc the Tide Dancer on your open, which is possible with Eye of the Storm, but it's not guaranteed.
And I'm concerned if Pinpingho tries to pass back here. I think EV one day would slam the end turn button at that point. Just floating 8 mana out of your opponent feels absolutely great from a position like this. Yeah, you lose out on, you know, your sort of free trade with your Explorer, but I think that's a little bit better than passing it over. But Pinpingho not going to fall for it. Plays out the Tide Dancer, and now things are looking a little bit bad for EV one day. Though that next turn 7 is, or turn 8 rather. No, turn 7. Yeah, I looked at the mana of one day to try and tell me what turn it was. Big mistake on my part. So yeah, turn 7 really going to be the deciding turn of this game, it feels like.
It does seem like it would be deciding, but even if that doesn't happen, if you look at one day's hand, there actually isn't much of a powerful presence over the next couple of turns. Boadir takes 2 turns to get the landmarks to count down. Sejuani isn't that much overwhelm damage. Aesor's rather slow. There's no Warmothers call, so while Pinpingho definitely wants to put as much damage in on the turn 7, it's not impossible for them to wait until turn 9 and develop 2 threats, one on turn 7, one on turn 9.
Nice setup for the Avalanche. Going to take out the entire board. Really take the wind out of the sails of this ship here. But Nyla going to be able to come down next turn, and if my math is correct, we'll be able to level off of the Eye of the Storm. That's where things start to get a little dicey. The Harsh Wind's, of course, still available for one day, but it's a question of, okay, yeah, I survived the Nyla, I survived the boat, I developed my Boadir, the Black and Ice, but then you've still got one more turn before the Thralls actually get to come out, one more attack token turn for your opponent. Maybe you're able to find the perfect window for the Buried in Ice, but if not, victory might be able to slip through.
Gonna see presumably Vanilla come down next turn. I think this draw from Pinpingho is going to be really important. What they get off Eye of the Storm and what they get from this top deck is going to be really important, but trying to work out what the next couple of turns will look like. If they get a Janna, they're able to play for like that turn 9 aggression. Or if they get a bunch of units, they're able to develop and beat this Buried in Ice that EV one day has just tapped under.
I'm not running the same calculations as one day here, Spids. I didn't think it was necessary to use the heal there. I understand that it's focus speed, not burst speed, so, you know, maybe you'd have to be worried about an open attack at that point. And I just don't think an open attack was something EV one day had to respect as much as they just did.
Yeah, this is definitely given the green light for Pinpingho to be able to develop fully. That, like, so the Cry Phoenix could come down, but if Pinpingho sees that, they're able to play Eye of the Storm on Nilla and push 7 damage right from that alone, plus the Mystic Shot, plus whatever they end up drawing. So I really don't understand, and EV one day has to figure out what they're going to do. Are they going to play Sejuani to free something? Tide Dancer will buff it up afterwards. Are they going to play Harsh Winds to not do anything else on this turn? Feels like a very slow line that they've taken by playing this 2-mana card. Very innocuous, but ends up being rather a big issue.
Okay, gets the pre-commit to the Eye of the Storm. That's actually really good. Like, really, really good for EV one day.
You get 2 burst damage on the Nexus, which is like the one thing that Ping Ho's trying to look for, but being able to stop 10 damage with just a Harsh Winds is what you wanted most out of this turn, I think, outside of maybe doing Buried in Ice. But we know Mystic Shot's in the deck, and we know EV one day has no more healing in hand. Another Mystic Shot top deck will be lethal.
And it's almost certainly going to happen, right? There's so much draw on Ping Ho's hand available right now. There's not actually that much healing that one day has available. Top deck of the Explorer is going to give them something, but with a second boat in hand for Ping Ho, with the Janna, with the Slipstream, there's just a little bit too much draw to assume that EV one day is going to be able to slowly claw their way back into this one.
I mean, this is the issue of the Targon version. You want to be killing Nilla and you want to be killing the Tide Dancer in order to prevent these, like, +2 strength for everything, +2 damage to the dome without any interaction. And their only interaction is Seismic Shard and Buried in Ice, which are slow, they're overcosted a lot of the time, or need a bunch of conditions in order to make them work. We're just seeing that this deck, the weakest of the Warmothers Call decks, just isn't going to be enough against Janna Nilla. That
level 2 Nilla is going to keep doing just so much work against one day's resources at this point. Even if She Who Wanders were able to come down this turn, Ping Ho would have that Nyla on backup because it's currently hiding as a champion spell, which would be enough for lethal in combination with the Mystic Shot. But it's not quite how things are going to work out, and I just don't think this Explorer is going to be enough to get it done. All this has really done is leave Sejuani open as well, but with the second boat in the hand for Ping Ho, it feels like it's going to be too easy to fire off a slur of spells next turn and get that +4 buff across everything if both Tide Callers do make it into the following turn.
This Tide Dancer come down does give Eevee one day some leniency here, some capacity of doing interesting things. They can play Buried in Ice. If Ping Ho then responds with the Nilla, they do have the capacity of finding something like a Harsh Winds in order to survive, and then heal up right after.
It actually wouldn't survive because Ping Ho can attack with the Nyla and put Mystic Shot on the stack, which would be the 4 damage because Buried in Ice is going to be all of Eevee one day's mana here. Yeah, this is looking like lethal unless Eevee mana has burst speed healing, which looking at the deck doesn't seem to be the case. This should be a safe lethal from Ping Ho to kick things off.
Just trying to make sure I check the deck list. I don't think there's anything that can apply. There's no burst healing. Is that Catalyst? Double
no,
check.
I think Catalyst rotated, actually.
Did Catalyst rotate? Okay, it's not like it's only been 8 months for me to learn this.
Well, look, I made a promise at the very beginning that I was never going to fully digest rotation. You can't expect that out of us, but yeah, this looks like it should be a very safe open attack lethal. But you have to put the Mystic Shot on the stack. That is an important part of this, otherwise one day gets a chance to heal.
Well, they still need to
I guess, yeah, they still need a blocker. Yeah,
you can do it post-freeze.
Yeah.
But that is the first game to Ping Ho against this triple Warmother lineup.
And like you said, Spids, maybe that Janna Nyla was just a little bit too quick. I mean, Eevee one day might have gotten a little jumpy with some of the board wipes, might have expected to top deck a few more, but just wasn't as clean with the mana as they needed to be in a matchup like this. And now we're going into Pantheon Yuumi, a deck where the Frostbite is going to be a lot more effective, but the Sweepers are going to be a lot less effective, and one day just has to hope to draw the right portion of their deck.
I think this matchup's going to be much better for one day. I think this is what they were trying to beat with this lineup, like beat these sort of single unit win cons like Pantheon, like whatever Yuumi ends up buffing. So this is definitely not over. I think there could be a reverse sweep from one day on the Yuumi Pantheon here.
Absolutely. I mean, the Targon version still has Seismic Shard, right? And for those of you at home that haven't seen this card before, if you behold a Titanic unit, which will probably be very easy for one day, 4 mana slow speed deals 7 to a unit. If you keep looking at these increasingly growing mid-rangey faded units and you're like, oh man, how am I ever going to deal with that? Just shoot it with a Seismic Shard.
Fracture being able to destroy weapons actually might be quite relevant. This thing that is normally a sweeper that you say will be not as valuable against a single unit deck like Yuumi Pantheon can be instead converted into destroying weapons. We've seen Explorers as well in one day's deck, so things like this Jural and presumably Wandering Shepherd will be easily destroyed by these weapon removals.
I don't even think there's... I guess it's a question of, like, do you just kill the first weapon that you see? Are you holding this for a specific weapon? And I guess we're going to get our answer right now. There's really not much else for One Day to do. And if they do want to fracture this turn, then they will still have ramp mana following. It's just a matter of not getting the 2/2 in that case. Oh, actually, no, it's only a single Dark and Aegis in this deck, so that's the only weapon. You could kill it now.
Another thing that I think is quite... See the Warmothers call finally being drawn. I think another thing that's important is that this Boadir will be really good into Ping-Pingho's deck. 8/8s are really hard to get through even for a Pantheon. Pantheon will have to be procced with Faded like about 4 times before it's able to do things to this Boadir of Blackened Ice. So being able to ramp into that on what will end up being turn 6 with 2 ramp cards in hand seems very, very powerful for One Day. They've got the ramp, they've got the top end, they've got everything they want.
Yeah, the defensive capabilities of Ping-Pingho's deck pretty much start and stop with that Cosmic Youngling that we see in hand, which is in no shape or form going to outpace some Thralls.
See the attack come in. I think we missed a Faded trigger this turn, which means that Pantheon should currently be at 1. In 4 turns' time, that's still the attack token, so missing on 1 Pantheon level up trigger is not too bad yet, but we still don't see Pantheon in hand, and we also don't see Yuumi or any other big units outside of these 2 Saga Seekers.
We also don't see a lot of pressure in Ping-Pingho's hand, and with One Day having all this ramp available and the Warmother's Call already available, I think it's actually going to be on One Day's next attack token that the Warmother's Call gets to come down and resolve, and in the meantime, Ping-Pingho is threatening not much, might even have to start proactively using these form-ups to proc Faded and try to push a little bit more damage, maybe get a Harsh Winds or some other Frostbite effect out of One Day. There's a Faded proc for the turn, but it's just going to find another Cosmic Youngling.
I really like this Explorer choice, by the way, Boulevard. Being able to pick the only Explorer that self-targets, well, besides destroying your own weapon, is really, really cool. Getting rid of keywords doesn't matter against EV's deck, unless you want to get rid of, like, Overwhelm from Thrall or Spell Shield from Acel. If you're at that point, you've lost. So being able to self-target, just like Guiding Touch used to, or still does, on your Faded units is definitely a good pick. I really like that choice of Explorer spell.
I do as well, and Yuumi off the top, I think, is exactly what Ping-Pingho needed in a situation like this. You need some sort of consistent damage buff that's also going to proc Faded for you on this turn, and you can even cycle through and get multiple Faded procs here by having Yuumi equip over the weapon, then attaching the weapon to the other unit, and it seems that Ping-Pingho says, hey, I have the mana for it, that's might as well be what I do. For those of you that have never seen this before, you cannot have an attach unit and an equipment on the same unit. That'd be a little bit too much.
Ping has also done a very specific play here of not caring about Buried in Ice, saying if you had Buried in Ice, I'm losing this game, so I'm going to develop into it anyway, which is the important thing that you need to do when you're playing these decks, especially if you've got a really bad hand and One Day's got a really good hand. You just have to make that choice, say, I'm losing to Buried in Ice, so be it, I'm going to try and play to win. And that was a play that we can't see it in the hand because it's not in the hand, but that's what Ping-Pingho was thinking about and deciding I'm not going to play around it.
Yeah, you've got to be able to identify situations where you don't actually get to play around a card and still win. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like it matters much for Ping-Pingho. I imagine the Harsh Winds is going to come out here as ramp is no longer necessary. With Spell Mana banked, Warmother's Call will be online next turn. I believe that all of these decks have been built that, well, there's a Scholarly Pioneer in all of them, so maybe there is a little bit of a weak pull off of the Warmothers, but there's only so many of those in the deck, and even so, a blocker's a blocker at this point. It doesn't matter much, and Guiding Touch, not a good enough draw for Ping-Pingho. Maybe it can find a Pantheon, but this should more or less be the beginning of the end.
First unit summoned is Sejuani, one of the lower rolls, but still big enough to trade into most of these units. It will be challenged away, so there will be one more attack coming in, and not an insignificant attack either. I mean, unless they top deck a Harsh Winds from One Day, they're not going to be able to deal with this too much. We're going to see the single combat come down. That's very cool. Getting rid of one of the units. There will be another unit on the field from One Day's side next turn that will be pulled to the side, but it's a very good use of single combat. Procking Faded, being able to deal with the board.
You know,
quite good use.
Spids, if One Day doesn't draw Frostbite, Ping-Pingho can just kill them next turn with the double form up. I don't know if they'll go for it, but they've already kind of spot checked for a couple of board wipes. It's really hard to get a read on your opponent's hand, and especially with triple Harsh Winds being in there, but you've already seen one Harsh Winds come out, and that's the only Frostbite left is double Harsh Winds. Maybe Ping-Pingho just sends it, and we see the development that might be gearing towards it. Oh, no.
A low roll, not that it matters, it'll be challenged to the side anyway, but definitely important. No freeze. If Ping-Pingho goes for it.
And it's you only have to commit one form up. You might as well. Okay. That's not quite it.
Interesting.
Didn't have to heal in the first place. Just a little bit of an overcommitment there on the side of Pinpinho, but that's going to do it one day. It doesn't matter that the lowers came through. That single combat off the top, being able to deal with the Sejuani, clearing up the board space, still having the challenger available means that EV one day will be eliminated here from the top 64, and Worlds 2021 player Pinpinho will be moving on to the top 32.
This was not one day's day. This lineup didn't end up getting against what needed to be their target, right? I wouldn't imagine that a deck like this wasn't their target. So this wasn't the day for them. Didn't get the right draws, didn't find the freezes. A bit bricky if you look at their hand now. I was saying earlier that it looked really nice. You had a bunch of ramp and a bunch of top end that you could go to, but this top end doesn't matter when you don't have the time to play it. And if you're pressured down enough, these two ASOLs aren't going to do anything.
No, and I was sitting there looking at the bow deer in hand and going, oh, this is really cool with one ASOL in hand. If one day hits an ASOL off of the Warmothers call, then they can actually play out the bow deer, the Black and Ice, and then they've got a reduced cost Descent of the Stars, the Aurelian Soul board wipe spell in hand, and that'll just be the end of the game. But unfortunately, just not... It does come a little bit down to the Sejuani coming off of the first proc of the... Warmothers call, something that was small enough to be taken out by a single combat. If that was something like a Shiu Wanders or an ASOL or a Boa Deer, then Pinpinho, it would have been a lot more rough. And we're just going to see EV one day, think about their options, try to figure out, is there anything that I can do here? The answer is no, and that is going to be Pinpinho, as we mentioned, moving on to the top 32.
They're only, I think, 4 wins away from making it into Worlds for Pinpinho. I think it's 4. As far as I'm aware, goes 32 to 16 to 8 to 4 to 2. Should be 4 wins for Pinpinho to make it. It's right. It's very close for Pinpinho to get a comeback.
I'm glad that you did that, because I was sitting here counting on my fingers as you were saying the words. I'm like, yeah, this all sounds right to me. But we're going to get you all into another match here. Unfortunately, one day, getting 2-0'd on the Targon version of the Warmother's Call, and I think that's why we don't really see players going for 9x lineups. And 9x lineups have a really interesting history in Legends of Runeterra, in that usually it's not right. Usually you want to go 6x and then something else. And when you go for the full 9, it's worked before. We've had triple timelines when Eternal opens. We've had triple Bandle Tree win seasonals before. But a lot of times you just want to stop at the 6x. You don't want to be going 9x for the sake of going 9x. You want to make sure that this is really something that you believe in, something that's going to shake the meta even when you're playing your tertiary option. That's just not how it worked out for one day today.
No, it did not. There was the call from the new patch that you would try and play these new cards. It got recently buffed, but sometimes it's just not enough. The call isn't there.
No, it is not. And I believe production is trying to say something. Okay, there we go. I heard something about a match, but I wasn't sure if it's no match or we're getting ready for the next match. But we've got a Camdong Freaks, I believe is the name of this team. Mirror match here in PETA versus Camdong. And it looks like we've got Poros up against a more traditional Warmothers Call.
See Eradication in hand. I hope this comes down. I hope all of these Poros get slaughtered by the fear of the Shadow Isles.
Oh my god.
KDF doesn't really have a lot to respond with. They've got the Poro King and 1 Poro, but that's not enough.
No, that is it. At the very least, I mean, that is +8 into the Zolani, the Bloodweaver. A second copy is not really what you wanted to see here. Need to be getting on board a little bit harder, but Poro King coming down with PETA tapping below any sort of removal for it does look nice for Camdong, so gonna be able, and I believe that was 4 out of 6 on the Poro King there, so not looking too shabby. There's still a lot of board wipes in PETA's hand, but historically the place in the meta of Poros is sort of as an anti-control tool.
Poro King comes down and asks, where did all my citizens go? They've all left me. Only sees this Poro that's coming out of a cannon to try and come back into this game, but gonna see the Warmother's Call come down, summoning Necrotic Arachnoid, blocking every single thing that Camdong could be doing, and the board has changed so much from just 2 turns ago with the Eradication.
I was gonna say Camdong's actually only a little bit of mana off of lethal here because of the Poro snacks plus a Moonlight Affliction onto the 2 blockers, but instead 3 units come out of the Warmother's Call. Not something that I expected. And a recently buffed card as well. There's the main body here, the Arachnoid, actually gaining Fearsome because it didn't really make sense to summon a couple of Fearsome Spiderlings and not have Fearsome yourself, but more snacks gonna come out now, and these special snacks can really do a lot to turn the tide of the game.
I really like this play from Camdong, trying to get this Pale Cascade. If there was a colorful snacks from the Poro King, it could have been lethal with Elusive given to the Poro King. Not what we see. Instead, we see Espresso Snacks, which gives Challenger to 2 units. So you could challenge some of these Arachnoids, you could challenge the Feral Mystic before it gets the stats, but I think you want to save it for a later turn to try and be aggressive and try and get something interesting going on, maybe combine it with some keywords you get from the Fabled Poro. So I like just going for the damage right now, but now we see Volibear.
And this is where things get interesting. We've hit the Zilani, the Bloodweaver portion of the game, but we've also hit the turn 2 of the Warmothers call coming down. So now we're just going to have oppressively large units coming in from each player. Camdong could even go for a double block here. It's a little questionable how they want to play this. Do you really want to all in on this Zilani? I don't think they're quite leveled up yet, but if you double block, they will be. Unless it's 16. Is it 14 or 16 for Zilani
16.
to ascend?
It is 16.
Okay, so I believe currently at a 10-10, so double block just puts you just shy of that. But even then, PETA actually has so many tools in hand to deal with this. Mostly just Harsh Winds, Ruination if things get too out of hand, because PETA does have that Warmother's Call still going, will theoretically be able to refill their board with something.
If Camdong plays Zilani, I think PETA's even able to just respond with Ruination, losing their entire board, but saying, I'm going to get a unit next turn. I've still got all of these premium interaction pieces, such as Harsh Winds, to be able to deal with a second Zilani or so forth. I could see that happening as the line. We're going to see the Destined Poro die. You know, they finally got what they wanted in life and gets hit by this massive Stormlord. And the Poro King trying to block a spider, dealing with the fear that the previous Poros died to, the King actually going into combat and dealing with all the fear that they had earlier. But it's hard for Camdong to try and get back from this.
There is still hope, though. Still an elusive unit, and while the tools of PETA to deal with the board currently, as well as the Zolanis are there, they are not infinite. They will eventually run out, and usually I've only seen Poros running 2 copies of the Zolani, so this is everything that Camdong has. But even then, you know, we've still got the Moonlight Affliction to try and push something through, a Blessing of Targon onto the elusive Poro. Certainly options available still. But, okay, just going to be a big pass from both players. 9 and 7 mana floated respectively, and Yuumi comes through, but there's still that Harsh Winds to deal with the Daring Poro, which I guess Camdong's best option here is to force that Harsh Winds through now.
I think they also want to play Fabled Poro. Not only does it give them the Poro snacks, but trying to get Spell Shield on either of these can really be good at forking PETA's mana. If you can get Spell Shield on this Daring Poro, you're able to deal with Harsh Winds plus Ruination, because they don't have enough mana for it. You can deal with Soul Harvest plus Harsh Winds, because you can just buff the Poro up. We don't see Spell Shield, instead we see Quick Attack and Augment. Not what you want to see, and more Espresso Snacks is definitely not what you want to see. You wanted to see Impact, you wanted to see Spell Shield or keywords. This is not what you wanted.
No, and now it's kind of catching up to PETA that they didn't go in with the Arachnoids on the previous turn. Their board is full. I imagine Camdong's just going in with the Daring Poro and sort of invalidating the Warmother's Call for the time being by having these 2/2 stick around on the board and just sort of overdrawing the unit that would flip into play. You know, you're not gonna run your opponent out of units in deck anytime soon, but for the time being, at least you're a lot more resilient to dying.
You're also allowed, if you really want to create some board space from PETA's perspective, Soul Harvest your own Necrotic Nestling. It heals you 1 because of Necrotic Arachnoid, and it gets you more board space to try and find, like, a second Volibear, for example. Maybe not the flashiest of lines, but definitely something you're able to do, because nothing can be Soul Harvested from Camdong's deck anymore. There's not a single unit, except playing Yuumi no attach, that can be Soul Harvested. So if you're going to Soul Harvest anything, may as well make it your own Necrotic Arachnoid.
I feel like we're going to see one of them get used here. Harsh Wind's probably going to come down. I mean, kind of has to come down. Otherwise, he is going to die. And we're going to move on to the top 32 because this is game 3. So Soul Harvest plus a Freeze still available, but it's a little narrow. Quietus completely off the table at this stage of the game. Everything's going to have too much health to even go for that. We're going to see the Necrotic survive. We're going to see 0 damage pushed into the Nexus unless Camdong... Yeah, not quite enough mana. Could have hushed for 1 damage, but doesn't feel like the best use of a card like that, and just not enough mana for the Blessing of Targon. Oh, Quietus used on the King.
This can be buffed with any augment. You'd have to play your or you can self-hush. I was hoping to see sort of a Behold the Infinite line. Try and find like a Great Beyond as another alt win con, and it would also proc augment, but that's not what we see. Soul Harvest comes down, killing the Poro from the cannon. PETA's in a very good position. This open attack might be good enough to make lethal.
Yeah, we'll see what comes off the top. If it's a large enough unit, and Bowdeer, the Blackened Ice, is a large enough unit for this to be a lethal representation. We'll just make sure, confirm all of that for you. No lifesteal on any of these Poros, and that is going to be 19/14, and that is going to be PETA taking down Camdong in the KDF mirror match here in the top 64.
Looks like we see Poro King, and immediately it doesn't work out. Poro King's one of the coolest champions. I think it's a bit of a fan favorite to see the Poro King do well, but instead, the Warmothers call, after losing twice against Ping Ping Ho, has finally gotten some revenge and is still in the top 32. Slightly different matchup, but still made it there anyway.
Yeah, and that's really unfortunate for Poro players everywhere. You come into this expecting to be able to do well against the control decks. Oh, do you have a Avalanche? It doesn't matter. All my Poros are 3/3s. But that early eradication just wasn't something that Camdong was really able to come back from. Didn't really have the hand for it. Just, again, a little bit bricky, right? The Hush not great in a matchup like that. The Moonlight Affliction not great in a matchup like that. We never saw the Targon Telestone get used because was it going to get another Hush? Again, not great in a matchup like that. The mana was just a little bit too constricted, and as you mentioned, the Espresso snacks, not the ideal snacks. Was really looking for the one that's giving keywords over to champions, but not going to happen. Now, we still had quite a bit of time left on the clock, about 20 minutes or so. Maybe we'll get you into another match. We're checking on it currently, but Spids, how are we feeling about the day so far? Did you think Warmothers Call was going to be in every lineup that we saw so far?
No, Freljord SI wasn't really on my radar as a deck that would be that popular. It doesn't really fit into a lot of lineups. There's no like second and third deck that I find that really goes for it. You've got a bunch of these might decks that makes a lineup. You've got mid-range decks that make a lineup. You've got aggro decks that make a lineup, but you don't really have this like triple control shell that typically works. But we've seen two people try and bring it. There seems to be something here that I'm just not noticing and not seeing. I'm curious what other decks was brought in that, not just the 9x Warmother, but because I saw a Bandle Noxus. Is that...
That would be Bandle Gunner's Noxus.
Okay.
So just running, Might and the Fire Spitter with the Bandle Gunners. Sort of the original version of Bandle Gunners even that people were experimenting with before we found out, oh, we can just put Champion Strength in this deck. What a lovely time. But yeah, Control does feel like it's kind of lacking in a third option. I think Warmothers and Hybernora are sort of the baseline that a lot of players are going for. But Nasus always looks better on paper than it actually performs in events like these. I wouldn't be surprised to see 2 to 4 Nasus players in the entirety of the top 64, and there's another control option that is escaping me at the moment. I think it's Karma Set. So not Shadow Isle, usually going for Piltover and Zon there, but there's a lot of debate about whether or not that really fits in a control lineup. Karma Set, you can just kind of play in anything. So again, you don't want to pigeon yourself into this like 9x lineup. You don't want to be like, oh yeah, I'm already running 2 control decks. I have to run a 3rd control deck. No, you can mix and match a little bit, sample some of this, sample some of that. Throw a Might deck in there.
Yeah, the triple control lineups are also pretty weird because all of them, like, they all have different lose conditions, right? Karma Set loses to aggro a lot harder than these other decks lose to aggro, right? Hybernora loses to big beef more than the other decks lose to big beef. So while this triple control, in the feeling, they lose to different stuff. But I think we're going to go into a game relatively soon. Production has told us that we can make it to one.
Okay, I saw a Nevermind after that, and I wasn't sure, but it looks like we are getting into ABG Nessie up against Hyrule, and again, another Shadow Isle Freljord, though I don't think this one is Warmother's Call. This is looking more like a Nivea.
I don't know what this matchup looks like. I mean, I can tell from the field what I think this matchup will be like, where Nessie has Karma and Set flipped, and Hyrule doesn't have a lot going for them. But Harrowing can work if there's no deny, and I'm going to presume at least 2 or 3 Ashes would come down from it.
Oh yeah, that's true. This could actually be the Ash deck rather than a Nivea. That would make a little bit more sense, actually. Make a lot more sense, actually. One thing to... Okay, yeah, it is Ash. Yeah, look, sometimes people bring a Nivea, okay? We advise against it all the time. There's a lot of disclaimers all over the internet. Don't bring a Nivea, especially if you're your last chance qualifier. Ash is something... I even talked about Zombie Ash coming into the week, and it's just... I completely flew out of my brain as soon as I see the Shadow Isle Freljord combination. But the obliteration from the set spell, huge in a revival matchup like this.
I really like that obliteration, and we're going to see some attempt at killing the champions. Very cool eradication, dealing with all of these units that Nessie has that aren't the champions, but I presume we're going to see... Oh, I missed this. I don't know if I am blind. I thought we were going to see a tag out. I didn't see the deny in hand, and that's such a blowout. There is now room for the Harrowing to come down, and maybe that'll be something, but I'm sure Nessie has realized that if there's a Harrowing, they're probably still able to win. Block down enough. You can't freeze everything with these Ashes.
Yeah, on top of the fact that, like, Aftershock plus, like, Mystic Shot would take out an Ash because of Karma, so you could even go, like, at this point, Aftershock plus Concussive Plum plus Mystic Shot plus High Note all on the stack at the same time, doubling up on everything, just taking out so many of the ashes that at 19 life you're probably fine. But with Hyrule not immediately snapping off the harrowing, at least checking the eye, seeing what's coming out, and if we're not seeing it immediately fired off, you have to assume that they're not too happy with what's inside or looking at a different option. Maybe just going Rekindler into the Soul Harvest, though. Again, not a line that is guaranteed to work out, and with that tag out in Nessie's hand, we know that it would not.
I want to bring up a slight thing you said earlier. There is a good reason not to bring Zombie Anivia, and I know you don't know the rotated champions, Boulevard, but Anivia is
Anivia?
one of them.
Okay.
Yeah,
yeah,
Anivia
that
was
sounds
one of
about
the
right. That's a great reason not to bring it.
Hyrule's just thinking, are they going to go for the harrowing? Deciding not to, thinking, I'm going to try this line again to deal with the champions, deal with Karma, but it's not going to be enough. I don't know if this is something you're allowed to do as Hyrule. You might just have to hope that it's enough, but maybe they've tried. Maybe they can see on the stack that's not enough, and it's going to be 1-1 APG Nessie against Hyrule.
Well, that means we're going into a game 3, which is nice because there's still a lot of time left on the clock. We'd love to see some Legends in Runeterra where we can. It looks like it was a Heimer Jace. Not so. This is such a control-oriented lineup that we've seen so far, Spids.
Maybe this is just what the top cut formula is like. You know, I thought open rounds would be all Gwen Riven. Maybe that's why. All of these decks probably deal with Gwen Riven. It's probably what everyone was expecting to be targeting, and I think every deck we've seen probably beats that deck that's shot up in the last couple of days. You're going to see Zombie Ash versus the Poro King. This has to be Zombie Ash favored, surely.
Surely, because they're like, you don't even really have to worry about Zolani because presumably things are never dying with increased power. And so that's a huge weight off your shoulders. You still got Ruination to deal with the Poros if they're very large, but something we're not used to seeing. I saw a Buried in Ice in Nessie's opening hand that they mulliganed away, and then main decked Aurora Borealis.
I think I've seen one Aurora Borealis be pretty common. I've brought this in my Poro King decks. I think it's sort of a nice card to have to save your hands, but two of them, I can't tell if this is good or bad. I can't tell if 6/6 Poros after turn like 12 is going to be what you want to be doing or not. This is a very interesting hand from Nessie. I'm curious how they play this out. Horror Stories is a really nice draw though.
It feels like a slower version, and Spids, I don't mean to alarm you. There are a full 3 copies of Buried in Ice in Nessie's list.
Well, there might be some burying in ice then. That stairs was rotated, so you can't do that combination. So Buried in Ice is trying to hit the mid-range mirrors, and it hits the mid-range mirrors hard if you can. Especially against Hyrule's deck where they might do Harrowing and you might be able to Buried in Ice right after and then go in for lethal on the next turn. I don't hate it in this matchup, but Nessie has a very bricky built deck. I'm curious how this whole deck looks.
It's a Poro deck, all right. I'll give him that. But they're actually going to fire off the Aurora Borealis, go to 9 cards in hand rather than using a Poros next this turn. Is their attack token. They're just going to pass it back over. But yeah, the Buried in Ice actually works out great in this matchup that is so Harrowing focused. The concern, of course, is that it's not just a Harrowing deck, right? There's also Rekindler, there's Soul Cleave, there's all these different revival options, and while Buried in Ice can buy you a turn or two, can you actually finish the game in that meantime? And with triple Poros next in hand, as long as Nessie has the time to play out all these cards, I'd say the answer is yes. And it seems we're a little ways away from Ash really taking over the board and invalidating these blockers.
These Poro flyers are also really, really nice. It's one of the better Poros you can get from your things like your Jubilant Poros and your Poro Stories. Being able to deny an extra interaction piece is very nice to see. I also quite like seeing patched Poro, but the stat line quite matters in being able to deal with certain things, and looking for Brash or Overwhelm or Elusive is a very nice thing to sort of cycle through. We're going to see Shatter on the Poro Herder. It's a 2/3 for now, but it's going to be the smallest unit in about 3 turns time. So it's very interesting to see that be used so early.
One other thing that I want to correct from earlier is I'm just sort of like now putting together that this is Freljord Poros and not Targon Poros, and so we're never going to have to worry about that top end in the Zolani the Bloodweaver. It's really just what you see is what you get with the Poros, which I think is more threatening in this matchup, especially just with Aurora Borealis being in the main deck. Just so many of these Poros are going to be very, very large, very, very soon, and Hyrule's hand is not really lending itself towards putting enough pressure on to end things in the mid game. Granted, there's a lot of draws to come through still. There's a Sentry in play. There's a Glimpse Beyond in hand, so maybe that'll change. But Hyrule has to start getting Ashes to die.
It'd be very funny if they're on triple buried in ice in the Targon version. That'd be just crazy. We're going to... I'm really curious about this block, deciding to preserve their health as opposed to use this as a 3-3 on a future attack. Nessie's obviously thinking about it, deciding if they want to do it, but in this Freljord version where you're just trying to keep having a bunch of stats and you don't really have other ways of dealing with top end, I don't know if valuing this 5 health is really what you want. There's no kings unless there's like an avalanche, but I doubt that's in the deck list. So I'm curious why we decided to block there from Nessie.
Maybe just
I think you can take the damage and accept it.
I think it's just about making board space and trying to get a good roll off of the Poros stories, maybe find some elusives or some better Poros. Just really thinking I don't have, like, I can always throw away units because I will just have more. It's kind of the Poro mentality. And yeah, you can lean a little bit too hard on that. And then all of a sudden, oh, I actually ran out of units. How could this have possibly happened? Woe is me. I lose the game now. I'm not sure that's going to happen to Nessie here, though, especially with that second copy of Aurora Borealis. So many Poros in hand. But
maybe that was the reason.
Sort of brigaded behind mana. Like, yeah, you have Aurora Borealis. Yeah, you have Poro stories. That's 7 mana worth of cards you have to play to get access to the Poros before you can start throwing them down.
We're going to see this spell come down that I thought I saw a second ago. Soul Harvest, probably trying to target. This is gonna. You can see the spell in hand, so they're gonna try and combo this with Flash Freeze. I don't know if this is the best line from Hyrule. I feel like you're trying to combo kill something like a Poro King, and not
Doesn't
even
go
using
for the combo.
Yeah, that was a very interesting line. I guess trying to force the snacks out, preventing maybe the Buried in Ice from coming down. But there's nothing you're really going to be able to bury anyway. I guess you're pressuring a lot if Buried in Ice did come down. That's something I hadn't really thought about, but it was a very interesting deciding not to do the Flash Freeze afterwards. Nessie's board, by the way, going to be able to play the Poro King into Nimble Poro or maybe Affectionate Poro with only Vengeance being a concern. I wonder if Nessie goes for that.
I don't think you ever get much safer than this. At this stage of the game, your opponent with this few cards in hand is probably always going to be representing Vengeance mana unless they are otherwise trying to push lethal with like a Ruin, or not even lethal, but like a Ruination or a Harrowing or, even Rekindler maintains Vengeance mana at a certain point in the game. So I think this is a fine time to throw them, especially with Flash Freeze coming out now, and I think this is going to level the Ash here, but again, enough blockers are present that Nessie's not taking a big hit here.
My aim is true.
That play of Flash Freeze does allow Nessie to be able to play the Poro King. Being able to block down, just deal with the Ash. There's no mana for Hyrule to be able to deal with the Poro King. So Poro King into Nimble Poro will come down. One of the things we could have considered was not playing the Poro King this turn if Vengeance was held up because he is not flipped. You can guarantee a special snacks once he's leveled up. But now there's free reign for Nessie to just be able to play the Poro King. Only interaction piece would be a third Flash Freeze plus a Soul Harvest, which you could be fearful of. But we're just going to see it come down. Poro King joining their citizens, trying to go for lethal in a couple of hands.
The Affectionate Poro comes down. It's going to be a regular Poro Snacks as well as a special Snacks into Nessie's hand. And we get to see just the cutest darn level up animation you've ever seen in your life, folks. The little crown coming through all the drawings, the Poros, even the little stuffed Poro, just rags to riches story here. And the Poro King going to level up and give over a, Spids, I don't know the snacks names.
That's Pepper Snacks, as far as I'm aware. That gives impact to all of the units. We see Crystal Arrow being drawn, which is a development punisher, but Nessie doesn't not need to open attack. They can play all of their Poro Snacks right now and use it as re-up against something like a freeze. And this should be lethal.
Yeah, that's lethal. The double Snacks is going to do it. It's not 3 Poros that are unblocked, so it will take all 6 mana, but Hyrule doesn't have an answer, and Glimpse Beyond not going to draw the burst speed freezes in a timely fashion. It's going to be slow, and that is going to be Nessie taking this one as long as they commit the Poro Snacks. That hasn't happened yet, so we'll wait to see here, but I've got a funny feeling those are getting cast.
You gotta make sure you eat when you play these tournaments. You can't just, okay, interesting. Deciding not to go for lethal. I can see why. Getting them down to 2 health when you've got 2 impact on your units, right? Well, it'll go away after the next turn. Is still fine. It's very interesting to not play the Poros snacks because you can play around harsh winds if you want by not playing the Poros snacks, but it's going to come down anyway, this harsh winds, either in this turn or the next turn. So very interesting not to go for it, but I can see why.
And it's not like Nessie's in danger of dying with this game stretching out, right?
Yeah.
Even if a Harrowing comes down, not only is there just a Buried and Ice available for Nessie to counteract that, but Hyrule doesn't have multiple Ash in the death pool. It's 1 Ash, 0 Rekindler, nowhere near being in danger of actually dying on the crackback of this. So taking it a little bit slower, but I think that they can afford to in a situation like this.
Yeah, you don't want to overfill yourself on every single meal opportunity. You're allowed to spread your meals out over the day. Eating 1 meal a day may not be the healthiest line for the Poro King and all of their citizens to take. So taking the time is fine, but it does give Hyrule some opportunity to maybe find outs. There are ways they can draw multiple harsh winds or get an Ash into an Ash or try and threaten something, but with that top deck, I don't think you can do it anymore. I think once Nessie open attacks, it'll be enough.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, Harrowing comes out here, Nessie responds with a Buried and Ice, and I'm sure Hyrule put that Harrowing on the stack, checked the eye, looked at Nessie's deck list, saw the triple Buried and Ice, and said, oh man, how am I going to get out of this pickle? And
Spending
looking at their
some time
hand,
thinking.
I'm not seeing a way out here. Spids probably debating between the Ruination and the Harrowing. Of course, it is sort of disgruntling that at least one Poro is going to survive, even if you do throw out the Ruination. But at the moment, like, there's no hand information on Nessie. You know that they have 1 special snacks, and that's it. You don't know what else is waiting in the wings.
Yeah, Hyrule just has to check through the deck list, figure out, like, what could Nessie's hand possibly be? What sort of hands am I beating? I'm probably beating triple Buried and Ice plus only Poro snacks in the hand. That would be, like, the only thing that Hyrule could be trying to go for, but it just, I don't even think that would honestly make Nessie lose. They'd probably have 2 more cards at that point, and that'd still be enough to win. So definitely just, like, it's tough. I thought this matchup would be favored for Zombie Ash. Turns out it's not, at least from this game alone. Just a poor showing from the Ash deck.
Time also not a viable win condition here. There's still 8 minutes left on the clock, and all Nessie has to do is go to combat. On top of the fact that Hyrule is down by about 4 minutes in that regard, so really an impossible number to try and catch up on. Now we just get the open attack. Yeah, there's harsh winds, but there's so many snacks in the hand of Nessie that it doesn't matter, including another spicy snacks that's going to give impact over to everything. So yeah, that is just going to be lethal. It's going to be AVG Nessie moving on to the top 32, joining, I believe it was Pita and Pen Ping Ho.
That's my memory too. Nessie has qualified for something like 4 out of the last 5 opens. That number I've taken out of complete nowhere, but like, I've been following Nessie. Nessie's a decent friend of mine. I'm very excited to see Nessie maybe be able to take this. It's only, as I've said, 4 wins away now to try and be able to make it into Worlds, make it with the final 2 slots, first and second, make it in. So there's a lot on the line for all of these players, and it's going to be very exciting to see what happens in our next round.
And our next round will be coming very soon, but not now. We are going to throw it over to a short break, and when we do, we will return with the top 32 here of the World Championship Last Chance Qualifier. Welcome back, everybody, to the WCLCQ, aka World Championship Last Chance Qualifier. I am Boulevard. Joining me is Spids. We're going to be here all day with you. I don't know why I'm going to keep introducing us. I'll probably stop that at some point, but if I don't correct me. We're going to get into our next matchup very shortly, though. We've got a nice one for you here. We've got Rosidin up against what we translated to, please play your cards quickly.
Which I hope we see cards being played quickly, because that means we get to see more matches and more LOR over the course of our day. We're going to go through the bracket once more, just to keep you updated on what's been happening around this tournament. We're in the top 32 now. We saw Peter win when we were going through this earlier.
And NTNN3 is a player that I recognize from a couple of these top 64s across the year. I'm kind of rooting for them. Just like, if a name sticks out to me, if it's a player that I've seen do consistently well over the year, yeah, I want them to come through and make a deep run, maybe take it all the way. So NTNN3, someone that I'm rooting for on this side of the bracket. We're going to move on to the next one in just a second here. Remind you of just everyone that's still in it. We've got our featured match there up at the top. Pakaru still in, THC Tora.
This, I think, has got the most players that I recognize on it. I recognize Rosidin, I recognize Pakaru, I recognize Marine when watching Bandit Keith do their open rounds earlier. Mare Nostrum is translated to RC. I'm going to flex my Latin knowledge. It's the only time it'll ever be useful. So make sure to cram that in before we go into the third part of the bracket with Sea Chicken, Ping Ping Ho, ABG Nessie. Lots of other good players here as well.
Sea Chicken is someone that I recognize from way back in 2021 when I was still when we had a week in between top 32 and the finals. I would try and guess the winner of each region, and I usually had a pretty good rate of getting someone in the top 4. Sea Chicken randomly saved me one time in the APAC region, so shout out Sea Chicken for getting top 4 way back in the days of seasonals. And then over here, a lot of END, a little bit of KDF, a little bit of ABG.
Lots of teams, again, as we were saying, doing quite well in this. I think every single time we saw a team, they're able to win. There was a team kill as well, but I think when we get to the top 4 or the top 8, we're probably going to see more team players than not team players, and that's just sort of what happens in LOR in the modern day.
Yeah, especially in APAC, where not everyone outside of APAC is putting their team name in their name, but in APAC, they wear that with a badge of pride, and you absolutely love to see it, especially just how many big names there are coming into this, like KDF, EV. These are teams that we've seen doing consistently well across the year, so excited to see them continue with that. But for now, we've got a couple of teamless players that we're going to take a look at the deck lists of, and I promise the days of Warmothers call are over. I know that we said, oh man, we've been seeing a lot of Warmothers. There weren't that many. We just happened to see all of them already, so you don't got to worry about that from here on out. Instead, we're getting a mirror match of our most played champion this event, which is Gwen, coming in at 24 out of 64. Not a huge representation, but it is also split between Zed, Gwen, and Gwen Riven. Zed is stuck on my mind, but Ephemerals is actually something that we don't see too often in events like these. It's more of a ladder-specific deck, but it's finally making it to the big stage.
This deck's really interesting and has way more pressure than you would ever think in a deck. Greenclay Duo and Shadow Apprentice go way higher than you think, and Dragon Ambush for surprise lethals on your defensive tokens makes this very scary, and Deathmark is a great way to blow out certain opponents that aren't expecting it. This is combined with Scouts, a deck that I don't think we've seen for a while. There have been better champion strength piles in the last couple of opens. I think we saw Scouts at least one open that was quite big, but typically we're seeing Formidables in recent times. But this is a lower to the ground lineup in this mid-range, and it's a very interesting list.
I could see Scouts coming out again as formidable players are getting kind of spooked by all of the eradication that's running around, especially in these Warmother lists. So it's just like, there's really nothing my deck can do about that. I'd rather have some units, especially with Inspiring Light, that I can have survive something along those lines. And then Darius Gnar, it's never really at the top of the meta, but it's come close on ladder a couple of times, and it's just good old-fashioned overwhelm.
I love these 2 pirouettes. All of these decks are looking for crazy tempo plays that are able to blow out the game. The Ephemerals deck will find something random when you don't expect it. Scouts tries to play for these combo cards like Champion Strength and Fortimacia. Pirouette is this deck's version of that card. Same with Decisive Maneuver and Whirling Death. Very, very cool lists to have brought. Rosidin, on the other hand, is on Jinx Cannon, a bit of a Mechayodal themed version with 2 arena promoters and no Eye of the Storms. We've seen this quite a little bit in a lot of these, at least I've seen a lot of pro players trying to bring this. Very interesting list.
Yeah, not It's sort of the more traditional aggro that you're going to get out of a meta like this. I know when we talk about aggro, especially in LoR, there's a lot of like, okay, this isn't really aggro. This is leaning more mid-range. This is probably as close as you're going to get to like a pure aggro deck right now. And then Jaxorn, everybody's absolutely favorite deck, right? Spiz, this is the deck of 2023. Everybody loves to see it. We're always so excited for Jax and Ornn to come back and join us and grace us with their presence once again.
You definitely do not speak for me. I know you were being sarcastic. I am tired of seeing Jax on a little 3 entrancing lure is really cool. This list is built in an interesting way with only 1 Wildclaw. I've seen people go to 2 and there's no buried. It's slightly lower to the ground. There's also a catch which some decks cut, but I'm done with seeing Jax on.
Well, what about Riven Gwen, Spids? Are you sick of Riven Gwen, or is this something new for you?
So Red Gwen is my favorite competitive deck of all time. I love this deck, and we've seen over the past year and a half this deck change over time. It started as a harrowing deck, it went into a Might and Katarina deck, and this is the 3rd version, using Fire Spitter that has recently come into the tournament and came from the variety set, absolutely demolishing a lot of these pre-existing ways of building aggro, right? Now it's going into these Might versions, now it's going into all of these sorts of things. It's a very interesting way of building it. It now plays for a 4-king combo, where you've got a Gwen attacking, you've got a Riven attacking, and you have to deal with both of them. You can't just deal with one. It's a very interesting list that I'm happy that it's doing quite well.
You know, it's not even Enraged Fire Spitter for me. That card's whatever, man. But I'm just so happy that Kato the Arm is finally getting his deserved spot in the sunlight. I don't think he's been buffed in like 2.5 years when he randomly sort of went from like 3 HP to 4 HP. And at the time, it was like, okay, yeah, that's cool. And then it never really amounted to anything. And all of a sudden, in back-to-back events and back-to-back weekends, Kato the Arm and Riven are, well, not Riven so much in the other version. It was more like Draven and Vi and Rumble and things like that. But it is kind of nice to see a new deck pop out of the Eternal format and then players find a different version of it that works for Standard.
This is an interesting ban. I'm not sure what either Rosidin or Please Play Your Cards Quickly is going to be trying to ban from the other. I feel like Rosidin isn't allowed to ban Gwen Zed. 2 of their decks probably does quite well into it, in the Gwen Riven and the Jinx Kennen. But outside of that, I don't know what they are most scared of. Maybe Darius Nar?
I'm never really sure how to evaluate these overwhelmed decks, and it's a similar problem that I've had with Gwen decks, where like we've had a lot of Gwen decks pop up in the past. It's never really obvious which ones are going to stick. I am actually a little surprised by the higher presence of Gwen Riven, especially given like the stats on it over the week, but I think it was very much like a late stage, like Thursday, Friday adaptation. As far as the Darius Nar, though, like that's been around for a while. It's been kind of middle of the pack. There are some cool tech cards in there, but I don't know that they necessarily line up into what Rosidin has brought. So I think as far as the deck that they're most afraid of, I'm trying to remember how the stats look for ephemerals into Jax Ornn, and I think it was like it feels like it's probably fine for Jax Ornn, but I just straight up don't remember. I believe it's ephemeral favorite, and that's why ephemerals were actually rising to number 1 on the ladder at some point. So I'm not sure how it pairs into the Jinx deck or this other Gwen deck, but I think ephemerals, at least from a Jax Ornn perspective, is where you'd be looking for that ban.
I think that could make sense. This is similar to the lineup that I brought when playing a couple of hours ago. I wasn't on Jax Ornn, I was on Bandle Jinx, and my instinct would have been to possibly ban Scouts, but I can't tell. All 3 of these look alluring as bans, but also alluring as decks that I could possibly 2-0. You're going to see Jax Ornn be banned from Please Play Your Cards Quickly, and you were right, it is ephemerals that's going to be banned. So we're going to see how that ends up going into our game.
It's an aggressive start for Please Play Your Cards Quickly. I didn't see what Rosidin actually ended up with post-mulligan, a much lower to the ground curve, so off to the races here, and actually going for the Omen Hawk rather than the Pigeon with the turn 1 attack token, paying respects to the fact that Rosidin is on a rather high number of 1-drops here.
Yeah, this question of which 1-drop to play always changes depending on what deck you're fighting. If you're fighting a bunch of 2-1s, you want to play your 1-1, but if you're fighting something with a bunch of 1-2s, you want to play your 2-2. Little cute game you can play on turn 1 before it starts becoming irrelevant by the time turn 2 comes around. We're going to see Redeem Prodigy come down, and Please Play Your Cards Quickly does have an interesting answer in Crimson Pigeon plus Elixir of Iron.
And it looks like that's going to be the line. We'll see if the Elixir comes out. Don't see a lot of reason not to. Rosidin is tapped out. It's just a matter of how much do you value the Pigeon. With the other card, like with the really only available play for Please Play Your Cards Quickly next turn, being that Overwhelm Tough unit, it makes sense to save the Pigeon and preserve it here. This Riven, though, is going to cause some problems.
Thank you, production, for this hollowed counter. This will be extremely important. Having played a fair bit of this Gwen Riven deck, counting exactly what you need to do is it takes like minutes every single time, but eventually you get there and eventually it helps you win the game. Please Play Your Cards Quickly has one of the better hands they can have against Gwen Riven, though. You've got two answers to these Overwhelm hallowed threats in Three Sisters and in Pirouette. While there isn't a lot of strong cards until that top deck from Please Play Your Cards Quickly in their hand, they've definitely got what they need against Rosidin's deck.
Yeah, Please Play Your Cards Quickly is... They're a little slower than they need to be in a situation like this. The Opulent Foyer is going to have a lot of time to sort of build up that value. And Pirouette, while it's normally a strong card, not something that you want to be forced to use on these ephemeral units, either for the damage or for the stun. And if double Foyer ends up coming out, again, Rosidin still has that available as a blocker. One of them might get overwritten later on, but also has like Hate Spike. Just so many of these tools that are nice to have these Foyers available, but outside of that, Rosidin doesn't have a lot of punch left in their hand. If this Riven gets dealt with, things are looking a little sketchy.
By Riven's next turn, they will have the full blade, meaning they're able to give 2 pieces of Overwhelm to their board, and only one will be able to be answered in the Flash Freeze. They can try and get a Whirling Death or a Pirouette to happen if the board ends up aligning correctly, but Rosidin definitely has the hand that they want as well. We're going to see Na come in, try and create a Pokey Stick, which does really well into everything that isn't Riven right now, because nothing has a high amount of health, but we're thinking about Hate Spike. What do you think about Hate Spike yet?
There's no Sky Splitter in Please Pay Your Cards Quickly's list. It's just double Elixir of Iron when we're looking at sort of cheap ways to buff up the health of the unit, so I like the Hate Spike here. The only way that they're going to be able to deal with this well, they did go for a safety block, so Whirling Death now opens up as an option, but I think the more obvious one was going for Fury of the North, but it is going to be the Whirling Death, saving that Three Sisters as an option for the Riven on the following turn. And there's just no answer for this out of Rosidin, so I liked the Hate Spike line there. I think the lack of Sky Splitter is weird, but it's a good call out on their end to try and go for that. And yeah, a Pokey Stick is developed, and we'll see where this takes them. Double Opulent Foyer, 4 Hallowed stacks. This is getting a little out of control, but you do have to keep in mind that those Opulent units are going to just get taken down by a Pokey Stick no matter how large their attack stat is.
This is going to be one of the hardest turns for both players to organize. We're going to see the Rune Squire come down. Being able to use a Keen Blade Fragment on the Rune Squire means it can try and get a positive trade, but we can see this Pokey Stick in hand that's going to be able to deal with, if you wanted to do Keen Blade Fragment plus the Rune Squire. We're going to see Pirouette come down, preventing this turn from happening, which means Rosidin's trying to set up for the turn after. That can be answered with the Three Sisters, but eventually, if Please Play Your Cards Quickly doesn't end up drawing a win con at some point, because you do still need to win games, Rosidin does have the late game that they might want.
What I'm curious about for this turn is how this Pokey Stick is used. Obviously, killing a 7-1, very appealing option. However, if you Pokey Stick the Nexus, you give Vulnerable over to the Riven on the following turn and have a chance to actually take out that champion. I think, yeah, killing the 7-1 probably just a touch too appealing of an option, though. You still have the Three Sisters to deal with the Riven. It's not like a huge deal at this moment, and this is going to let you just continue to develop your board rather safely without worrying about your life total on a following turn where, like, oh, yeah, I Flash Freeze the Riven, but then they just played, like, an Elixir of Wrath and Might in response, and I ended up dying anyway.
Rosidin's deck doesn't run a lot of units that are good blockers against Please Play Your Cards Quickly. Strength here, right? So like Rosidin draws this Phantom Butler, but that doesn't feel great into what Please Play Your Cards Quickly is trying to accomplish. And while this attack is not threatening lethal, Please Play Your Cards Quickly probably wins in 2 turns time, like by their next attack token. And Rosidin probably can't win unless they draw something like a Kato next attack token. So we're gonna have to see what Rosidin ends up top decking, but it's gonna come down to this top deck, I'm pretty sure.
I'm not even sure if Kato's going to be enough while that Flash Freeze is still available. 14 life is a lot, but We'll see. We'll see. I think that you're right that there are some top decks there that, with 7 hallowed stacks, you'd have to assume that there is. And I did want to call out this might in Please Play Your Cards Quickly list. I know that you look at this and you're like, oh, all these units already have Overwhelm. Why would you bother with the might? There's obviously units that don't have Overwhelm, but I also think that when you think about the explorers that are getting played in the meta, the option that is going to be used against you most often is likely remove the keywords from this card for this turn and the next, and giving might back over to your large units is an undervalued thing in the deck building process, but does come up.
It's a very interesting card to be running. It always feels great to have might just as a one of in your deck to try and pressure if that's the sort of thing your deck wants to do. So adding it to any Noxus deck that wants to be aggressive is often quite a good line. We are going to see the full blade come down on Riven, probably trying to make sure they do an open attack, not playing into Pirouette, but it does mean you're not playing for your top decks like Kato.
I also do want to call out here, Please Play Your Cards Quickly technically had lethal. If the might had come through for an additional 3 damage, then Pokestick Tusk Speaker on this next turn would have done it. I assume they were just trying to keep their Pokestick open to avoid a Hate Spike or a Noxian Fervor, so I don't blame them for not going for it, but just something to keep in mind. I think there's only one unknown card actually in the hand of Rosidin at this point anyway.
It can be sometimes hard to hand track the weapons, but I think, yeah, that would be the case if you're hand tracking all of this properly. There is the Overwhelm weapon in Rosidin's hand. It should be Quick Attack and Overwhelm that we're seeing. So Gwen will have Overwhelm here, meaning there are 2 massive attackers. Gwen will have 13 strength, +3, but not +2, so only going up to, because we don't have the +2 fragment in hand. Going up quite high, but it's not going to be enough. This dual-pronged lethal isn't going to get there, as far as I can tell.
We'll see. The Dance of the Tusks come down, and that's actually just adding a little bit more damage into both Nexuses, which is not what you want to be looking at when there's a Gwen top deck coming through. There's going to be 16 attack on the Riven. Actually, no, even more than that, I believe, thanks to the doubling up of the Riven ability. But at 24, it doesn't matter under the pressure of a Flash Freeze, and in fact, it just kind of eats the Elixir of Wrath buff that could have come out. So this should be no problem surviving on the side of Please Play Your Cards Quickly. 21 of that damage is about to get erased, so 8, yeah, just shy. It was close, but just shy.
And this gets us back to the blade that they played on Riven, that Rosidin played on Riven last turn. Not deciding to play for a top deck, but if they decided to play for that and buffed up the Gwen instead, that extra 2 damage plus the 3 would have been enough to go for lethal this turn. Being a little bit too hasty and not thinking about your top decks ended up making it so that there was 5 damage missed. Or 2 damage missed because the Elixir of Wrath would have come down. But just didn't end up happening.
Instead, Elixir is going to be used to take out the Gnar, but I don't think there's anything Rosidin can top deck from here that's going to get them out of this situation. In fact, the Pokestick even going to be used to preserve the Gnar. Elixir of Iron not going to do anything, but with 3 units surviving with a Might in hand and with a Tusk Speaker left in the wings to try and take over, only 1 blocker for the open attack, you have to assume that Please Play Your Cards Quickly is going to be able to take this one on the open.
There was a very interesting set of hands. Please Play Your Cards Quickly was able to draw 2 ways of interacting with Rosidin's game plan, that Pirouette and that 3 Sisters, and that's too many pieces of interaction for a deck that's such a high power combo deck that wants to play for the player not having any interaction. Right? Rosidin taking the first loss here, but Gwen Riven can definitely get a surprise win later anyway, especially against a deck like Scouts that actually has no interaction.
Yeah, Scouts versus Jinx, I think, is how this matchup is going to come down to. I think you're absolutely correct that the Riven Gwen shouldn't have... The Red Gwen 2.0 is, I've come to call it in the last 15 minutes or so, shouldn't really have too much of a problem taking down the Scouts deck. Like you mentioned, just no interaction, and with the Champion Strength nerf happening, I think it's just coming down too late in the game to even try to use it as a defensive tool or like get a surprise victory out of your opponent. I think by turn 6, this Riven Gwen should be up and running and starting to threaten lethal.
Mulligan, very interesting from Rosidin, deciding to prioritize early units. I get why you're trying to beat Mirai Ward and you're trying to beat Broadwing and all these sorts of things that Please Play Your Cards Quickly is trying to play in their deck, but if they don't draw a Gwen or a Riven, Rosidin can't win. It's very hard to win without those cards. You do have Might and you do have this Dragon, but that sometimes is not enough. It's only 15 damage, it isn't 20.
And you're not really allowed to play a long game with the Opulent Foyer against something like Scouts either. So like you mentioned, you just need to find those champions if you're going to end the game, because 2 damage on turn 6, really not what you're looking for against Scouts. And a couple of trades going to come out here in the early game. But actually, we're going to have Hallowed on both sides of the table here, folks, as Mirai Warden working overtime.
Rosidin's draws are going to have to be good. And they also have they've got the worst token, right? When you want to play Foyer, you want to be playing Foyer on your defensive token, but you also want to be playing it on turn 3 to get as many Hollowed procs as possible. Not that it's the most relevant thing. I don't think this token's going to be the reason why Rosidin loses. I'm ready to eat my words in 3 turns time, though. But having to instead play Rune Squire and Boisterous Host this turn doesn't feel great. This Blade Fragment is not the quick attack one, so there isn't the free trade that's going to happen right now. You are able to give the extra Hollowed proc to Rune Squire to trade into Broadwing, but it's not exactly what you want to be doing.
I know you mentioned the attack token might not be the end of the game here, but I think it's less about Rosidin having it on odds and more about please play your cards quickly having it on evens, being able to get this Genevieve Elmhart on curve, this Scout attack on curve, actually going for the Misfortune instead after that top deck, gonna take away this single blocker, and we're gonna see Rosidin finally go for that defensive Foyer, but again, it's not actually trading back onto any of these units. Noxian Fervor is available. We might see the death of an MF here as there's no protection in hand, but it seems like a small consolation bonus prize is please play your cards quickly, still at 20, still not under duress of anything. And we'll see now if there is going to be the Noxian Fervor. While there's technically no interaction in this deck, there could be a Misfortunes Make It Rain in the Scouts player's hand that needs to be considered.
As well as Form Up. Form Up would be an awful thing to be running into, losing one of your best ways of burning out the Nexus. This matchup is 2 decks that are both extremely linear, trying to do their own thing, right? Rosidin's trying to set up multiple threats and then do Might, and Please Play Cards Quickly is just trying to play their Champion Strength, or in this hand state, the Fort Demacia. Rosidin ended up mulliganing for an early curve that's always going to be worse than Scouts' early curve, and not finding their win cons might make it such that what I thought would be a really favored matchup isn't going to be the case. Missing out on the quick attack blade again, 50-50 chance, also hurts greatly.
Things not looking good for Rosidin right now, and if anyone at home is wondering why Please Play Your Cards Quickly didn't attack all out last turn, given that there was only a 1 HP blocker, the answer is Mark of the Isle. I went to go check as well. I'm like, what health buff are they worried about? It's Mark of the Isle. And look, there's a Shadow Isle Telestone. Guess what's in that? It's Mark of the Isle. But Genevieve Elmhart, this might just be not quite lethal, but we're getting very close. It might even just have to be a defensive Enraged Fire Spitter to try to take out one of the units. Luckily, Inspiring Light is a slow speed spell, but it's still gonna be... Oh man, I'm gonna do math. I can't do this
It's going to
math.
be... Currently, it's 11 damage. If you add in the Inspiring Light, it adds 3 damage, which is 14. Last time I checked my calculator. So, it's still a fair bit of damage coming in. I'm surprised not to see the Inspiring Light, because you can still afford Champion Strength next turn. But deciding that the 3 extra damage just doesn't really matter.
You would not be able to afford Champion Strike next turn, actually. You'd only have 8 mana. It would be nerfed. It is nerfed to 9, so I think that's why we didn't see it opening themselves up for that potential top deck, just not getting it.
Yeah, I definitely paid attention to the last patch and knew that that card was nerfed. We do see Fire Spitter come down, able to try and control the board, and without Champion Strength, the lack of rally means that Rosidin can defend slightly. We might have to see further defensively to beat their sort of hands, but this isn't fully over yet. Rosidin's going to be able to challenge something and try and go in. Or, no, not lethal. Not enough Hallowed.
Yeah, well, actually...
Well, actually,
12,
with Fervor,
15?
you can Fervor the Nexus.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's...
Has Rosidin done it? So, currently there's 12 because of the 4 Hallowed. You add 3 due to the Might, and you add 2 due to the Blade Fragment. This puts Please Play Your Cards Quickly down exactly enough to be lethal. Now, there is a Former that will end up being able to kill the Form Up will prevent this, and we don't have a Fervor target anymore. So it is an all-in play, but I think Rosidin nearly had to go for it, because they'll probably lose into Form Up anyway, trying to use Fervor defensively.
And I think if you're, like, Form Up's, I think a card where you can just go, okay, if they have it, they have it. It's such a narrow line, you kind of... I don't think it was checked for earlier in the game, but it was a pretty recent top deck. Unfortunately, it is going to go down here, and we're actually just going to see our first showing of Red Gwen 2.0, just getting 2-0'd here. I thought that this was going to be a fine matchup, but like we mentioned, a little bit of a champion-reliant deck. Some decks are very reliant on their champions, some aren't, and while I don't think that this one necessarily is, in a faster matchup like this, it's really the only mid-game presence that you have.
Very, very technically, Rosidin, if they didn't go in for that all-in, was able to survive. They could have furthered one of the blockers and could have done Spirit Journey from the Shadow Isles Telestone to prevent the damage. Would have survived at a low amount of health and try and find an Overwhelm thing in future. Try and find the Overwhelm Fragment. Try and find Gwen or Riven for extra damage. But it wasn't there. Going all-in is not the wrong play, even though it led to a loss there. You sometimes just have to, and with a hand like that, it happens.
It happens to the best of them, as we just saw. Unfortunately, that is going to be Rosidin eliminated from the tournament, but please play your cards quickly, moving on to the top 16. That's right, folks, we're already confirming players for the top 16. And remember, while we are playing the finals, the top 2 get the same prize. They're moving on to the World Championship. Boulevard is their seeding at Worlds. I don't know. We give points to Worlds qualifier winners. That's all the information that I have, folks. That seems to... There might be, there might not be. Who knows? Is there a difference between first and second? Who knows? Not me. But we're going to be jumping into another match now because there was plenty of time on the clock. That was a rather quick 2-0 before I try and spill more trade secrets about seeding at Worlds. But again, I don't actually know. I just know that points were given to Worlds qualifier winners. What do they need 18 Runeterra points for?
I mean... surely having that extra 18 points lets you dole them out like candy to all of the other, players. They're like, look at what I've got. Look at all these points I have.
Now,
you can't
personally, I don't have any Runeterra points. I have 0 Runeterra points. But I like to think that at the end of the year, Riot Games will physically mail you something for each point that you had. Something that you can hang on your refrigerator so you can go slap 18 of those suckers up there like, look, I won a World Championship qualifier.
It seems like we're going to be getting into a game soon. I think I've got 5 or 6 Runeterra points, so I can actually fill my fridge with a bunch of random tokens saying I played in this tournament. But we can hopefully get into a game soon.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be getting into KDF NO versus LCS Super. That's an L. A lot of consonants and then a 69. Which, funny enough, something about the APAC scene, Super Blank 69 is a very common name. There's even a player, Super something 69, that is, I think Super Timeline 69 is already qualified.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is another team that just uses a separate tag.
We're in game. It is Jax On versus the
Red Gwen.
Red Gwen. This is a matchup that I've practiced a little bit, and it's extremely tight. It's a tough matchup where Jax On can't really deal with Red Gwen too effectively. They do have 3 sisters in this list, but typically the linear power of Red Gwen's able to go in. There are some trades happening right now, but Red Gwen would typically feel fine in this position, although no champions once again.
No champions, 3 sisters in the hand of the Orange Jax player, a couple of weapons, but Kato the Arm, that's a pretty good way to start clawing your way back into this. Jax is going to go down here. I'd be very surprised to see a Fury of the North to protect this champion. And LCS Super is still able to get down 2 cards this turn, but the 3 sisters is being hovered. It might just be.
I'm just double checking the blade fragments. As far as I can tell, the one that is currently in hand is the Overwhelm one, meaning that this Elemental Dragon is going to have 11 Strength plus Overwhelm. If you pull the other unit to the side, that should be guaranteed lethal. As long as you get the Hollow to proc properly. And KDF Enko misses it.
This is a pitfall that players fall into very often. Number 1 is trusting Spids' math. I'm going to trust it blindly, though. I believe that was lethal. The other one is just sort of looking at a situation and going, oh, yeah, I can clear the board here, and not really thinking that you have lethal. And with a deck like Red Gwen 2, you've got to be looking for the lethal at every opportunity.
We are going to see the dragon come down again, putting Super, I'm just going to call them Super, down to 1 health, but not starting to play Kato. I think I would have liked to see Kato come down to be able to apply Overwhelm. I'm not sure how relevant that is, but either way, unless Super draws a free spell, this will still be lethal, but now there's a chance, when before there was none.
Taking a look at this Jax Ornn list, because the presence of, there is a 1 of Buried in Ice, so the fact that Enko has to develop that Kato the Arm for lethal. Oh, never mind. Super has decided to tap below the mana for the potential buried nice top deck, and that is going to give the green light for Kato to come through. Harsh wins off the top. Only matters if LCS Super can maintain board parity. If even one other unit can get through, it's probably fine. And not everyone's got Overwhelm, right? It's just going to be whoever Kato gives it to.
Join the hunters, they said.
Yeah, this does seem to be fine. Enko missing out on that lethal a couple of turns ago, but Super doesn't have a great way of coming back into this game.
This
is
is
it still lethal?
right? I think this is still lethal. Well, Kato has to support something for it to be lethal, but yeah, I believe.
Oh,
no,
right.
not if you give
No, you just freeze
to a
Overwhelm.
6. Okay, yeah, pull the 6 health. I was like, okay, six Overwhelm into a 6 health unit does not actually give you lethal. But with that 6 health being pulled to the side, then yeah, this should just be lethal.
Well, no, you right now you block Kato and you freeze these two things, but you need to give Overwhelm to the thing that's being challenged. That's the way to reduce parity in this sense. This deck is complicated. I know everyone in chat is going to be like, come on, casters, work out this math, but it can be hard. This deck requires a lot of thinking. But this is going to be enough.
I knew there was a lethal. I just didn't get it out of my mouth in time. Thank you, Spids, for carrying us through that. So that is going to be harsh wins on those units. There is the 3-attack Phantom Butler sneaking through. And that is going to be Enko actually taking it 2-0 over LSC Super. And moving on to the top 16 again. More clan tags in the top 16. KDF representing.
Phantom Butler serving a win against Jax on. Probably targeted. In this, I'm thinking Jananilla tries to beat Jax on. This deck's probably trying to beat Jax on. Jax on is our most brought deck to this tournament, so it's a pretty good idea to try and have that something as you can target as opposed to ban. And KDF Enko being able to beat Super just shows that, you know, we saw Gwen Riven lose twice. Now we can see it at least win and continue to show its strength.
And while Jaxorn is the most brought deck in this tournament, I do just want to give the information to the viewers at home. Not a very high representation. 19 out of 64 players. I believe that is the lowest represented #1 deck that we have had the entire year. A very open meta here in the APAC scene.
Yeah, and this is a consequence of having the variety patch 2 weeks ago and then having the Eternal Open, completely different format. Just less than a week ago, there wasn't enough time to prep, so you're just bringing what is linearly strong. Jaxorn, linearly strong. Riven Gwen, linearly strong. That's what we're trying to see. But even still, everyone's got different ideas on what's the strongest deck.
Yeah, and we will see who was actually right and who was wrong once we get it down to our final 2. I don't believe we are hopping into another match. No, we are hopping into another match. It's going to be Bruce 1995 up against NTNN3, player that I said that I was looking out for. We'll see the score as we get into the game here, taking the information. It looks like we got our first formidable of the day up against Karma Set. Hopefully Karma Set might be Seraphine. You never really know for sure, but we're just going to see Tunopify and assume Karma.
Looking at the board right now, I really like the way that Karma Set has been built recently with the addition of Rocket Barrage. It's only going to be killing these 1/1s, but it does hurt the formidable units a little bit if they were to come down, and hits a lot of things, like Jananilla, like Riven Gwen. We're going to see, if we see more Karma Set, we're going to see 2 ofs or maybe even 3 ofs of this Rocket Barrage, because it does quite well into the meta.
Yeah, I've been constantly seeing triple Rocket Barrage coming out. We're going to see it do a pretty good job here of just sort of cleaning up the board. And outside of that, oh, you got to do it now, though. Oh, Aftershock's going to come through instead, maybe I can find a higher priority target. But Garen is going to protect everything else from this Rocket Barrage for the time being. And, I mean, it's not a super threatening hand besides, right? You can actually take a block onto the Garen and just finish it off with the Rocket Barrage next turn. It's not like you really mind the damage from the Omen Hawks coming in, but you know, there's a lot of health buffs in the hand for NTNN3, so we'll see where all of that comes into play. But instead, it's actually just going to be healing up the Petrosite Charger.
Healing up the Petrosite Charger is very interesting. It's one of the... PNZ and Ionia has 2 different ways of interacting with the board. PNZ does direct damage, Ionia does recalls. PNZ is useless against a card that says I don't take damage from spells, but can still be recalled. So putting value into this unit makes sense, cycling the weapons, healing it up, but it can always be tagged out, it can always be set challenged, there are still ways that it can take damage. But deciding to play Garen next turn does make some sense. Getting the extra strength to apply for the future turn, dealing more damage, that's, I think, going to be what NNT is trying to go for, or NTN.
Oh, Galio top deck. This is actually now a really nice curve for 3 here. On the side of Bruce, just looking at a lot of the same cards in the hand. Nopify, not useless in a matchup like this. Obviously, we see the Gentleman's Duel in the hand for NTNN3. It's just a matter of, will Bruce actually have Nopify mana when the Gentleman's Duel comes down / is relevant? Because Bruce still has a lot of cards that they have to play here, and unfortunately not able to line up the Rocket Barrage once again, as the Garen is going to be going at minimum down to 5 HP.
These Omen Hawks still staying on the board. I don't know when these were played, but they were probably played before Garen was drawn, considering Garen has +2/+2. It's really funny to see. Garen is just accepting them into his army, like, hey, you know, come on, you can be part of the elite. And then Gallia's going to come down and see them as formidable and try and buff them up. These Omen Hawks are not going to be insignificant threats. It's hard to deal with them unless you want to do your Rocket Barrage, but they're not going to be around, have low health in a future turn. These Omen Hawks are definitely being consolidated into the Demacian army.
Oh, actually, I'm a little surprised not to see NTNN go for the Gentleman's Duel there. Being able to level the Garen and rally going into your Galio turn seemed very appealing. But with 2 mana left, probably just a little bit too concerned about the possibility of a tag out onto their own unit / Nopify. Just a few too many things going on to really want to use that spell just yet when you think you can pressure your opponent's mana a little bit harder. And now we're just going to see things open with a Rocket Barrage to take out those Omen Hawks before Galio can come down and buff them up. Really take a lot of wins out of the sail that level up.
Garen will be regenning this all back and not having Aftershock anymore that we saw used a few turns prior. Obviously, Galio would have the extra health if that was the case, but Galio are going to be a consistent threat, and Bruce is going to have to continue recalling it, but they can't recall forever. They're going to have to find Set. They're going to have to find Karma to try and win the game. And if Garen can stay on the field consistently through all that, it's not going to be great for Bruce's chance.
And that spell shield on the Galio is going to make it increasingly difficult to recall through and through. And as we can see there, thanks to production, 25 out of 25 exactly on the Galio. Leads me to believe there's not going to be a block here. Or maybe there is. You might as well throw the Garen into combat, see what you can do. You've still got the Gentleman's Duel and the Elixir of Iron to try and buff up the health of this unit in case Bruce's plan was to take it out with an Aftershock or something after the fact. But first, going to take away the spell shield from the Galio with the Explorer spell and then just try to pass the turn. 2 mana still represented, so probably not going to see a Gentleman's Duel again. There is the Galio level up, and things are looking rough.
This takes us back to the weapon cycling like 3 or 4 turns ago. Galio was exactly enough to be able to level up, and that is partly because of all the cycling. Apparently, Karma was updrafted earlier, and now costs 4 mana. Very interesting to see what the hand would have been like, such that Karma needed to be updrafted, maybe rather bricky, but Karma's definitely the way that Bruce is going to try and get back into this game, even though there's a lot they're facing down right now.
And as you can see there, Karma at 8 out of 10 on the level up. Production showing it a little early. I said I wanted it at 9 out of 10, but that's okay. I don't think we're actually going to make it to that stage of the game. Tag out likely to come down onto the Galio, but even with that aside, we might be looking at lethal depending on what comes out of this Anaka. There's the mana for double tag out, so it might not happen this turn, but I don't think you can stop the Garen level up. And even if you pre-commit to a double tag out, that Gentleman's Duel can proc the Galio rally in combat anyway.
Yeah. This is very much a fork that 3 has put into Bruce. They don't have enough development punishes. A concussive palm would be really nice to have seen, but unfortunately that's just not what's there. And if Bruce taps out fully to try and deal with the fact that they're going to have 4 units attack them if they don't do that, the Gentleman's Duel does create a little bit of a situation for them. They decide to let the attack go through. I think you sort of have to hope that Anaka hits like a 0-2.
Oh.
Lucky that Anaka did. But Galio and Garen and everything's just going to be pressuring so much.
And that is just going to be lethal. NTNN3 can get the rally off here thanks to the Gentleman's Duel. That's going to be a tap out from Bruce, the unit down, and then Anaka and the Petricite Charger free to go into combat again.
Comes down, and that is game. You didn't have to do the second tag out. As far as I can tell, there wasn't lethal being threatened, but if you didn't do the second tag out, Garen would have flipped. They would have just passed their turns, and Bruce, I don't think, has a possible draw that lets them survive. You can't draw and then play 3 concussive palms or something. That would have been it. We do see the surrender, and 3 going into our top 16.
And I'm glad to see Formidable pop up. Oh, we actually get to see the entire... so, Ionia Shadow Isle, I'm gonna guess, was Ephemerals. There's so many different decks for so many different region combinations. I'm not even sure what Freljord P and Z was.
You are right that it is Zed. That was the deck. Freljord PNZ is traps. It is Caitlyn Teemo running presumably like, freeze cards and all these sort of anti-mid-range stuff. I guess that makes sense with Formidables. They're also trying to beat on Karma Set. This is an anti-Karma Set lineup. Traps is very easy at beating Karma Set because you spit in Puffle Cup Caps, if you want to mince your words, and burn them out.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of targeted lineups for a very wide meta, and so far, the players that are advancing are the ones that have been finding their marks, not to anyone's surprise, really. If you hit the matchups that you were looking for, you're probably going to win them. That's why you built the lineup in the first place, but it's not something that's likely to work out for the entire tournament, and as we get down to these sort of other anti-lineups, it's going to be very funny to see if we've got these players like 3 that are not really on any like meta decks that are trying to target something against someone else who is not really on any meta decks and looking to target something. It's always fun to see those sort of wet noodle fights, but I believe we are out of matches to watch, which means we are going to throw it to a short break, and when we come back, we will be into that top 16, cresting into the halfway point of the tournament. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Things are heating up here at the APAC Last Chance Qualifier, so I've lost the jacket, gotten, rolled up the sleeves a little bit because we've only got a couple more rounds until we're in the finals, which is sort of when the tournament is functionally over. But of course, we are still going to play the finals. Someone needs to be able to say that they won, get more fake rune terror points, more magnets from Riot Games at the end of the year, not confirmed. TM. But we are going to be taking a look at a very special matchup here. But first, we're going to take a look at who is left in the tournament overall. Our top 16. We can finally fit it all on one screen, but we're not going to. We're going to divvy it out into 4 sections anyway. Got 9 ball versus KDF Beta, fundamentals versus NTN, and 3 up on this side.
These are... I wasn't introduced. You stunlocked me. You said you weren't going to introduce me, and then you were right. You actually didn't. We saw 3 beat Bruce on the stream. Fundamentals is a really cool name. Like, obviously, if you know your fundamentals, you're going to do well, and hopefully this player knows what they're doing. Going into the next part of the bracket, we see Marine, we see Please Play Your Cards Quickly, as well as Mare Nostrum and Pakaru, who is going to be our featured match.
And you'll find out why in a second here, folks, but also please don't expect me to match Spitz's pronunciation on anything Latin. It's just not my forte. I took French in high school instead. Forgot all of it at this point. But we're going to move on to that last bit of the bracket, or actually the third bit of the bracket, where we got Lilong Red versus Ono My Win Streak and Pin Ping Ho versus ABG Nessie. Very good backup match. I hope we can actually catch a little bit of that one. 2 Titans.
Yeah. Ping Ping Ho versus ABG Nessie is definitely something I'm interested in. I can't wait. Those are some of my favorite players fighting, but Pakaru is also one of my favorite players. It's what's so cool, all the players that we get to see today. Going into the final section in a second, we'll show the last little bit of the bracket in our top 16. 2 end players fighting against each other. Another team kill. You hate to see it, but also sometimes you love to see it.
Yeah, I actually did a little control Fing. Turns out these are the only 2 end players left in the tournament. Actually, sorry, not left in the tournament entirely. So unfortunately did run into each other in the top 16, not going to be able to get that team kill in the finals. And then up on the top there, we have KDF ENO, who we just saw, versus their opponent, whose name is no longer on the screen, so I have forgotten what it was. I am a baby with no object permanence. So in order to remind me of what we're going to be doing here, we're going to get the decks for the players up on screen. You're going to see just why we're so excited to do Pakaru versus Mare Nostrum.
First deck we see in front of us is Seraphine Set. You can see maybe something cool in the bottom right corner just in a second, but we have to go through Seraphine Set first. Triple Temple. This is a version that we've seen somewhat as a side grade to the Karma Set. It's placed slightly lower, but Sunken Temple can sometimes get you there. It's also on 3 Puff Cap Peddler to break the mirror.
Also, nowhere near as many one-ofs as you would expect out of a Seraphine list. This is looking like it's actually going to have a little bit of a rough time actually leveling that champion.
Yeah, I mean, we see Cold Shot, we see IO Tailstones, which can do things, but we're going into the next deck. Nora. If you know about this deck, you will know that Pakaru was kind of the person that invented it. Back when it first came around, it sort of popped up in the APAC scene, and then all of us sort of saw Pakaru do well with it and took it for ourselves. But a very, very interesting list with 2 Dawning Shadow and 3 Grave Companion.
Never did I think I would see Grave Companion in a list. It's always a card that I've been interested in, but, definitely not what I expected. And 5 copies of Vengeance seems like a lot, but I mean, hey, we're here for it. And then the reason that we're here, everybody, Evelyn Maokai. We've seen some Maokai mill lists in top 64 before, and do you know what they all had in common? They were dog water. They went 0-2 in top 64. This is the deepest that I've ever seen one of these make it. Granted, I haven't looked very hard, but I'm very excited to see if the Watery Grave deck can actually do something here. And these are probably the only Evelyn and the only Maokai in the entire tournament.
It's a very, very interesting deck list using like Watery Grave, which was released, I think, like during the expansion. Very, very cool list. Mare Nostrum is on the Echo Jinx, modern day version of Echo with no Zillion. Only 1 Quicksand and only 1 Rite of Negation. If you're looking for your tech cards, these are typically the things you're seeing, as well as 2 Mayim and 1 Experimenter. Mayim's a very interesting card, trying to scry for your Chrono Breaks more and block quite well early on.
As well as the Experimenter. It's not something that you see in these lists very often, even after the sort of rise of Jinx in popularity, even while Echo was still standard legal, and of course now no longer, but it's not something you see very often. Going into the next list, though, we've got Darius Nar. Brothers Bond as a 2 of is quite the tech choice here, and outside of that, things looking relatively standard for a list like this.
all the decks we've seen so far have all got crazy interesting cards. I'm really excited to see if they end up coming into play, because these are things that we rarely ever see. Brothers Bond, especially in this one, being the main outlier. Bone Club is sometimes in, sometimes out, but I think most versions are stuck to one at this point. Very interesting list. Finally ending up with Zed Gwen, which, I mean, just as a deck is often a bit weird. I got the Black Flame, you know, a bit of Worlds, you know, trying to get into Worlds using the Black Flame, everyone's favorite Worlds famous card. Interesting choice to put it on something like a Zed or a Shark Chariot or a Moonlit Glenkeeper. Just an overall very interesting list.
And Deathmark making it into the main as well. I don't think that's standard. It might be, though. I haven't really looked too closely at these lists to know like what is standard, what is not. And then when it comes to like looking at APAC lists, you're still not really sure like what is standard and what is not. But as we get into the bans here, Pakaru with a very unique take on triple control. We were talking earlier in the day about Warmothers Call, how it seemed to be relatively popular for the players that we were highlighting in the top 64. But Pakaru throwing all of that out the window and instead going for the more traditional Nora Heimer. I believe the first time we'll see that. A little bit of an odd version of Seraphine set, and then this Evelyn Maokai.
This is a very cool lineup from Pakaru, but this is not what they want to be seeing. I think they want to be seeing heavy set control, things like, you know, Feel the Rush, or not Feel the Rush, sorry, Warmothers Call, as you can try and outscale them, or maybe like slow mid-range, stuff like Formidables to try and beat. But all of this is like very aggro-slanted mid-range, which Seraphine set can be too slow to, and this Watery Grave deck is definitely going to be quite slow into, so I don't think this is the matchup you wanted to see from Pakaru.
Absolutely not. And this is what we talked about in the top 32, right? Players coming in looking for a specific target, but because this is likely to be one of the widest metas that we've ever seen, you can definitely miss on something like that. And it looks like that might be what's happening to Pakaru. Now, there are still some avenues to victory here. Echo Jinx, while it's generally a pretty good anti-control deck because you have the option to have your board wiped and then revived, there's still a lot of combo pieces that kind of need to come together. We've seen Echo be the hide-and-seek champion of 2023 so far, just not wanting to come to the forefront of the meta, come into the deck at the a meaningful time, get those Chrono Breaks shuffled in, actually get the engines going. So there are still inconsistencies inherently within the decks that Mare Nostrum has brought that Pakaru can exploit, but unfortunately just not really up to Pakaru whether or not these decks do what they need to do, and it's not a good position to be in, but definitely winnable.
I think the slowest deck that Mare Nostrum has is the Nar Darius, and that's going to be what Pakaru tries to target. But from Mare Nostrum's perspective, they are going to be in a tough decision. I doubt they were thinking about this lineup when they were building it. Are they going to ban Mill or not? Probably not, because it's going to be too slow. But then what's your next best ban? Maybe Seraphine Set or Hyman Nora, but they're also weird.
Yeah, it's hard to say with this build of Seraphine set, right? Because you don't actually expect the Seraphine to level in a timely fashion in something like this. And even if they do, you know, how many spells are they actually going to get to double up on once the Seraphine is leveled? Because they probably played most of them to level her in the first place. It might even just be about, like, getting off one Facebreaker as the double up spell. But more than that, I think the Seraphine might actually just be a little bit more of like an anti-aggro tech, something that can come down in the early game block, usually 2 units. And then the Temple just kind of tries to win the game from there, outvalue your opponent, out-resource them through a Temple rather than a Karma. It's gotten Pakaru this far in the event, but sometimes players do look at something like that Evelyn Maokai and go, hey, I've never played against this before, I don't understand it, I don't want to try to play against it now for the first time.
There are so many things must be going through Mare Nostrum's mind. They could be thinking, I have to ban Hyman Nora because this is the person that created it. Or we have to ban, you know, Evelyn Maokai because I don't know what's going on. Or we have to ban the set deck. And it's very interesting listening to how people talk about Seraphine set recently. When Karma set first became a thing, everyone thought about it as a Karma deck with set sort of mid-range. And now it's become, you know, seen as the set deck that just happens to have another champion combined with it. We do see the Nar Darius banned. Not what I was expecting, but maybe it's just the strongest, most linear deck that does the thing most consistently.
I think it is a consistency issue here for Pakaru to take that one off the table, and then Mare Nostrum taking out the Seraphine set. I guess just looking at that as the deck with the most early game access, the one that is least exploitable. But again, this like Evelyn deck does strike me as something that can be hard to chew through if you're trying to play aggressively. And we're actually going to get to see it. No, we're not going to get to see it here in game number 1. That Pie Toss means it's Bandle City. That means it's Heimer Nora up against Echo Jinx.
These hate spikes are going to be really important against Echo Jinx. You're going to be able to threaten Echo, and you're going to be able to prevent Echo from striking if you want to try and kill something else, such as like an Inspiring Chronomancer, or put damage on the Voice of the Risen. But this may not be enough because you will need to find a way to win the game, and no Nora, no Heimer can spell Concern. On the other hand, Mare Nostrum has some predicts, and does get the drop border, but we'll need to find more predicts over the course of the game. Just the Chronomancer and the Feral Prescience is not enough.
The First Blood World Champion here in drop order, the only way to burst attack your opponent on turn 1. Well, not the only way, but probably the best way, the 1-3 developed. And now, Pakaru not finding much. And again, like, what do you even take here? Okay, it looks like it's going to be the removal of the keywords. I was going to ask, do you ever go for the landmark destruction just to, like, make sure that an ancient preparations down the line isn't an issue? Do you just go for the heal? Obviously, weapon destruction, not something you value, but actually valuing the removal of the keywords. Oh my goodness, that's a second drop order.
Removing the keywords is interesting, but what you must realize about Hymenora is that there aren't that many blockers when you don't have Junk Construct in your hand. And so you can remove Echo's quick attack, but it's still going to probably survive with that. It's very interesting that we saw Explorer's Blunder be taken. Not enough that I'm thinking if they want to take Voice of the Risen or Mystic Shot. Both are very good reasons to be taken. Mystic Shot can remove a blocker, but Voice of the Risen lets you pummel in for so much damage, and that's what we're going to see.
I actually, obviously looking at the hands and the double hate spike, the triple hate spike now to Pakaru, Mystic Shot was looking appealing because it will have the option to cancel one of those. But the Voices is actually highlighting an issue that I have with this deck, which is it's just too many 4-drops is kind of what it boils down to. Jinx never really feels like she gets to level in a hand like this, and you're not really maintaining a large enough hand size to make it feel worth it all the while. Augmented Experimenter could flip that on its head, but again, the problem with these 4-drops is that they're also high value outside of Augmented Clockling, all right? There's so many puzzle pieces that you need to fit together, and they just come out so slowly that Pakaru really is going to have time to just continue to dig for this Heimerdinger.
You may not remember this, but when I first top cut, you wrote about me in a little article, and you mentioned that I was playing. I was playing Echo Jinx, and Echo Jinx into Shadow Isles does very interesting things. Where while 4 mana is an issue on your champions and your win cons, such as the Voice of the Risen, Shadow Isles only really has 6 mana removal in the Vengeance. They can try and hate spike, and we are going to see that come down, and that has changed it since years ago when you wrote this article, but you are able to sort of outvalue because your win cons are cheaper than their answers. And that's what Echo Jinx is going to try and do here.
Not finding much off of this predict. I mean, another Echo is certainly something that you're going to want, right? I think that, all right, how... Is this the 4th predict or is this the 3rd predict? I never remember if Echo actually waits until the card finishes resolving and then levels and shuffles in the chrono breaks, or like you shuffle them in as soon as the card is cast because you're doing a predict. I'm never quite sure. I guess we'll find out in a second here. I don't even know if you remember.
We've seen Feral into Aspiring Chronomancer into Ancient Preparation. This is, in fact, the 4th predict.
Okay, so it fully resolves the time trick, then the chrono breaks go in. See, this is why you're the expert, Spids.
I've played too much of this deck over the past year and a half. I think it's like my 3rd or 4th highest mastery, just below Silver Auction and Red Gwen. We are going to see Pakaru making the most out of their triple hate spike hand, and getting a Conchologist, which we haven't mentioned yet, is quite an important card for them to be able to survive longer. We're going to see what they try and get here. Probably... those aren't good options, but you're probably taking Quicken.
It's nice to be able to sort of set up a shadow block with something like this. I don't think that the Quicken's going to get much use out of your opponent once the Voice of the Risen comes down, because the Echo did level before dying, so now everything's going to be up to 4 attack. You're not really looking to bounce a drop border here. But Pakaru is still not finding a significant threat, and Eclectic Collection is something that I'm a little bit down on in a deck like this, because you do just have hands like this. It's such a clunky do-nothing card. Drawing multiple copies of it can be such a rough position to be in. And a 3rd drop order for Mare Nostrum, that is tragic.
Eclectic Collection's always really interesting. I always thought of this as a really powerful card, but once you realize that it only shuffles in at most 18 puff caps, it's not even like threatening as much as you think it would, right? The best part of it is the portals, but if you've got a board full of things like Junk Construct and randomly summon portals, you don't need even more portals at that point. This Forsaken Pakaru finding the drop portal is quite nice, and we're probably going to see that curved into a Voice of the Risen. And Pakaru is going to have to Vengeance it, but then we can just play even more champions.
And another issue with Eclectic Collection is the portals going into the top 10 rather than the top 4. So even if you're just trying to do it with a couple of units, it's not great. A little surprised to see the Vengeance come out pre-combat, but maybe Pakaru didn't actually think that Mare Nostrum was going to go into combat. Never mind, they just full swing again anyway. So going to get a block with the Conchologist, just bouncing off with drop order to take advantage of the Husk health. And next turn is looking like it might even just be like Naked Quicken onto Concologist to try and generate another spell. Oh, never mind. There's another Concologist too. A little bit of backup, but things are still looking rough. Where Mari Nostrum just continuing to draw champion after champion.
There's a very scary controller just on the other side, and the only fearsome blockers that Mari Nostrum has outside of voices buffing things are champions, which I think is a really funny way. And this chip damage, if this game does go long and Pakaru is able to stabilize, will be relevant, right? You do want to win through puff caps, or you want to win through 6-mana Heimerdinger turrets, so it's quite important to look for that. And Mari Nostrum not really finding their chrono breaks, not really finding their win cons here. They are going to go for Mayim to try and look even further. It's like a side grade to a Clockling, but not finding what they need.
I'm looking, I'm heeing, I'm hawing. All of these, like, Bandle Tellstones, kind of whatever. The other two options look rather appealing. It's more about, like, okay, what do I think is actually in my opponent's hand? Because when your opponent's this low on cards, obviously the Tricksy Tentacles feels a lot better, but I think Undergrowth is the right option while you're just kind of getting chipped down by all these drop borders.
Definitely like the Undergrowth. Finding a Feral Prescience, we're probably going to see that come down this turn, looking for the Rite of Negation or looking for the Chrono Break. Pakaru trying to figure out what they're going to do with the rest of their turns. We are going to see the Undergrowth come down just before a Chrono Break could happen, and if there was a Chrono Break, this isn't the worst one you could see. Losing 3 units can't feel good. I mean, you don't lose them, they're at the bottom of the deck, but now you know you've got 3 less units happening now.
I remember when, oh man, there was a big debate about, like, back in the go hard days and tossing, and it's like, oh no, you tossed your go hards, and it's like, okay, well, they were at the bottom of the deck, so it doesn't really matter anyway. And then, oh well, now your opponent has the information that you're down go hard. Ultimately, I don't think it really matters what was on the bottom of your deck. Yeah, you give a little bit of information over to the opponent, but I think they could have, you know, through the power of reasonable deduction, Mari Nostrum was probably aware that there weren't many units in Pakaru's hand at this point.
Mari Nostrum getting a C. If you don't know, by the way, Mari means C and Nostrum means our. Our is in the pronoun us. But in a sea of all of these 4-mana cards, eventually going to be able to play 2 next turn. Isn't that exciting? Finally, 2 cards in a turn. But we're going to see the Perilous Pastry come down combined with... Is this going to be... I didn't see what it was initially, but it's going to be probably trying to deal with the...
Oh, it's
that's going to be
Glimpse Beyond.
Interesting.
That's not Hate Spike. And even then, I feel like
this is accurate.
I feel like Hate Spike is something you would want to wait on here so that you can set up the Ghost block, but
I think that's what we're going to see. I think we're going to see a Glimpse Beyond and a Hate Spike on the turn. If you've been hand tracking, I think you're able to work out that there isn't a Chrono Break. I don't know if that's entirely true, but I feel like we've seen these cards in the hand this whole time. We might be able to work that out and us feel pretty comfy knowing that there's no Rite of Negation or Chrono Break, or at least trying to play for that.
And it is going to work out, and the win just keeps getting taken out of the sails of Mari Nostrum, but these drop orders are just doing a lot of work regardless. Pakaru, yeah, I think the raw Glimpse Beyond is just something you've got to fire off at this point. This is your last unit. You can't really afford to wait around for your opponent to draw a Mystic Shot. Maybe you'll find something. Double Grave Companion, which I believe is probably going to make its top 16 debut right here, right now. I don't think this card has ever made it this far before.
You can play Grave Companion as a Grave Companion and then Glimpse Beyond one of them to draw 3 cards for that turn, but that's not going to feel great. Now, Mari Nostrum losing 2 voices already. Like, if you go through the deck, losing both voices is very hard. It's going to be hard to find that 3rd copy of voices, which means that Pakaru isn't actually looking that down in damage. There is going to be the Jinx leveling next turn, but that can always be Dawning Shadowed. So, Pakaru somehow has managed to stabilize after one of the most awkward hands I've seen with no Junk Construct and no Nora.
And even if Mari Nostrum does draw a Chrono Break here, okay, it does matter a little bit if they go into combat. I imagine Glimpse Beyond is going to be used to dodge the Echo, but that Dawning Shadow is actually a great anti-Chrono Break tech in that you're only killing 1 unit, and then when your opponent goes for the rally, all of their units are significantly reduced on their attack.
It's a very interesting deck list. I doubt Pakaru was thinking about exactly Echo Jinx with the way this is built, but it has definitely come into play quite a bit. Presume we're going to see the Glimpse Beyond try and be hovered, draw 3 cards, eventually find these cards that you've been looking for. I don't think I can put into words how much different this game would look if Junk Construct was there earlier. It would have blocked like 8 damage by this point and been much, much healthier. We're going to see Glimpse and Hate Spike, I think, both come down. And if you order this properly, No, it doesn't matter how you order it, I don't think. To get an extra draw.
Is there even a hate spike left? I thought all of the hate spikes had been
sorry, not
used.
hate
Oh,
spike.
this is double Glimpse Beyond.
Oh, okay.
No,
That
it's
makes
not.
sense.
It's one Glimpse Beyond, and oh man, we don't remember what cards there are. We know it's
The
one
casters
Glimpse
don't
Beyond
know.
and something else. It's Pie Toss.
High toss. Saving 1 damage, trying to draw 3. It shouldn't draw 4, right? Dog doesn't proc on itself? I'd assume not.
Would be surprised if it did.
It doesn't. We do see the Heimer drawn. Finally, units can be played. Pakaru has finally found any way to, search for units. And Mare Nostrum failing to draw because of the Glimpse Beyond means they can't find the Chrono Break, they can't find Rite of Negation, and can't find a way of killing Heimerdinger on this turn.
No, so with Mystic Shot going to the top of the deck, Mystic Shot at the Nexus puts Pakaru down to 5. Super Mega Death Rocket puts them down to 2. And then that Mystic Shot on top of the deck puts them down to 0.
One thing I want to point out about Heimer Nora, this is something I was thinking about talking about earlier. Heimer Nora is really interesting, where typically, whenever you fought Shadow Isles, you've always been like, their health doesn't really matter because they can always heal. They've always a Vile piece, they always have these cards. Heimer Nora doesn't run healing anymore, which means it's basically like a PNZ Noxus control deck, which is a crazy difference. Obviously, you can get healing from the Explorer. That's the one exception to this rule. But you can count down to 20, which is something you could never do against SI decks previously.
I think that's why we've seen such a big fall off of SI and Standard, even if the lack of healing in SI isn't as much of an issue as people might make it out to be. I think it's just such a playstyle difference from what we're used to out of Shadow Isle, especially the control decks, that it's taken us longer than we might have liked to adapt to it, but I assume this is going to be the Mystic Shot off the top, and that's just going to be lethal. No, they went for something else, actually. I'm looking at the deck list here, Spids. I'm not seeing anything that could have possibly stopped that line of play.
You might be seeing this Explorer
You might be
in hand.
thinking
They
the
don't know
healing?
that it's Explorer's
Yeah.
blunder. It could have been the Explorer healing spell and tried to go for a longer game. I don't hate it. It's like the Poros snacks that we saw earlier when ABG Nessie was not playing it earlier. It's similar, but I think you're still supposed to go for the Mystic Shot there because you're still threatening a lot of damage with your board anyway, and getting the Clockling doesn't change that all that much.
I also feel like I'm not 100% sure on this, but I'm relatively certain that Pakaru has passed with a good amount of mana in the past to the point where they probably would have just used the healing to be mana efficient. But if they haven't, then yeah, maybe Mare Nostrum is still cognizant of the healing, going, what else would you even possibly take in this matchup? Obviously, it's the healing. Even if you took the keyword one, then I've had a Jinx and an Echo in play before. Surely you would have used it on one of them and had a more effective block, but that's just not how Pakaru's units have lined up until this point. But I don't think Mare Nostrum is really in danger of dying before Pakaru finishes them off.
Pakaru has to make some decisions here. We are going to see Explorer's Blunder come down and try and develop some units. Probably going to see another unit come down as well. I wonder if you pop the Chrono Break here. This is something that's very difficult to organize. Echo isn't going to die, so you are able to get the free attack and trade into the board a little. You don't revive anything, but you're basically just using this as Relentless Pursuit and trying to pressure a deck that doesn't respond well to Relentless Pursuit.
Man, I'm good.
Now, luckily, Pakaru can dodge this with a Quicken onto one of their units and then replay it on the following turn and just full block everything else. And because the Chrono Break came out already, you don't have to worry about that, so your units are going to survive. It's just a matter of what do you want to bounce to your own hand. Do you want to reset the health on your dog, even though it's more mana? Maybe you reset the Nora just because it's, the cheaper unit, and it looks like it is going to be the Nora.
Mare Nostrum is going to be ruining in their seat seeing this. They've seen 3 Hate Spikes, 2 Glimpse Beyonds, and a Pie Toss, and still their Echo is unable to trade. That's got to feel awful. You would have thought that Echo was guaranteed here, but no, this Conchola just picking this maybe like 20 turns ago. Slight Hyperbolization, more like 6. You wouldn't have expected it. It's got to hurt to see from Mare Nostrum.
And now Pakaru is finally going to get to take advantage of that Eclectic Collection. So while Mare Nostrum has to sit here and dig through their deck to try to find an out, they're going to be drawing shrooms in the process. And thanks to production, we see that Nora is now fully leveled and will be generating 4, 5, 6, 7 mana units coming out of these portals.
This game is far from over, though, because as we've said before, this Heimer Nora list is just like old Noxus PNZ, except slightly different. there is no healing outside of an Explorer. If Mare Nostrum is able to find that Mystic Shot that we saw earlier that wasn't picked, they could still easily lose. And there are so many ways for Mare Nostrum to top deck what they need.
Yeah, I believe there's still 2 Mystic Shot, 2 Jinx left in the deck. Maybe it's only one. No, yeah, I think it is 2 Jinx left in the deck at this point. I believe one was like shuffled away by a Miriam earlier. So at minimum, I'm not gonna say minimum, maximum 4 points of burn, or 4 burn cards rather, that Mare Nostrum can still draw into to find the end of this game. And Pakaru would have to find an Explorer in the meantime to get 1 health above a Super Mega Death Rocket, 2 above a Mystic Shot. But they're not presenting lethal on this following turn, not through Quicksand.
And there are interesting ways that Pakaru can try and look for another Explorer. They could shoot their own Floorbegon. They're able to play Ceaseless Sentry and try and look for it. But we see the Mystic Shot drawn, and this will dispel lethal as soon as Mare Nostrum gets an action.
It was a close one, Spids. For a second there, I thought Pakaru might have been able to, like, it would have taken a couple of turns, but maybe ultimately in the end they could get there. But sometimes you just draw those 2 points of burn that you shuffled away earlier in the game, and that is going to do it here for game number 1. Mare Nostrum taking it over Pakaru.
Pakaru's got to be thinking, I should have taken the other thing from the Explorer. It was so close. I would have had 2 health remaining, and I would have made it.
Well, you know what they say, hindsight's 50-50, and hopefully now we'll get to see this Evelynn Maokai deck going up against Ephemerals. This is not a position that you want to be in if you're Pakaru. Ephemerals, back in the day, very, very heavily anti-control deck. There was really nothing you could do unless you ran Withering Wail, but Withering Wail wasn't very effective against the rest of the meta. This is a little bit more low to the ground, a little bit more aggressive. There's no, like, Hecarim top end, but at the end of the day, still a little bit of a nightmare for decks like these.
Yeah, Heimer is going to have some better play into it with things like Pytos to shoot down some things, and the fact that they can't really effectively kill Heimer or Nora can be quite relevant, and we're going to see both Pytos and Heimer in the opening hand. But at the end of the day, Mare Nostrum doesn't sort of fall off, because every single attack that they're going to have will be pressuring 15 damage pretty much every single time. That's just how Ephemerals work. You need to put them on a clock. You can't just be passive, and Pakaru is going to struggle to find that.
Luckily, they do have a more proactive hand this time around, but still, Shark Chariot in the opener really highlights the pain point in a matchup like this. It's something that you can't interact with in play, or rather, like, its slow speed. It doesn't come in until they're already in combat, and by then it's a little bit too late for the Perilous Pastry to come out and be an answer, but they're generally not killing by turn 5. Pakaru should have the time to get down a Heimerdinger and establish a board by then. Now, I'm a little bit more worried about this Maokai deck.
Mare Nostrum has got the perfect 1, 2, 3, 4. They've got the Foyer on the defensive token to get the extra hollowed. They've got Gwen that needs to be Vengeance, but you're going to be facing down so many things. They have to make a tough decision, though. Shark Chariot or Redeem Prodigy. Redeem Prodigy does 4 damage now and 1 for every future turn, but Shark Chariot does 3 damage now and 3 for every future turn, and deciding that the future game is more important.
And no Pytos onto the Shark Chariot to deny that little bit of damage. Probably going to have to save that for once the Heimer comes down, because I think you're right. Vengeance onto Gwen on turn 4 is borderline mandatory, so not able to have that big spell for when the Heimerdinger actually comes down. You got to kind of take what you can get. And Heimer's not really like the win condition in this deck in the way that it was in Heimer Jace. You're not really getting a slurry of big turrets. It's more about, like, yeah, here's just more Bandle City gum up the board nonsense to level up my Nora.
You see Nora get the strike in, and just having enough block is exactly what you want. We are going to see Portal Pioneer come down and destroy the opulent Foyer. Very important that this happened. This is going to deny probably 4 or 5 stacks of hollowed plus 10 damage worth of these units over the course of the next couple of turns, because either this game goes long or Mare Nostrum wins. So we're going to see this happen. It's a very good take from the Portal Pioneer.
No. Oh. Soul Harvest is a very, very good top deck for Pakaru if this Gwen actually does come down. I think that's enough of a tempo stoppage for Pakaru to really get back into this game. So Mare Nostrum is going to look at that deck list, say, if I run out this Gwen and I get Soul Harvested, that's kind of a rough beat. Let me throw down the Redeemed Prodigy instead. That way I leave Hate Spike open if there is some kind of removal tool for it. And instead, it's just going to be a blocker developed by Pakaru. But either way, a lot of time bought here. And now, as a 6-mana spell available while Heimerdinger comes through.
Getting the extra Shark Chariot as well. It's going to be difficult to find a way to proc Shark Chariot on a future turn unless you want to use the Moonlit Glenkeeper. We do see Stalking Shadows, which can proc Shark Chariot by giving you an ephemeral unit. But Pakaru is going to have the sort of hand that allows them to start on the very slow and not too great feeling stabilization process with the Heimer, with the Pytos. And going to be able to get another portal pretty much guaranteedly with 3 draws plus the draw from the Ceaseless Entry.
And this is where we're really going to start to see the breakpoint between this and other ephemeral decks in the past. Just the lack of Hecarim, the lack of the big finish that levels up in your deck and comes down and gives everything buffed up for the rest of the game. The overwhelm damage on the unit itself can't really be understated. Instead, now we're actually just going to see like a draw denied, Nora taken out with the hate spike, and gotta hope for a decent Husk here to power up that Gwen.
Yeah, Tough or Spell Shield would be really ideal for trying to go onto this Gwen. You could also hope for regen, but doesn't seem to get too much. And we are going to see the Quick Attack Husk. Sort of superfluous with Gwen, but who knows? Maybe it'll be surprising and we'll get 2 Quick Attacks.
Unfortunately, the health buff not super relevant here as we're still kind of lining up that Soul Harvest onto that Gwen. It might even happen on the Heimerdinger turn, get another portal down as the Portal Palooza does turn back into a Nora, so that's one less spell for the Heimer in the future. But now is the moment of truth. Just an open attack, might as well push a little bit of damage, get the portal into the deck for free. It's not like you're attacking with the Heimerdinger this turn, so see how Mare Nostrum wants to open this one. Pakaru might just take a pass if Mare offers it.
This does look like Pakaru has definitely stabilized quite a bit. They're getting a couple of portals over the next couple of turns. They're probably going to play Heimer, and they shouldn't, I imagine, be any way of interacting with it. I don't think we saw Soul Harvest or anything. There might be Deathmark, which Pakaru could be thinking about, but that would be about it. But Mare Nostrum doesn't have as bad as the hand might seem. Being able to stun something and being able to scry for something like extra Moonlit Glenkeepers or even Shark Chariots could be really, really good with this Stalking Shadows.
Yeah, definitely not out of the woods. I mean, even if they take the pass here, Stagehand into the Moonlight Glenkeeper with the Shark Chariot already in the death pool offers up a good amount of damage. And now with Heimer coming down, I imagine Gwen is relatively safe to come down as well. It's a matter of, probably not going to be an open attack out of Mare Nostrum. If there is, it's going to be disastrous walking into that Vengeance. But with the Stagehand in hand, I imagine Mare Nostrum is going to run this one out.
One thing we should heavily consider, never mind, ignore what I was about to say. I was going to say Moonlit Glenkeeper has Fearsome, and there aren't that many good Fearsome blockers from Pakaru, but Noble Rebel is a Fearsome blocker, and that changes things a lot. You are able to do Stagehand plus Moonlit Glenkeeper, but the actions allow Pakaru to do Vengeance and develop the 6-1. You can pull it to the side. That damage is still relevant. We could see a 5 damage Fearsome, but it takes a lot more setup.
We'll see what Mare Nostrum wants to open with here. 3 Hallowed Stacks procced up, 3 Mark of the Isle in the deck, something Pakaru is going to have to think of when lining up this Soul Harvest onto the Gwen. Although I think you'd be relatively happy to see Ephemeral go down on the Gwen. You just kind of need to deal with that card, especially as Mare Nostrum gets down to 3 cards in hand here. Pakaru, though, only enough mana for a couple of spells. If the Soul Harvest is used, Vengeance is off the table.
Going to be a tough decision for Pakaru. You could try and go for Soul Harvest, but again, it runs into the Mark of the Isles, as you were saying, and if you do that, you can't afford Vengeance anymore. Pytos, you could try and double up on, get a bunch of 1/1s, and deny what you think might be one of the few ways they've got ephemeral access to. You've already destroyed the landmark. You've already seen a couple of these come down. They may not have easy ways of creating ephemerals, especially if you can Pytos or Perilous Base Tree them afterwards. Pakaru's got a lot they definitely need to think about. I wonder what they go for. It's going to be quite tough. We are going to see the Soul Harvest hovered and threaten the...
If Mark of the Isle stops it either way, you might as well go after the Gwen here, right? I don't think you're really leaving up too much with that 1 extra mana, but no, is going to go on to the Redeemed Prodigy.
Boulevard's pants are on fire because he is a liar, but we are going to see the Moonlit Glenkeeper probably come down, try and pull the Fearsome to the side, and not an easy way for Pakaru to answer it. There will be 2 + 3, 5 damage, plus the Gwen extra 2. We're going to see Pakaru go down to probably 3 health here, in again, a deck that doesn't really heal.
All right, there is the Moonlit Glenkeeper. Here comes, I imagine, the turret. Might be the Pytos instead to try and stop the challenge onto the Fearsome unit. And that would just take a lot of the wind out of the sails of Mare Nostrum. Still get the 2 damage through for the Gwen, but yeah, it does kind of feel like this might just have to be pre-combat pie toss to preserve your fearsome blocker.
That may have to be the case. Again, you're going to be running into Mark of the Isles, but we have seen that already been sort of tested for, so this is rather safe as a play. It does mean that the Moonlit Glenkeeper is not going to push in for the 5 damage. Gwen will still be able to trade on something, probably just the draw, to be honest, and that'll be even better for Pakaru. And that's what we're going to see, the trade and presumably the block. Pakaru has definitely stabilized, but again, we see Stalking Shadows. This is not out of the woods yet.
Eternal Dancer, probably the... It's the largest hit that you could get off the Stalking Shadows, but even something like a Shark Chariot might be a little bit more impactful in terms of like ending the game later on, because you're getting double up on the Shark Chariot. Each one is summoning the other Shark Chariots because it's ephemeral, and while there is still an ephemeral in the hand of Mare Nostrum, anything can become ephemeral with a Mark of the Isle down the line. But with so many cards in the hand of Pakaru, you've got to assume that this is going to be like a Nora level into the Eclectic Collection. All these portals start coming out, and probably no more damage going to be pushed through.
The Ceaseless Sentry was glimpsed beyond it and then portaled back into another Ceaseless Sentry. It seems to be some sort of shadow trickery where Nora is putting a portal right under the glimpse and taking the unit back. This is a very threatening attack, and we even see the Eclectic Collection. We're not going to see it played right now, but Eclectic will be able to shuffle in a bunch of puff caps, exactly 18, as well as create a 6-1 for Heimerdinger.
All right, so okay, here's what happens. Mare Nostrum goes, oh, look, I did it. Okay, here, oh man, I was waiting for, I wanted the puff caps in the deck first, and then you don't even look at the puff caps, and it's like, oh no, there were 17 puff caps on my stagehand. Where did those come from? Just really turn the tides and give us an excellent game through with this Maokai list that we really want to see in action. That's kind of why we picked this matchup in the first place, Pakaru. So hurry up with the Heimer Nora. We've seen this before. I've seen it. I'm sick of it. Whatever. Nora level up. Awesome. Cool. Yordles everywhere. Great text. Whatever, man. I want to see some mill.
After that tirade, we should keep in mind that Mare Nostrum is definitely not out of it, and that pick from Stalking Shadows with 2 fearsome attackers can definitely be relevant. We might see Heimer flip by then, but if there's not enough ways of blocking fearsome, this is quite a bit of damage. It's 6 damage right now with 4 hollowed plus 2 from one of the Glenkeepers. You get both of them hit, that will be lethal. Mare Nostrum is definitely not out of this. One of the better hits to get from Stalking Shadows.
I think it's still going to take the backup of something like a Mark of Nile. There's a Vengeance and a Hate Spike in the hand for Pakaru, so even though they've only got 1 fearsome blocker at the moment, and they might even... I don't imagine Mare Nostrum's actually going to throw out a block here. They might, but at the same time, you'd kind of be opening yourself up to a potential portal coming out. Okay, yeah, I kind of like this, keeping the sort of board full, because now that the Nora is leveled, you don't want your opponent to just like, oh, look, here's my Soul Gorger coming out of my portal, and now suddenly not only do I have a fearsome blocker, but I have lifesteal. So in a situation like this, they're going to force it into Pakaru's hand. Go for, I guess it's not even going to be an open attack, right? You probably are going to have to Nightfall out these Moonlit Glenkeepers. And with that being the case, between the Vengeance, the Hate Spike, the Pie Toss, I'm not seeing the lethal here for Mare Nostrum.
You never know. If there is a Mark of the Isles top deck, I think it is possible. You'd have to map out all of these actions with how the Heim is going to create stuff, with how the Hate Spike is going to come down. It is not the easiest decision to make, but if we don't see the Mark of the Isles, I do think you're right that Mare Nostrum is not going to find their way out of this, especially if Eclectic Collection comes down. Someone's a 6-1 right now and gets a bunch of portals and is able to develop things like a Surprise Soul Gorger, for example. You see it come down, and everyone's favorite long animation that's slightly shorter than the Sun Disc.
And this is going to be a Heimerdinger level up as well, all in the same action. So every time we've seen Eclectic Collection so far, it's been immediately followed up by that Heimerdinger level up. And I just imagine we're going to get a pass out of Mare Nostrum here. Not a lot of reason to throw out the Moonlit Glenkeeper before you can Nightfall it. And we'll have the mana to run all of the units in hand currently out on the following turn. But again, even without spell mana banked, Vengeance plus Hate Spike are available. And now a 5/5, no, all 3 chimes I believe went on the same unit, but that should at least be 1 additional fearsome blocker in the hand of Pakaru if they get in action.
Zed is a little bit too late. You would have hoped to see this on maybe, I don't know, turn 3, and instead it's turn 8, which last time I checked is exactly 5 turns too late. Mare Nostrum just isn't going to be able to find their way out of this. Pakaru could tap under something if they're being a bit too quick, but even with this hand, it's hard to tap under Vengeance when all of your cards cost less than 3 mana.
Now imagine if the Zed were a Hecarim, if you will. I know that he's rotated. I know he's often in Eternal Wonderland, but this is why I'm not as big on ephemerals as I once was. And I was never huge on it, but man, the finishing power that Hecarim brought to the table, you just don't get that out of Zed.
No, Zed is really good into decks that don't have direct damage removal, like decks that don't run Hate Spike or don't run Pytos or don't run, all of the things that Pisukaru is trying to run. This is just not the matchup for Zed. I think it wanted to see something like Gwen Riven, where they don't have it. Well, actually, no, that has Hate Spike. I don't know what Zed wants to see, but
Zed wants to see Jax Ornn, I guess?
And run into Jax's champion spell? I can see that. Pisukaru just thinking, what are the possible ways that I lose this? Do I need a Hate Spike now, or can I wait on Hate Spike? There's a lot of things you can think about. They're going to be looking at each other's deck lists and trying to figure this all out. But Pisukaru stays slow and stays steady. They should be able to come through this with a bunch of floor begons attacking elusively.
Yeah, it's a little bit of... With only 6 mana left available, you can either Vengeance or you can Pytos, Perilous Pastry, Hate Spike, and just kind of thinking, okay, if my opponent goes into combat, is there anything that they could possibly do to me? Especially if I end up going for like a Pytos, Hate Spike combo rather than the Vengeance. Does Mark of the Isle get me in some way? You're aware that your opponent only has one unknown card. The other one is a Moonlight Glenkeeper because the one in play is ephemeral, so you know they came off the Stalking Shadows. Here comes the second copy, and that's just another calculation that Pisukaru was doing. If my opponent played one Moonlight Glenkeeper, they're pretty likely to play the second one, and honestly, an attack lost here off of one is playing the ephemeral copy before the non-ephemeral copy. Not that I think it really makes a difference here.
Now I'm going to see this attack lineup. Mare Nostrum's got to just be praying, no Vengeance, no Hate Spike. Please let me get this this fearsome damage in, but we can see the hand from Pisukaru that's going to be the case. Mare Nostrum, I don't think anything was badly played from Mare Nostrum's perspective. They played their 1, 2, 3, 4, or they didn't play Gwen, sorry, in the end. They played another card, but they were trying to be aggressive. They mulliganed rather well. It didn't pan out when Pisukaru managed to play Heimer on 5.
And that's always been the biggest criticism of ephemerals. It is a strong deck, but it is a low agency deck. It's not really up to you in a lot of situations how well you do. All you can do is put your cards on the table, and if your opponent has the answers, well, that's just all she wrote.
The Hate Spike come down. Gonna see more turrets be spawned. Heimer, for some reason, seeing Evelyn kill something and be like, yeah, this is a good opportunity to create a tough turret. This is exactly what I was trying to do. Gonna draw Kahiri the Returned and a bunch of chimes. I forgot about Eclectic Collection. It's on the screen, but I just completely forgot about it. And I don't think there's an out for Mare Nostrum at this point. I don't think there's a single thing they could draw to avoid them getting lethal down fearsomely, actually.
You don't know that about the what is this 11 mana Shadow Isle fast speed drain 6 from the opponent's Nexus spell? You haven't heard about that one?
Oh no, sorry, I hadn't heard about this. I must have missed that when they released Utter Devastation. I just get them so confused.
Yeah, those variety cards get pretty wild these days.
We do see the surrender 1-1 for Pisukaru versus Mare Nostrum, and we are going to see your very favorite Evelyn Maokai Mill.
Whoa, who said anything about favorite? It's why we're watching the matchup, but let me tell you, Boulevard likes it when y'all just bring the same deck. It makes my stats easy. I get Carpal Tunnel if there's too many one-ofs, and I gotta say, this time around, it's not gonna be kind on the wrists for me, but this is a list that we haven't seen before and actually is taking advantage of. I don't think it was a variety patch this time, or Eris rather. The 2-mana 1/1 Nexus Strike summon a random husk. I think it might have. I don't think it was a variety patch card, but I remember it didn't really make an impact when it came out, so I kind of forget when it came out. Now on top of that, just a couple of like sea monster cards, but Grave Companion, another tech choice that Pisukaru has put in this Shadow Isle list that I don't even know what to expect out of a normal mill deck, because I've seen, normally when I see like the Maokai Watery Grave stuff, it still just kind of looks like deep.
The deck does some interesting things. It has seen some niche play in tournaments. I know Sir Tournament has been playing it a little bit in some certain things. It does some things powerfully, but you really have to stall. You don't have a win con outside of Watery Grave. You can pretend to have Sea Scarab winning, and you can pretend to have Evelyn, but it never gets you there. Fighting this deck that is probably going to be able to pressure them relatively effectively, but Pisukaru maybe has the best draw with double Sea Scarab and Maokai.
Maybe would have liked a Soul Harvest instead of the Vengeance, would have paired into this hand very well, but of course one Mark of the Isle out of Mare Nostrum could undo all of that anyway, so gonna ship it back for an Evelyn. Not looking great into what Mare Nostrum has assembled here. Pakaru very much at risk of just getting aggroed down, but hey, with this many units in hand, all of your top decks are that much more likely to be removal.
That's one way of thinking about it. You know, if my mulligan is bad, at least I'll draw into good cards later. On the other hand, Mare Nostrum has drawn into 2 Dragon Ambush, which are typically pretty good, but only if you've got a high density of Hollowed and Shark Chariot. And with only 1 Hollowed and no Shark Chariot, these are just 5-mana deal fours, which is not great.
Ooh, the Black Flame, does that change anything, Spids? I'm trying to think of even what the... I mean, I think obviously the high priority target is Shark Chariot, just getting as many Shark Chariots as humanly possible, but outside of that, Greenblade Duo is not an awful grab.
I have seen a lot of people pick Zed with this thing. Protect Zed, it means Zed can't be hate spoken, which that's not the past tense of hate spike, hate spiked. Where that's a good way of protecting that unit, especially if there's no landmark removal. It's a very good way of dealing with that, but that's sort of where you're hoping at the most. We are going to see the pass because there isn't that much else going on, and we are going to see the Mark of the Isles protect from a hate spike if that ends up becoming the case.
This is a concern that I had is, yes, Zed is a very good target. The problem is that if you want to do all of that, you have to wait until turn 5, and even then there's still an opportunity for the opponent to kill the Zed before the Black Flame comes down. Mark of the Isle is going to mitigate that just a little bit, but at this point, Pakaru also just has enough established to fight through the Mark of the Isle. The Hate Spike plus the Undergrowth will kill this unit regardless, and now we're even seeing the Zed come down a turn before the Black Flame is online. Gwen, also not a bad target, but again, you know, it's just a one-of. It's not like you have to tunnel too hard on a card like this to find victory. Sometimes Greenglade Duo into Zed, just like the beta days, is good enough.
While Pakaru does have some answers towards what Mare Nostrum wants to do, Pakaru also has to weigh if they want to be playing the Sea Scarabs, the Everlands, and the Maokais, because they will want to have the Saplings be aggressive. But they can't do Maokai plus a Sapling unless they do Hate Spike on the next turn and do the Maokai on the next turn if they play something else on this turn. There's a lot of math that they have to work out regarding how exactly they want to stabilize after this turn. It may not be correct to go for the Hate Spike and the Undergrowth if it means you're not developing units against a deck that constantly tries to pummel you.
There's also just the thought of if like right now you go, okay, here's an Undergrowth onto Zed before you go to combat, and Mark of the Isle comes out, and you go, okay, here's Hate Spike onto Zed, and a second Mark of the Isle comes out, you are eliminated from the tournament.
That would definitely be scary. I would hate if that happened to me. I can understand why Pakaru would not want to go for that. Mine Nostrum trying to line up the attacks, trying to figure out probably if they want to even attack with Zed at all. Because if Maokai blocks it, Zed will die. Either Zed dies from the strike, or they have to play the Mark of the Isles. Not having a Hollowed yet means that Zed is running into something here.
And I think that's a trade that Mare Nostrum's just going to have to accept, given that Maokai's going to do way too good of a job of keeping Mare Nostrum's board under control if it's allowed to table here.
Definitely going to be a consideration. It's weird to think of Maokai right now as being like a Broadwing creator or Fleet Feather Tracker creator, but that's something that Mare Nostrum can't really deal with. But losing Zed means that there's not going to be a good Black Flame target. Duo is not what you want because you're going to miss out on the extra stacks, and Gwen is not what you want either. Pakaru deciding not to block and elect to keep the Maokai around. Zed flipping, which is quite important for the extra stats that will be constantly pummeling. This one strength will matter when it's doubled all the time.
It does take it out of Soul Harvest range as well, which is, I feel like sometimes players really overestimate how scary level 2 Zed is when there's just literally nothing in the deck that gives Zed a keyword to spread around, which is kind of what you get out of a level 2 Zed. Obviously, the 1 health and 1 attack going to matter a lot more in a matchup like this is like Undergrowth, Soul Harvest, and these Saplings just no longer available. And then with that Black Flame coming down, Zed is now available to be played again by Mare Nostrum, and then 2 Zeds is a lot of Zeds, a lot more Zeds than you want to be dealing with, and because they're all ephemeral, they're going to get additional buffs from, you know, any of the Moonlight Glen Cleapers or things like that. But this might just be an empty board. You do have to attack with something in order for the Black Flame to trigger, and I guess that's where the Dragon Ambushes are coming in.
Dragon Ambush is definitely a powerful card here. It may look like Mare Nostrum only has 1 attack token next turn, but Mare Nostrum's actually got 2 attack tokens right in hand with these Dragon Ambushes. Healing a little, which is irrelevant right now, but maybe relevant in the future. But summoning a bunch of attackers that Pakaru doesn't have fantastic blocks lined up. He could also just play another Zed and attack with 4 Zeds next turn, really being the Shadow himself. lots of interesting plays that Mare Nostrum can go for.
Pakaru can take a little bit of damage here, but not too much. And the second Dragon Ambush is going to start to cause a lot of problems. Maokai might even get in a safety block. Hell, might even be able to get in a safety block with the second Sea Scarab, get everything down to 1 HP. It's not like you're really worried about your opponent using removal at that point, but you are considering, oh, you know, what if another one of these comes out in the future? What if I have to block something bigger? But I think it's worth for Pakaru to take the double block here and preserve this HP.
One thing Pakaru also still has access to is an attack token and a Dead Bloom Wanderer. Being able to passively heal 3 without losing this unit is very, very good for Pakaru. Typically, Dead Bloom Wanderer is just a heal 3. It just trades and that's it. It's going to be a heal 6 in this matchup, if not possibly more, depending on the fact that Mare Nostrum doesn't ever have blockers because all of their units are ephemeral.
All right, we are now getting to the time of the matchup where I need production to show me where Maokai's at. After the Dead Bloom Wanderer comes down, then we can check where the Maokai's at. 6 out of 25. I don't know if that was pre or post everything that we just saw. That feels like it had to have been pre. Unless 6 cards were just tossed there. 8? That's not how math works. 11? Okay, there we go. We're at 11. That's a believable number.
Yeah.
Thank you, production.
Production, once again, filling in for all of our inability of knowing all these things ourselves. We could have just been counting, but no, we have to get production to do all of it
I could have been counting,
ourselves.
but production assured me, Boulevard, we've got this really cool mechanic where we can show off champion level ups. Please use it. And now the Zed is coming down, but if Pakaru really wants to, they could take this out. Hate Spike could come through, followed by the Undergrowth to counter the Mark of the Isle, and then there actually is no attack coming through this turn to proc the Black Flame, but that's not going to be what happens here. Instead, just 5 blockers maintained.
Every single time that Pakaru plays a unit when Maokai hasn't been procced yet seems to toss, if I'm correct, 6 cards, which means that Maokai will probably be leveled in about 2 turns' time with a few other trades happening here and there. Which means that the deck is going to be thinned, and this is basically the same as saying something like a 6-turn clock.
That's a very long clock, though, and with no Watery Grave in hand, there's no OTK potential that the deck is kind of going for. But yeah, with the double Undergrowth in hand, you've got to assume that pretty much whenever Pakaru wants to at this point, the level up is just going to go through.
There is a way of dealing with the Maokai level up, which is to continue shuffling champion spells into your deck. But Gwen, the champion spell, unfortunately, has to kill a unit. And if you're going to kill your own Gwen to create a Gwen in your deck, that's not really where you want your Gwens typically. You can try and kill an ephemeral unit in some instances, but it's not going to be able to happen every single time. So typically the cycle that you can do to beat the Maokai flip may not work with this deck.
Oh, and if we see the Mark of the Isle come out here, well, there's not Undergrowth mana, there is still Hate Spike mana, and then when the next Gwen comes down, there can be the double Undergrowth. And, you know, even with the Maokai level up going off, it still feels like Mare Nostrum could easily come back into this, especially as long as that second dragon spell is in hand. Of course, it will come down to what's left in the deck after the fact, because I don't think that one dragon spell is going to be quite enough to pull them out of this, but it's getting close. Luckily for Mare Nostrum, there is no Lifesteal Husk.
There is no Lifesteal Husk, but Pakaru will still be able to draw into Dead Bloom Wanderers and probably has not only the better late game, but the better, well, maybe not the better game, but something close to being able to draw better cards over the course of the next couple of turns. Mare Nostrum probably has enough blockers as well to deal with another Dragon Ambush, so isn't going to be too concerned for the next turn either. Mare Nostrum's going to have to try and stall for maybe 2 or 3 more turns time and find a win then, but Pakaru just going to be able to spam out blockers with the saplings and these interaction pieces. It's just not going to be enough.
Second Hate Spike put on the stack, presumably sacrificing the Husk. And that is going to be the end of this interaction. It's going to be 4 damage taken by Pakaru, the board cleared for Mare Nostrum, and a little bit of damage pushed onto the Evelyn.
Something a little more painful.
Evelyn leveling up can be relevant for tossing things a little bit. You will be summoning Husks every single turn, or at least for 1 turn, and maybe she's permanently leveled with the amount of things that have died. I would presume so. Which means that Maokai and the Sea Scarab are going to flip relatively soon. Deep actually might not be that insignificant. You are going to be able to pummel for quite a bit over the next couple of turns.
That's it.
4 out of 6 on the dead allies, but I mean, if something is top decked here, there's really not enough health on the side of Pakaru on the units in order to really take advantage of. Ooh. This is never lethal. Oh no! If you go into a husk, then yeah, that's. Yeah, if you kill a husk, you flip Evelyn again. I assume you go deep to level up the Sea Scarab as well. That would put 8 additional damage on the board. And that'll do it.
Pakaru working out the math, realizing that you can go deep with an undergrowth by killing your own unit and leveling up this Evelyn, giving 5 extra strength. Mare Nostrum has no answers. Not a single answer in the deck would be able to interact with this. And Pakaru finding maybe the world's weirdest lethal into their mill deck by not even trying to mill, by undergrowthing their own husk.
That sure is something. And suddenly 7 damage turns into 15 on the stack, and Mare Nostrum going to look at their hand with absolutely nothing that they can do, and Ephemerals is going to go down to Maokai Evelyn, and man, that means Maokai Evelyn's going on to the top 8 here, Spids.
Pretty sure that means Pakaru only has to win 2 more matches after this with this deck. You know, trying to make sure they win the top 8 and then win the top 4. Once they're in the top 2, they are in Worlds. They have made it to the final area right after at the end of the LCQ. What a crazy game.
What a crazy game indeed. That is certainly one of the weirdest lethals that I've seen out of anyone, and honestly, excited to see more Pakaru as the tournament goes on. It looks like we are going to have time to get into another match here as well. No more matches. Sorry about that. I thought I heard one more. It turns out it's no more. The words have similar letters, but congratulations to Pakaru. We'll be checking in after the break to see who is left in the top 8, but that's a problem for later. For now, we say goodbye to you. Hello to the Be Right Back Soon screen, and when we return, we'll be moving on to the quarterfinals. 64 players entered. Well, a lot more than that entered, but 64 players entered today, but only 2 can leave, and we've got 8 left that we have to whittle down to those final 2. Spids, that's your name. I'm Boulevard. We're going to take you through the rest of the action today, and we're going to take a look at the bracket so you can get to know the 8 players that are remaining in this event, vying for that last chance at the World's Qualifier. We have KDF Peta, NT, and N3, Oh No My Win Streak, Pin Ping Ho, Please Play Your Cards Quickly, Pakaru, Firecloud, and END Sinkid, who eliminated their teammate, END Florine. Unfortunate that a team kill had to happen that early in the tournament, but this also means that we've got EV out of the tournament, THC, ABG all gone. It's just down to KDF and END when we talk about clan tags making it into the top 8.
We also got some well-known players for tournament success previously. We've had Ping Ping Ho, obviously participant in Worlds 2021, and Pakaru, who has always had their name be quite high up in these sort of events. Definitely a stacked top 8. We saw, the 64 that we started with just slowly get crunched down, and they're all exactly 2 wins away from qualifying into Worlds.
And yeah, KDF Peta, a player that we don't know a lot about Peta specifically, but the KDF team reroll, probably one of the more famous players on that in terms of LoR, already qualified for the World Championship. So a strong prep group backing them at least. But if you're wondering who we're going to take a look at this time, is going to be END Sinkid and Firecloud, because we haven't looked at those players yet. Everyone else at the bracket, we've marvelous predictions out of myself and Spids for correctly identifying what players we're going to make it this far in the tournament. We've already watched a lot of the other side of the bracket, so we're going to focus on the 2 players that we haven't seen just yet. Unfortunate that one of them had to do a team kill and we didn't get to catch that, but we will catch them now in a rather standard matchup, I would say. I think this is a lot of decks that we expected. We'll take a look at their lineups here in a second and let you all see exactly what we're looking at, starting off with Sinkid and Jinx Kennen. This is probably as close to a triple aggro as we've seen so far.
This is a very interesting Jinx Kennen list. We've typically seen a lot higher top end in these lists. I'm thinking things like Augmented Clockling. I'm thinking things like Arena Lady that has tough and discounts the Mecha Yordle by 1. Instead, we're seeing Otterpuss for extra discard fodder, as well as a Tune, as well as 3 Scrap Heap. Really interesting list that's going a bit lower to the ground, and I'm curious if that sort of low to the groundness is exactly what they want to be doing against their matchups.
I was going to say maybe it's more burn than we're used to seeing, but they were actually kind of light on the number of burn spells that they were running. And then we have what I've just been kind of calling Yordles. I feel like if Yordle Explorer is in the deck, it's kind of fair to just call it a Yordle deck. But Zilani the Bloodweaver on the top end, Kale to kind of round out the mid game. And Spence, you were talking about how Yordle Captain seems to be the real star of the show here.
Yordle Captain is a really hard unit to kill. 4 damage removal for the past 3 years has been really hard to find. And Yordle Captain just sticks on the board on turn 4, and then you just swarm with at least 2 or 3 units from your Owlcats and your Yordles that just get buffed up way too big. And then we're going to end with Gwen Riven with 3 Opulent Foyer, and as you were saying, 3 Kato, 3 Fire Spitter, and 3 Might. This looks like a standard list, and then there's also Strike Up the Band, which does not seem too standard to me, but this deck has sort of been coming up with the past week and has definitely had some strength.
And while I wouldn't necessarily call this Red Gwen, I didn't really call aggro, but look, if I tell you this is an aggro deck and you're like, no, it's not, I'm looking at the 3 Elixir of Wrath, and that's a pretty hard sell that that's not an aggro deck. And then on the side of Firecloud here, got a triple mid-range lineup, kicking things off with Formidables.
Has a Saurian bit of top end, which is interesting because it works with the elites, but there isn't an Omen Hawk, which we're pretty common seeing in this deck. I'm thoroughly surprised not to see an Omen Hawk, instead replaced with things like Elixir of Iron, Sky Splitter, Shield of Durand, and the Darken Spear, these sort of other ways of giving buffs. If you're going to replace Omen Hawk with anything, I guess it's okay to do it with a buff, but very awkward card not to have included.
A lot of very spell heavy, and then the Omen Hawks come back in for Frostbite midrange. A blast from the past, one of the oldest decks in Legends of Runeterra. Wasn't sure how it was going to pop up today because it does very poorly, as you can imagine, into the Formidable deck that we just saw when everything has 0 attack. Its Frostbite effects aren't very useful, but this deck has been popping up more and more, and I think it's got a pretty strong foothold in the meta if you can find the right matchups.
Doesn't have Reckoning in it, which will be important since Firecloud is fighting a bunch of aggro, such as the Jinx Kennen, so not having Reckoning is going to feel a little bit bad there. But this is obviously, this double Freljord lineup is being combined with the 3rd Freljord deck, which is Jax on. Relatively stock standard looking list. Obviously, the spells always change. We've got a Bellows Breath in there. We've only got 2 Entrancing Lures, only 1 Three Sisters, Elixir of Iron, and Catch, but the units are all the same. You've seen Jax on. I've seen Jax on. I hope to never see it again.
Hey, am I contractually? Do I have to talk about Jax Orin? You guys, is that did you write that down? Do I have to say something about this deck, or can we just? Am I good? Man, I love Jack Soren. It's such a power. Wow, Omen Hawk, so cool.
In this matchup, this is going to be, I think, I want to say favored for Sin Kid only because Ash LeBlanc struggles against aggro, and that's what Sin Kid has got. I feel like Firecloud with 2 mid-range decks should feel okay into some of this stuff, but that Ash LeBlanc is really showing as a sore thumb in this lineup, I think.
Especially with the newer builds of Ash LeBlanc, when the Reckless Trifarian sort of became standard, you look at your list and you're like, okay, yeah, this is actually a really nice curve. I should have a pretty okay time against aggressive decks. And then you realize that one of your 2 drops can't block, your only 3 drop can't block. LeBlanc's not a great blocker either, so when you actually get down to brass tacks, you have like 9 units that you throw down in the early game that are like barely trading onto 1 drops or not trading at all. And suddenly you start to realize why you're not doing super well into things like that. On top of that, again, no healing in a deck like this, so once the burn starts to come through in the late game, that's just something you can't do anything about. And with Reckoning being removed from these decks once it hits 7 mana, you don't have that big mid-game push to even try and outrace your opponent and sort of out-pressure the burn on one of those like pivotal swing turns, which honestly is kind of weird to me. I figured even with Formidable being a bad matchup for this deck and being quite popular, you thought Reckoning would have found its way back in here eventually, maybe as a one-of, but no one does it. And I triple checked, it did not rotate.
Ash LeBlanc's one saving grace is that it is going to be going up against Gwen Riven. Hopefully it's not banned because Ash LeBlanc is going to be able to beat Gwen Riven just because you're able to use those freezes on those high power cards. If Gwen Riven only really gets 3 times at most to attack in with 15x overwhelms, just play a flash freeze and it's all gone to kaput. So I expect to see something like the Jinx Cannon ban just because it's the most aggro deck that there is. And then Sin Kid might be looking to ban something like maybe Formidables.
I'm not sure if I could also reasonably see a ban onto Yordles just because Ash LeBlanc doesn't always deal with the super wide Bandle City nonsense too often, the soupy stuff. It's really hard to chew through, and then usually the Bandle City decks have some kind of finisher they can establish, but with that finisher being, you know, Kale and Zolani, maybe the Frostbite is just effective enough that you don't have to worry about it. And normally I'd say, yeah, gravitate right toward that Jinx Cannon, but there's a lot less burn in there than I would have expected. There's only 1 blowback, there's only 1 time winder, 1 electro harpoon.
Definitely a different version of the deck. Ash LeBlanc is going to be like the main story of this matchup, I think. How is it going to be able to deal with things properly? And sometimes Ash LeBlanc does get there. Like, I know we've been down on it. Sometimes you just are able to draw a 1-drop into a 2-drop and have Sky Splitter for the entire time and be able to defend and organize things. Doing Glory Seeker into the Darkened Spear on a turn 3 attack can trade into a unit and buff something up as if it were an Omen Hawk. There are things that Ash LeBlanc can do. You shouldn't always sleep on it. About 10% of Ash LeBlanc games, it wins and no one knows why. And we could end up seeing that.
Absolutely, and like I said, we are in a unique position where, like, obviously there's a balance patch, there's a variety patch, but for the most part, we're in the same meta that we were, about a month ago at the World's Qualifier. I was horribly down on Ash LeBlanc in that tournament. I felt like it was a punt to try and bring that deck to the top 64. But as we've moved towards a more control-oriented, as players sort of, we looked at Shen Jarvan a lot at the start of the week, and then that kind of moved out again. That was one of Ash LeBlanc's bad matchups. Same thing with Formidables. Like, Control was just doing too well against Formidable and Shen Jarvan to realistically bring those decks. And those were 2 of the decks that were holding down Ash LeBlanc, where Ash LeBlanc actually does pretty well into Shadow Isle.
So I think Formidables is going to be banned, but do you ever consider banning Jax on? Is the Jax threat more than the Balin threat? Is like the main way of pressuring this in your mind? What is Sin Kid most scared of?
Jax Ornn is a good deck. Formidable is not really a good deck. And when we say good deck, you'll hear me and Drissoth yell about this all the time. A good deck, a hallmark of it is consistency, and like sometimes you just take over the game on turn 3. Formidable can't really do that. Sometimes Jax Ornn just puts out like a 6/6 on turn 3.
I can see the bans. They are Teemo Kale and they're Jax Ornn. I think you were right on at least the Teemo Kale being a consideration. We are going to see Formidables versus Gwen Riven. This single combat's going to be quite important, I think, is one of the few ways that Firecloud is able to deal with Gwen Riven. But Gwen Riven does have 2 Gwens, a Might, and a Boisterous Host, which is close to what you want.
Yeah, a little sad that we're not going to get to see the Yordles, but hey, that's okay. Pretty good opening curve here for Firecloud, whereas on the side of Sin Kid, I mean, I am hard-pressed to look at a hand with Might and Gwen in it and go, nah, I could do better.
Firecloud definitely has a really powerful 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry, just 2, 3, 4, and is going to be able to attack with Balin on the right token as well that they want to, and possibly get big enough such that Gwen is going to really struggle dealing with things like single combat plus these formidable units. And without Quietus and Soul Harvest, which are typically how Shadow Isles wants to beat these formidable decks, it is going to be a little bit awkward because they can't deal with the threats that Firecloud's going to be presenting.
No, and honestly, this fearsome attacker is going to be a little bit of a threat in the immediate. It's something that, there's not like a super high presence of them, but if the hallowed stacks can start to get up, I think Phantom Butler is where you're going to be throwing them over anything else, even an Overwhelm unit, at least until Garen comes down into play. That 1 HP going to play against you a little bit in terms of like Gentleman's Duel and single combat, but that's not an issue for now. And I think Firecloud just kind of has to take this damage, really needs as much HP as possible on the units to come, but with only 2 damage as your block point, it just doesn't feel worth it.
This attack is really interesting because by attacking, they're foregoing the Blade Fragment from Riven because she won't see the attack token, which means by turn 5 you will only have 1 Blade Fragment from Riven plus the Blade Fragment from the Rune Squire if you decide to go for that line. Now you can play Riven on turn 4 or turn 5 and wait for turn 7 to get the full Blade, but by attacking here and getting the 2 extra damage, you are foregoing the possibility of getting a Blade early. You've got a curve that lets you do things like Gwen into Might, and you might not have enough mana to play all 3 Blade Fragments plus the Blade, but you are foregoing 2 damage for a Blade, and that could end up biting them in the butt.
Yeah, it's a little bit about how much is that Blade Fragment actually worth damage-wise in the later stages of the game. And I know we always talk about, the top level players are thinking 2-3 turns ahead. For something like that, you do have to think like 4 or 5 turns ahead, and that's not always, something that you're cognizant of, especially if like you feel like the matchup might take a while. Yeah, there's 48 minutes on the clock now, but how are we going to look, 45 minutes from now? Is the game going to be over? Can I really afford to sit here and rope every interaction, trying to like grabbing pen and paper and mathing out the Blade Fragments? But does kind of get bailed out by drawing another Reforge unit, so is sort of going to make up for the Blade Fragment that they just missed in that way.
We do see another Rune Squire drawn, and Syndicate has to do a lot of thinking here. They've got 9 mana over the next couple of turns. They can spend 4 mana on the Blade Fragments plus the Blade if they spend another 4 mana on the Rune Squires, which can be good. They can pull things to the side, set up a bunch of Overwhelm and +2 attack, especially if they're giving +2 attack on things like the Phantom Butler, or you could just go for Gwen. You could say that I'm going to play Gwen plus Might, I'm going to do the Blade Fragments in a future turn, I'm going to take this simpler, but it does suffer when there's a bunch of strike spells that are able to kill Gwen and Riven before they can actually do what they need to do for future turns.
It's almost 2 parallel game plans where, these are both a solid plan A, but you do have to commit to one of them and say, this is my plan A, this is my plan B.
A hard thing to think about, especially when there's so much math involved. Adding Hollowed to your Riven level up, trying to figure out where to put your +2 strength, where does Overwhelm go, how does Challenger fit into all of this? It is not an easy deck to think about, so I'm going to expect that Syndicate going to spend a lot of time thinking about exactly what they want. Getting Glinting Blade Fragment will feel amazing as a way to get positive trades to happen, or feel free to attack with things like Riven, because they should be quick attack and +2 in the hand right now, not Overwhelm. So there are things that you can do aggressively, and you don't need Overwhelm in this board right now.
Yeah, a few more Hallowed stacks really need to be in there, or at least like just more attack on the units in general before you really start to worry about that Might. It's certainly something that you're going to be saving for the following turn. This might even be, you can't level Riven here. You do have to play out all the Blade Fragments before she actually sees the sword and levels, but I didn't expect to go into combat with 3 mana available. Maybe it is Might held up just to prevent a combat trick out of Firecloud.
Know what rune weaving is?
There's definitely a few options here. You are threatening some things. This Thread the Needle or a possible Hate Spike, which is not in hand, but they're still threatening it constantly, means that Firecloud is going to be wary about blocking with things. It's hard to justify blocking Gwen when she's got quick attack. You can try and threaten your Shield of Durand, but that would lose into things like Thread the Needle or Hate Spike. There's a lot that Firecloud has to be thinking about, but on the other hand, they are looking towards 10 damage being taken right now. We are going to see Glinting Blade Fragment come down. On the Gwen, I'm surprised not to see it on the Phantom Butler.
Yeah, I mean, there's still like this is protected from everything, right? Because it's a Petrocite Charger. Hate Spike and Thread the Needle can't affect it. So the single combat is going to take out this Gwen no matter what Synkid had left available.
That is a very good trade for Firecloud, but there is the second Gwen in hand, and not using the single combat in order to deal with an overwhelm threat later on could end up being a little bit too scared about the early game, right? They still have to play for the late game. There is still more stuff that's going to happen in this game, and Firecloud has to sort of figure out how they're going to deal with that in the next couple of turns.
We're getting down to a point where it feels like it's going to have to be a Might Gwen finish, which, granted, a pretty strong finish. I was going to say Garen gets to come down as a fearsome blocker, but could actually just go straight into combat with the Jarvan challenging the Riven, or you can play Garen and have Petrocite Broadwing do it. Either way, got a couple of options. I think I like threatening the Garen level up, especially when you've got that Gentleman's Duel available and the mana for it. Just, you know, threatening the level up of the Garen going into your opponent's turn so they can't spend too much time developing.
Garen might be able to flip this turn, which can be very interesting. It's maybe Garen can't flip unless there are 2/2 ones, just because Garen only has 5 health. He does have regen, but he won't be able to stay around like that forever. He could try and hit the Nexus, but depending on how Synkid wants to play, especially if he's something like Opulent Foyer come down, it will be pretty defensive. Synkid has to work out where they want to spend their mana exactly. We do see the Opulent Foyer come down, which means if Garen attacks, it's probably blocking, which means Desert... Oh, wait! The spell gives +2 health. Garen could definitely flip this turn. I completely missed that.
I was going to let you finish, maybe talk about, you know, Hate Spike, something that you got to consider. Might. I don't think you're allowed to use Might to try and trade onto the Garen. It feels like with 7 HP, that's such a small finish line that you need to limp over. You can probably just do that with the Might. Not worry too much about this, but it's going to be absolutely devastating for Synkid here. In fact, they might be going down here. They don't have the mana to develop Gwen. Firecloud gets to Gentleman Duel onto the Riven. Even a Might at that point is not enough to kill the Garen, and then an open attack with the Jarvan? Firecloud doesn't go for it, which, like, I don't know how... I'm looking at 4 Hallowed stacks, I'm looking at a level 2 Riven, I'm looking at this Might, I'm seeing a lot of issues that this Gentleman's Duel is not solving.
As it currently stands, Synkid has access to 3 things with Overwhelm, and that's including 2 things being buffed by Hallowed. The normal thing as well as Gwen. Now, I think they're only able to afford 2 of these things. You can either, so out of Gwen, out of every fragment, and out of the Blade and Might, pretty sure they can only afford 3 of those, not all 4. So there is something that won't be played, but 3 ways of winning the game versus only 1 way of defending it. The math checks out. There are 2 ways to win the game. And Synkid's going to have to find what that looks like slowly. It takes a long time to work out this math, but we're going to start with the Phantom Butler.
And I'm trying to think of what the situation would look like had Firecloud used that that Gentleman's Duel onto the Riven. At this stage, they would be allowed to attack. Jarvan would come down challenging something rather than just being played. The Phantom Butler would have gotten taken down by that, and yeah, might have still been lethal with the Might and all the Blade fragments, but I don't think it would have been.
To do some quick back-of-the-napkin math, I don't have my napkin with me, so it's just going to be with some paper. Gwen will currently have 3 strength, gone up to 7. If you add the 3 from the fragment, that does go up to 9. Riven is very similar. Riven will go up to 4 plus 8, and then you can add the Blade to another thing if you desire, based on how you want to move these around. You're probably putting the Blade on the Gwen so that the +2 strength doesn't go to the Riven, so that the Hollow does. But that does mean, as far as I can tell, that while Riven is presenting a lethal threat, Gwen currently is not. I don't know if you factor in the +2 strength, if that changes things. We are going to see the Rune Squire buffed up, which means either Gwen is not coming down, or I think one of the Overwhelms is not coming down.
Yeah, I think Might got thrown out the window when Phantom Butler got played. Unless Gwen's not getting played.
Ooh, I think what we might be threatening is something like a couple copies of 5 damage each. This is a very interesting way of doing it. You can put Might on Riven, that's one way of threatening damage. You can put Phantom Butler down, that's another way of threatening damage. And if we see the pre-commit on the Glinting Blade Fragment on the host, I don't know what this unit is called, the Ghastly Band. You could see like a 3-pronged lethal where only 2 prongs need to hit, but I think we're at the point where Firecloud does have 2 answers. They can block the Phantom Butler and they can do Gentleman's Duel on the other prong, and that should be enough.
Yeah, this is this looks awful for Sin Kid. Like, this doesn't look like anything. You just throw a couple blockers out. Oh yeah, here's Barrier in front of your Phantom Butler. Here's you know, a Valen in front of your Riven. I'm taking 1 damage. You have Might available. I have Gentleman's Duel, and I have a barriered unit that I can use it on. This also levels Garen, not that that particularly matters.
Yeah, I'm very surprised we didn't see the Gwen line at all to be able to threaten more lethals. She does 2 damage burn, which means you only need 5 to go over the top. It's 3 plus 4 plus 2, which is 9 going into Jarvan, which only has 5 health, meaning that you'd only be 1 damage off, which you can find a million ways with these other units or further in the deck or something. I feel like Gwen would have been a much more comfortable line into what's going to end up being quite a threatening open attack, or even worse, a develop.
And yeah, this does feel like the end of the game, mostly because like level 2 Jarvan is now available, so Cataclysms are going to be coming out at rapid fire pace. I don't think Sin Kid can get back to a point where they've got the board, especially while Garen and Jarvan are constantly attacking over and over again. Although,
I don't think we should rag on Sin Kid too much. This is like a high-stakes tournament, and they're only 2 wins away from making it to Worlds. It's hard to do math when you've only got, like, I don't know, 45 seconds per timer.
That's where you've got to clutch it, though. You have to be solid in those situations, especially if, like, the prize on the line is going to the World Championship. Things are not getting easier from here on out, right? When you actually make it to the top 64 of Worlds, you're going to be in stakes like this every single match that you're playing. You've got to learn how to clutch out those situations. Granted, that is something that takes time. Maybe we're early on in Sin Kid's career. Maybe this is a learning point for them to come back next year's World Championship, but that turn feels like it should have gone more in their favor.
Very soon there'll be a Sin adult, but for now there's still a Sin Kid learning exactly how to do these math equations when this is a complicated deck. If you've not picked up Gwen Riven recently, the first time you play it, your mind will hurt from the amount of math that you have to do. I'm definitely not speaking from experience here. We do see Strike Up the Band be able to develop 2 blockers, which means the game isn't fully over yet. You can find a Overwhelm Blade Fragment plus this Gwen if you want, and without, like, I guess you can always hold up Cataclysm. So you need to find multiple ways of dealing with this. You can find something like a Shadow Isles Tellstone to do the Spirit Journey to protect yourself from a Jarvan. So there are top decks that can let this work.
Sisters, I'll have you.
I was even just thinking like a Might top deck, and maybe you're actually still in this because there's just so many Hallowed stacks, and we're going to get 2 more. So even the Blade Squire with a Might would be 13 attack. That's too much for... No, I guess a Sky Splitter onto the Garen would save you, but it's got Challenger, so that's not really up to you. It looks like that is the Overwhelm Blade,
No,
if I'm
quick
correct.
attack.
That's quick. Man.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I played enough of this deck to be able to sight read these. So I
used to know him. I used to know him by sight. I'm slipping. I'm getting old.
We are going to see what the draws have to be. I think that might be over, though. Without having access to Overwhelm from this, plus a way of dealing with Cataclysm or having enough open attack lethals just means there's not going to be enough. We're going to see the Cataclysm come down, which means we can now see the Gwen be developed this turn, which does mean that a Might top deck will actually be enough.
It's looking dicey, Spiz. There's one more draw for Sin Kid, one more draw for Firecloud, and off the top of the
Drum roll,
deck...
please. It's Boisterous Host.
It's a
not
1-drop.
Might.
It's a 1-drop, everybody. What could you possibly want other than a 1-drop? And the unit does come down. This Galio's just going to come through. This doesn't even leave Cataclysm mana, but it doesn't matter because there's a 12 HP blocker with Sky Splitter available, so 15 HP on a blocker. It's as much as you could possibly ever need. But it's going to be a lot of Hallowed stacks coming through.
You can block with Galio. He's going to go down to 1 health, but he doesn't care. He's still having a good time. and it will be quite a bit of damage threatened for Firecloud next turn. It seems to me to be lethal, but I'm not entirely sure with these decisions of blocks.
Yeah, actually, a Garen was thrown away instead of a 2/5 unit, and you know that the card in your opponent's hand is a focus speed blade fragment, so you didn't have to worry about a might or anything along those lines. So, okay, yeah, Jarvan's getting sacked here too, Spids.
I mean, Jarvan's getting sacked, but this Bale and the Benevolent is definitely going to be threatening way too much damage. I mean, you can block Jarvan next turn, but that's still threatening lethal with Sky Splitter on the Durand. Never mind, we're going to see Gwen treated anyway. Same deal, still
There's a
guaranteed
plan.
lethal.
Firecloud's got a plan. I don't think the Garen sacrifice was ever correct, but it doesn't really matter because they found the line anyway. They're going to get to go for an open attack here as the token rolls back over to them, and that will just be lethal champion strength for good measure, and that is going to be Firecloud taking it 1-0 over Synkit as we move into the remainder of this match. That was a little dirty at the end there, but eventually, as you mentioned, it's a high-stakes tournament. It's high pressure. These players have a lot on the line. They're probably thinking about, okay, yeah, I'm just a couple of wins away. I've got to cool it down, and hopefully they can take a nice mental reset and you know, get back into a good headspace for game 2, as this is the matchup that we were talking about, right? This is the Ashe LeBlanc that Synkid was looking to pick on, the one that doesn't do as well into these aggressive matchups. But unfortunately for Synkid, that Gwen Riven is still available, something that you called out as a potential weak point into Frostbite.
It's definitely going to be a tough matchup, but Synkid sometimes is going to be able to find draws with 3-2-1s, and Ashe LeBlanc's going to find something with 0-0-0s. It's just not going to be enough for that sort of matchup. But if Synkid doesn't draw early units and has to rely on things that get easily Harsh Winds or Frostbite, Firecloud's going to be in a very, very happy position. I think they're really happy that they're able to get this matchup as their Ashe LeBlanc attempt.
Yeah, a little bit of an ugly opener there for Firecloud. If this is post mulligan, it's not awful, but you know, you kind of have to float turn 2 for LeBlanc to have a chance at surviving when you're against a Mystic Shot deck. And while there's only 2 Mystic Shot in here, again, we were talking about Synkid's deck being a little bit lighter on the burn numbers. There's only 2 Mystic Shot, but there's also an Electro Harpoon, so there's still that third copy of the 2 damage burn.
Synkid's got an early aggressive hand, in as much as you always want with an aggro deck. You want a 1-drop that curves into a good 2-drop, which curves into a pretty decent 3-drop, or maybe a couple of 2-drops and 1-drops. Having the Jury Rig also coming down means that it's going to be pretty aggressive, and we see the result of the other game. There's a bit of overlapping icons, but Pakaru unfortunately not making it very, very interesting.
R.I.P. Maokai Evelyn. You will always be remembered for your top 8 performance at the Last Chance Qualifier. At least by me. Maybe not by everybody, but I'll have it written down and I will remember it, and I'll bring it up constantly at cocktail parties. It's how I'll impress everyone with my Legends of Runeterra knowledge, as you all should be doing these on these holidays. But for the game at hand, it's 4 damage already on board. It's going to be a takedown of the Yordle Squire, which is always kind of an interesting one, where it's like, what this sort of telegraphs is that Firecloud wasn't willing to trade a 3-1 for a 2-1 anyway. Otherwise, probably would have gone for like a Frostbite onto the Squeaker, and then, yeah, go ahead, attack with your 2-1. I'll block it with my 3-1. But actually, Synkid holds back the Squeaker anyway, really valuing what they can get out of that augment later on.
Timewinder was a pretty good draw, being able to deal with the 3-1, which is probably the only thing it's actually going to be able to deal with. Ping Ping Ho also getting a win against Oh No My Win Streak. We now know 2 of our quarterfinalists. But Firecloud's going to be thinking, what are they going to be doing with this turn? Are they going to be playing LeBlanc and just run into a Mystic Shot? Are they going to have to pass and try and see if they can bait Synkid into spending mana? This is not a great position to be in.
No, it is not. And the mana's a little awkward for Firecloud as well. You know, not quite able to develop and do your combat trick. But if you don't develop this turn, like, you might as well not develop, right? Because your turn 4 isn't doing anything anyway. Unless you draw... Okay, yeah. Pretty good there for you to just be able to float turn 2. Pretty happy, actually, that Synkid didn't develop at all further into you and just continue to put that pressure on. So things still looking okay for Firecloud in this Ashe LeBlanc here in game number 2.
Synkid did draw the Flame Chompers, which is pretty important for being able to pressure just surprise amounts of damage. We are going to see the Sump Dredger discard that and summon the Flame Chompers. This could be followed up with something like a Timewinder on the Jury Rig, try and threaten the 3-1. You could also be followed up with a Scrap Heap or some Mystic Shots. there's a few things that Synkid could be doing, and the damage will probably be somewhere within the 5 through 7 range, which is pretty good, but it is turn 4, and you probably wanted a little bit more damage by turn 4.
Yeah, okay, I was going to say, I think I'd like to see Synkid go aggressive here, go for the Time Winder, discard the Jury Rig. If a protection spell comes out onto the Ice Veil Archer, that should give you the green light to try and Mystic Shot the LeBlanc, although unfortunately for Synkid, just one more combat trick going to come out and save that champion as well.
You're definitely predicting. I know we had Echo Jinx earlier, but it seems like you're really the predictor here at the moment, knowing exactly what these players are going to play before they play them. But Synkid now is in a pretty bad position with this attack. They can pull the Ice Veil Archer to the side, but LeBlanc is going to be able to get a positive trade in with a 1 strength unit and be able to get a fair bit of level up. Or if they don't attack with it, that's going to feel pretty good going into turn 5, being able to play the Hearthguard and being able to stabilize the board ever so slightly.
Yeah, at this point, I think if you're going to challenge, you actually have to challenge the Ice Veil Archer, just so that LeBlanc really can't trade into either of these units. And unfortunately, that Brittle Steel going to absolutely blow out the Sump Dredger. Just nothing looking good on the side of Synkid right now, and decides to just go in with the Yordle Squire. And
this is a very cool attack.
Yeah, I don't think this is worth the Brittle Steel. So just good read on the side of Synkid.
Very, very interesting. And you got to be scared of Trumpet Tecker. You're probably seeing this on the side of Firecloud and thinking, there's a Trumpet Tecker coming out right now. I don't know what I'm going to do. And that might end up leading to... And there's no way you pass. You still have to play Hearthguard here, almost certainly.
Hearthguard, Ashe, you got to play something. And honestly, I was going to say, I think I actually like the Ashe, given just like the low board presence of your opponent. Even if the Trumpet Tecker does come down, you still have the Brittle Steel available. But yeah, actually just does go for the Hearthguard. Doesn't go into combat either. Says, I'm not attacking with this LeBlanc.
I think they're trying to beat the... Just if you attack and you go in, Synkid can just redevelop the board, and sort of beating their mana is a nice way of doing things. We're going to see the Geode Megaforcer first. I would have really liked to see Scrap Heap to try and find that Trumpet Tecker. It seems like one of the best cards you could be trying to get right now. Firecloud going to respond with some draw, not find any spells, but developing a unit's just good enough on its own anyway.
Okay, I was about to say, got to send a few more units in combat this time around. The Yordle Squire trick only works once, only yields 2 damage. And yeah, going full into combat, the Geode Megaforce are going to try and threaten the life of this LeBlanc. And from there, that's where Synkid kind of gets puzzled. What else can go into combat now? Staring down a 5/6, the answer seems to be nothing.
This is not the spot you want to be in, Synkid. You don't have a Jinx in hand. It's turn 6, and you have dealt 4 damage to the Nexus, while Firecloud has got a swath of more cards, more mid-range presence, everything they could possibly want. This is not the matchup that I thought Firecloud was going to be winning, but this is what ends up happening.
And we see there in the bottom corner, NTNN3 did take down KDF PETA, which means this is our last match of the quarterfinals and the last chance for someone with a clan tag to make it into the top 4. Synkid, the last hope for the team players around here. Still no Trumpet Tecker. But I did want to shout out that, when we talked about this matchup being bad for Frostbite midrange, a lot of it was sort of around Glory Seeker and Reckless Trifarian's inability to block, and those are just cards that Firecloud has not drawn.
Firecloud maybe drew one of their best hands they could have. All they needed was 2 early units plus a bunch of protection combat tricks, like the small scale Freljord stuff that is part of the reason why they're so powerful to begin with. And Synkid not having an early enough curve, we didn't see triple Zornite open those, or we didn't see something like the 4/4 double impact come out on turn 3 and just do a bunch of damage. Synkid had a bit too slow of a hand, and that was fine enough for Firecloud. The game's not fully over. There's definitely ways where Jinx can stay alive, and if you draw 2 Jinxes, you can get through the bloody business, but it's not going to be an easy line.
Oh, and Naka feels like that's not lethal, but almost surely a solidification of the board for Firecloud. No more unit damage likely to come through from Synkid for the remainder of the game, unless it's impact or something along those lines, overwhelm, some kind of Mecha Yordle keyword coming through, and from there it's got to be all burn. And we mentioned earlier, Synkid a little light on the burn in this list, and already used a Mystic Shot, already used a Time Winder. There's really not much left going on in there. It's like 1 more Mystic Shot, an Electro Harpoon, and a Blowback, and when you add all of that up, you're only looking at 7 burn damage left in the deck.
I do like this choice of Earthshaker, and there is the possibility of getting another one with Spell Shield from the Bilge Rat Rascal. Earthshaker is typically the sort of thing that you might want in these positions to get surprise impact and to be big enough, but Earthshake is probably only getting 2 strikes in before it dies to these Hearthguards and dies to all of the big beef that the Ashe LeBlanc deck is able to threaten. We are going to see +1 health to try and deal with something, but it's still going to trade into 2 strikes.
And Sinkid just presenting lethal and hoping that Firecloud accidentally clicks the pass button. That's
happened.
it's happened before, it'll happen again. Okay, just gonna go in with the Mecha Yordle, gonna get a block out of a pitiful little Ice Veil Archer that'll swiftly be replaced by honestly just whatever Anaka decides to pull out of the deck.
What do you think it'll be? Do you think it'll be another Anaka, or do you think it'll be something like a Glory Seeker?
I think it's gonna be a LeBlanc.
Maybe next time.
Reckless
Trifarian's not a bad get,
hit,
though.
And
it's quite sizable.
And this is where things start to get really rough, because now Reputation is going to activate. That Incisive Tactician is going to go down to 6 mana. Not that that's particularly relevant for just the hand that Firecloud has available, but they're going to be able to refill their board with the Ice Veil Archer alongside of that. Still Bloody Business mana available, and just go in for a second full swing here with a full board again once Anaka pulls something out of the deck.
Yeah, Reckless Trifarian, very strong top end in Ashe LeBlanc. Once you've already won the game on the board, it actually just forces that to win 1 turn earlier, or even 2 turns earlier before the next attack token. Very, very strong card that really going to come down here. Build Threat Rascal trying to look for something, maybe Professor Von Mech to go wide and find like weird elusives. Now we see the Trumpetecker instead.
It's not going to be lethal for Firecloud this turn, but when you're playing a deck like Jinx Kennen, if you lose your entire board here, it's pretty much lethal.
They admire the rose, but forget it.
Here's the rally. Should just be a pass from Sinkid. I don't see a reason to commit the Trumpetecker right now.
Yeah, and it doesn't increase the strength to anything that changes the ranges. It can make the Sump Dredger trade better into the Incisive Tactician if you wanted to do it that way, but I think Sinkid must realize that their only way of winning the game is hoping that Firecloud is bricked, and then can go wide enough with things like the Scrap Heap and the Trumpetecker. So I don't think you're incentivized to overriding a unit, because that's 1 less unit that's going to be hitting the dome in your attempt to try and win.
Exactly, and I don't see a reason to hold back the Ice Veil Archer either, but Firecloud does. Says I don't need this, and Reckless Trifarian number 2 now joining the thread. This is where you want the Reckless Trifarians coming out of. You don't want to draw them in the early game in a matchup like this, that immobile keyword really doing a number on you, but yeah, later in the game, once you've resolved a Hearthguard or 2, yeah, why not pull them out of the deck with Anaka and threaten lethal?
Having nothing that can block has got to be Sinkid. Sinkid's got to be very, very happy, right? Seeing that they have their chance of winning because there are non-blockable units coming through. It's not going to work. I don't think there are still going to be 4 defensive units plus Bloody Business plus Brittle Steel. But out of anything that could want, this is possibly the best, but I just don't think it's going to be enough.
No, and if they want to get even more defensive, Firecloud can throw down an Ashe and turn the second copy into the Flash Freeze. And from there, like we mentioned, we've calculated all the burn left in the deck, and it's 7, not including, Kennen champion spell, Jinx champion spell, but with neither of those champions in play or in hand, those are pretty much off the table. And Firecloud should be taking this one, barring a miracle that, honestly, with a deck list in front of me, I cannot cobble together.
I really like this use of Pytos. You're technically getting extra value out of it. It's minor, but it's really, really cute.
Might as well give it a shot. Okay, Shadow Tech Walker. That's an elusive unit. That's, it dies to Bloody Business, but you close your eyes, Sinkid. Bloody Business can't hurt you here.
If you just attack with Shadow Tech Walker for the next 7,000 turns, maybe you can finally get a win in with it, but it's just going to be too little too late. It will get an extra strength from the Trumpetecker, and there is 4 impact from the Shiraza one, but it will just be frozen, and then the impact doesn't even go through anymore. It's an unfortunate situation for Sinkid. They're just waiting for the game to go through.
All right, we've reached round 10. Karma is fully leveled up. There's the LeBlanc that I thought was coming out of the Anaka. It was on top of the deck.
Silly. You should have looked at the right area. Unfortunate, but we are going to see the Trumpetecker come down. It does have Spell Shield, which I forgot about, but it doesn't seem to matter too much. We're going to see the freeze, and I think Sin Kid, if they didn't believe that the writing was on the wall yet, they probably believe it now.
And I was going to say at the very least you get to kill Anaka, but if Firecloud doesn't want you to kill Anaka, you don't get to kill Anaka. There's a couple of different ways to protect this, and likely to just be the Brittle Steel. No impact damage even coming through off of that, and that is going to be the end of End Sin Kid here in the Last Chance Qualifier. Firecloud, the writing is on the wall. All they have to do, it's just a couple of buttons away, Spids. If you hit the A key and then the spacebar, that'll put all of your units into the attacking row, and spacebar will confirm the action, and that will move Firecloud on to the semifinals.
I don't know if you know this, Boulevard, but this is only one of 2 Asher LeBlancs brought into the tournament, and it's already making its appearance in the top 4. You were talking about that you weren't too upset about this as a bring. Does this sort of make you feel as if you're vindicated? This is like actually going to be doing well in this tournament? Like, I mean, we've seen it done well. Was it the best bring?
One of the problems that I've had all year is sort of benchmarking success as an analyst, where there were a couple of events ago where I was like, oh, I think like Aatrox Vayne is pretty good. Only like 3 people brought it in APAC, and then 2 of them made the top 4, and I'm like, is that good analysis? Is that a win? So when I call out a deck as something that I think is like an okay bring, or I don't hate, and like not a lot of people bring it, but it makes a deep run, that's really, I'm still not quite sure how to label that.
Because for every deck that does that, there's about 40 decks that had 2 people bring it, and they all flaked out in top 64, and they just didn't find their matchups.
Yeah, RIP to all the Maokai players out there prior to this event that were like, yeah, this is the secret tech bring, and lost out in top 64. Pakaru doing you proud. But today it is Firecloud doing us proud, moving on to the semifinals. That is going to be a bracket that we'll look at when we get back from the next break. But for now, Spids, now that we're down to the top 4, we are about to go into the final match, essentially. The last one that really matters. The one where the players are going into the World Championship. How are we feeling? We rooting for anyone? Is everybody playing clean? Are we seeing good LOR?
I think we've seen some good LOR. I think we've seen some really interesting lineups. There have been some plays that have been a little bit weird, but these decks are really hard. I think the decks that we've seen the most misplays on has been Gwen Riven, which is just, it's such a difficult,
I think that's
difficult
expected
deck to understand. Yeah, it's one of the hardest ones, and it's obviously only come up in the past week. People don't have practice on Might plus Holo that deeply, especially with Riven doubling things up. I'm very excited to see. This should be a really good semifinals.
Which we will see when we get back from this medium-sized break. Welcome back, everybody, to the near final moments of the World Championship Last Chance Qualifier. My name is Boulevard. This is not Boulevard, it's Spids. And we are going to be taking you into the top 4 here in a moment. All 4 of these players are just a single win away from qualifying into the World Championship later this year. And now we're going to take a look at the bracket to show you who is left, how they got here, all that good stuff. So you can decide who you're going to root for between NTNN3 and Pinpingho, and Can You Play Your Cards More Quickly, and Firecloud.
I kind of want to see another returner in Pinpingho. I think it's really cool that we've had, I think, 4 or 5 people return from previous worlds, like such as Donut and Grandpa Roji and other players like that. I'd like to see more returning. I think it creates a nice storyline, seeing if they can do it a second time. So I'm definitely rooting for Pinpingho in the first match.
Yeah, it's kind of like do we want the returning players? Do we want the new faces to come through, like the old guard versus the new guard? We're like too young of a game to really have an old guard, but like we've got an old guard. And if we do, it's certainly Pinpingho, who has not been to the World Championship in a couple of years. And then on the bottom side, we're absolutely getting a new player here, either Please Play Your Cards More Quickly or Firecloud. So I'm not going to be upset. NTNN3 was someone that I called out at the beginning of the tournament as someone that I was like to see make it. So if they beat Pinpingho, they absolutely deserve the spot. No questions asked. Can't wait to see them there. But that is not our feature match. We kind of ran the numbers, tried to decide who would finish more quickly, and decided that Pinpingho versus NTN33 would probably be the match that goes on a little bit longer. So we're going to be checking out the bottom side of the bracket here. We'll get into their decks in just a second to remind you of what these players have brought and what they're going to be doing. Kicking things off with Can You Please Play Your Cards More Quickly and Zed Gwen, one of the #1 ladder decks for most of the week leading into the event. Now, I'm not going to speak on if they're the last player in the event with it because I do not know.
I was going to start my tirade by saying this is the last person running Zed Gwen, so I hope I'm right. Now I'm doubting myself. We saw this deck sometimes do well and sometimes doesn't. It's this very low agency deck that can do a powerful thing, but is really easy to stop if the other player is able to set up their own board properly, right? We saw that with Hymenora earlier. This is joined with Scouts, another famous deck from quite a while ago, playing for Sergeant, playing for Champion Strength. Despite being nerfed, it's still trying to do the exact same thing it's always done. Try and pressure in. Makes sense with Zed Gwen. They're basically the same deck. Low interaction, much power.
Yeah, it's just one turn slower. How bad could that possibly be when you're not in an aggressive meta? Apparently not that bad. I would be surprised if you told me that there were more than a couple of Scouts players in an event like this. Champion Strength, yeah, that's probably running around in space, but not necessarily Scouts. And then rounding things out, we have Nar, Darius. And we talked about this a little bit earlier. The Might, a little bit of a cool tech card, has some use cases, not always going to shine in every matchup. And then that Pirouette, Spids, you really hyped up that card, and we saw it do exactly what you said it would in an earlier matchup.
I mean, Darius is definitely one of the coolest decks that you can sort of add weird cards to, and it can work. Noxus has some powerful cards that allow that to happen, such as Pirouette and Whirling Death. And we saw these cards be quite relevant in the matchups that they ended up playing in. Firecloud is on Formidables with the 2-2-2 champion split with the Glacial Saurian, but no Omen Hawk. Very interesting list. That's a bit different from normal, but it's doing quite well.
And that lack of Omen Hawk is actually going to play really big in this matchup. That Elusive in the Ephemeral deck is an absolute nightmare, and that versus Omen Hawk is like the one-drop war of the event that I've seen going on for the last couple of days. So, might come back to bite them, but there's challengers and other things. There's blocking Badger Bear. You're not necessarily be held to the Omen Hawk. And moving into Freljord Noxus, it's not Nardarius, it's Frostbite mid-range, and this looks like it's going to be a little bit of a problem for something like that Nardarius.
Yeah, this deck's definitely able to do that pressure. I mean, we just saw this in our last matchup. Sometimes Ashe LeBlanc is just able to draw exactly what they need and get it. And if you look at the spell split, I have just realized no Flash Freeze in this list. It is a low to the ground version with 3 Elixir of Iron, 2 Sky Splitter, and Brittle Seal. No Flash Freeze is interesting, but it sort of makes sense. What are you trying to Flash Freeze that you're not trying to Harsh Winds?
Especially when you have Ashe to just make an Ashe's Harsh Winds, right? I think it's more about like the triple Brittle Steel, triple Elixir of Iron play against those aggressive matchups a little bit better, which is how they got here in the first place, just taking down one of the most aggressive lineups in the tournament. And then it's Jack Sorin. Spids, do you have anything new to say about Jack Sorin that you haven't said in the past year?
I don't have anything new to say about Jack Sorin that I haven't said in the past year. No, you are right. This deck, I can't wait to go talk about anything else. You talk about the bands? That looks exciting.
How long do I have to complain about a deck before it's like, oh yeah, this one's been around too long? Like, there are definitely decks where they were around for a while, but I was like, no, I can take more. Red Gwen, give me back Red Gwen. And like, they kind of did, but like, But looking at these bans, like I mentioned, I think that like the Nardarius is something that is going to be left up. I don't think that's... I think that is something that Firecloud is going to be pretty comfortable playing into. The Ephemeral is always a bit of a wild card, especially when it comes to the ban phase.
Yeah, this is very interesting. On one hand, Firecloud does have a lot of pressure, such as Jack's hands and such as LeBlanc hands that are able to pressure when the Ephemeral deck doesn't have a lot of blockers. But at the same time, those hands are just as good against Scouts typically. The only thing I'd mention about Scouts is that I think it's got a good matchup into Jack's on if you play for Champion Strength. So it might be a Scouts ban just for that matchup alone.
Wouldn't surprise me. And like playing for Champion Strength is all well and good until you don't draw Champion Strength. But obviously, if you've made it all the way to the semifinals, you're running kind of hot. Do you think that your luck is going to hold out? It probably will. Statistically, I think you're likely to draw Champion Strength by a certain turn. But I'm not going to run all that math right now. That's for production to do later in the game when we're like, oh my gosh, what are the odds to top deck Champion Strength? They'll show us. They have the technology. But is Ephemeral scary enough that you need to ban it? I mean, it would be a ban to protect your Jax Ornn. We talked about that a little bit earlier. I don't know that Formidables necessarily plays super well into something like the hallowed units that we've been seeing. You know, not as much Frostbite in there to protect against a Zed or stop these big Gwen pushes. So yeah, I could see Scouts being the ban just because you need... Sorry, either Scouts or the Ephemerals. But again, like Ephemerals are always such a weird thing to talk about when it comes to ban strategy because it's inherently inconsistent is what stops you from bringing it. But then you run into it and you're like, okay, well, I have to assume that my opponent's going to draw pretty well on it.
I think if you want to ban Gwen Zed, it's sort of the safer ban. I think Gwen Zed will force Firecloud to draw well, right? If Firecloud is able to draw slightly above average hand, they'll be able to demolish Gwen Zed. They'll get Brittle Steel, they'll get Jax, they'll get Balin and are able to pressure in. But if they don't draw those cards, Gwen Zed will always run them over. While against Scouts, you can have a sort of worse off draw and still be just as good into Scout. So I think I could see Ephemerals being banned. But you could also say that, hey, 20% of the time, Ephemerals draws absolutely nothing, and you're going to win. And that could be a line to go for. It depends where you want to put your chance into. Do you want to put your chance into them drawing badly or you drawing well?
Either way, I think it's really just about protecting the Jax Ornn. So on the side of please play your cards faster, I think that Jax Ornn is always getting left open. I almost want to say you ban Frostbite midrange. I'm not actually sure. Between Formidables and Frostbite midrange, I'm not sure which one you have an easier time with as the Overwhelm.
It's got to be Formidables, right? Formidables is on less copies of freeze. You don't really want to be running into a Brittle Steel when they're playing things like the Tough Lady, the 2-mana Tough Lady, or Nah. If they're not buffed by Omen Hawk, they're just going to get Brittle Steeled and easily killed. I think you have to ban Ash LeBlanc, but it's also the weaker deck. Like Formidables, I think, is a stronger deck in general that does a more linear thing and doesn't rely on its draws too much. So you could also... It's sort of like the Gwen Zed thing, but the other way around.
Yeah, and there's 9 1-drops in the Overwhelm deck, so while we talk about Frostbite midrange, yeah, you know, in the mid-game you can sort of stabilize with these Frostbites, there's a lot of Brittle Steel targets. Sometimes you just go, oh yeah, it's turn 3, here's 2 Crimson Pigeons and a Legion Saboteur. How do you deal with that? Oh, you played a Trifarian Glory Seeker? Oh no, here's 12 damage to the Nexus on turn 3.
Gonna have to see what the bans end up being. It's really cool to see that this is what we got in this LCQ. That's not what I was expecting at a couple of hours ago. I wasn't expecting these primarily, I guess I shouldn't say that I wasn't expecting Freljord midrange. Maybe that's going to be a hot take. I was expecting a lot more of SI control and a lot more Riven than we ended up seeing. We ended up seeing the Gwen Zed ban and the Jax Ornn ban. It's kind of surprising to both of us.
Yeah, I think you were spot on with the prediction of Gwen Riven. I expect that when we get into EMEA and the Americas, that deck will rise astronomically. I think that APAC had a pretty low to the ground and widespread overall in terms of deck representation. Again, Jax Ornn being the most represented deck at 19 out of 64. I think that's the lowest we've had all year. I don't think the other regions are really going to follow suit with that one.
This is a pretty good early draw. Double Fleet for the Tracker into Misfortunes, exactly what you want to see.
And this is it. This is game 1 of the semifinals. Again, we will play a finals, but this is sort of the one that's for all the marbles. Winner goes to the World Championship. Loser leaves with absolutely nothing. The prize on the line today is just the World's invite. And this is a pretty decent scout curve to try and get it done here. A Champion Strength would just be, well, but that we could really say that about any scout hand.
No prey, no
Yeah, having exactly like a 1, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6 is going to feel amazing into Firecloud, who's got a bunch of 3-drops that will eventually come down, but it's very awkward to play them. Now, the Gentleman's Jewels are interesting. This probably can be a kill on the Misfortune. And then if you set up this further, you might be able to trade into these relatively happily, but it's not the best spot for you to be in. You don't have that top end of Garen or Galio.
No, it will come in time though, but it's not like Please Play Your Cards Faster is doing nothing this time around. They've got a really nice scout curve here on the 4, 5, 6, and you've got to find something on 5 or 6 to try and match that. A blocking Badger Bear comes down, okay, that's all well and good, but you're only one buff spell away from the scout player into disaster. So it's not even going to be a blocking Badger Bear, it's going to be the Petricite Broadwing coming down, just building up the Formidables a little bit more. I imagine this is going to have a spear to accompany it, probably onto the Petricite Charger, and just get a couple of O3s out and about. Again, not phenomenal in terms of trading power, and right now, Please Play Your Cards Faster, just kind of debating, do I go wide with scouts or do I go wide with 1-drops?
And instead decide to go for scouts. Having Dredger get rid of a champion strength, there's only 1 more left in deck from memory. There should have only been 2 in the deck list, which again, we talked about this earlier. It doesn't fully matter, but the Formidables player is definitely going to be able to think about this and be like, hey, champion strength is much less likely. They can only have 1 possibly out of all of their draws.
There's 3 in the deck.
There's 3, are you sure? I thought there was only 2. Is it Formidables that only has 2?
Yeah, it's Formidables that is 2.
Ah, okay.
You honestly had me questioning if I'm looking at the right scouts list, and I'm like, well, who else's scout list would I be looking at?
Are we going to see the Quinn come down, try and challenge probably the Charger away? Maybe it's the Broadwing away to put less strength on it, but I expect to see that come down. No, never mind, I'm a liar.
Yeah, 2 mana staying up, just really threatening the form up that they don't have, and we're going to have to see, is the bluff called? What's it going to be? First, it's going to be a spear onto the Petricite Charger, leaving up that Gentleman's Duel, or perhaps a blocking Badger Bear, depending on how this first round of combat goes. It's not an insane amount of damage here, but again, Please Play Your Cards Faster, just missing that Anthem.
Definitely, it's interesting not to have gone for the Quinn level up and trying to threaten the form up. I can see why, but I don't know how Please Play Your Cards Faster is planning on doing well into the mid game. You have to expect this Formidables deck is going to be having beefy units coming down over the next couple of turns, and without a champion strength, you can't really go over the top, so trying to go wide without a flipped Quinn seems like a tall ask.
I wonder if this is a read by Please Play Your Cards Faster, who is saying, okay, I've been looking at your early game so far. You've just been like, you haven't really been jamming out units, so you've probably got a heavy hand. A heavy hand probably includes a Jarvan. So if I play my Quinn here, she's not going to level, and I'm just going to get Jarvaned as soon as you go to combat next turn.
That would be a very interesting read, and I definitely don't dislike that read. That read does make a lot of sense, but now with playing the Broadwing, you can say, okay, that Jarvan that I may have predicted is not going to be the case, but now you have to worry, is Quinn just going to be challenged? You did draw the champion strength on the side of Please Play Your Cards Faster, which is definitely changing how you think about the next couple of turns. Do you want to play it on turn 7? Do you want to play it on turn 8? How can I spend my units effectively in order to let myself do that is got to be the questions that they're thinking of right now.
And there's really no great answer out of Firecloud for that champion strength. There's still multiple units that make multiple units in the hand of Please Play Your Cards Faster and the Mirai Warden and the Quinn. And so, you know, it's a little awkward. I guess you could like Genevieve now for some more effective trades, then Quinn and Mirai on the next turn, and then set up for like a very late champion strength. But then you're giving your opponent time to go a little bit wider, set up a Galio potentially. And just probably does not have a solid read on Firecloud's hand. Double blocking Badger Bear is not what I would be putting them on in this situation.
So Firecloud does have the capacity, I think, to replay this Darken Weapon. They've only played 1 so far this turn, if my understanding is correctly, which means they could try and go for the Quinn, but they also have to be scared about a form-up. If they go into this Quinn and Please Play Cards Faster does have a form-up, that's going to be really threatening and scary. They could try and go for the Valors instead. We're going to have to see what these trades end up being like. They are going to run into the possibility of form-up, but there is none in the hand, and this is going to feel amazing.
You know, everyone loves to joke about the America's mentality of if they have it, they have it. But what about when they don't have it? When you say, you know what, if you have it, you have it, and they just don't, huh? What about that, huh? That's going to take Firecloud one step closer to the World Championship with a favorable trade.
The top deck of the Fort Demacia unit, Vanguard Sergeant, is definitely interesting. They can't afford Vanguard Sergeant plus Mirai Warden, which is a little bit disappointing. They might be able to just be played Genevieve here, but Genevieve gets answered really effectively by Galio. There's not really a good way of treating into that. So we are going to see the Genevieve and hope that there's no Galio, but it could have been really disastrous.
I love that these players are just kind of going back and forth. Like, I have a read, but you know what? If you have it, you have it. And just nobody has it. It's these weak hands, but eventually it's going to come to a hedge where Police Player Cards Faster is the one that has the champion strength.
I see the first trade come in, probably responded to by an Elixir of Iron, not letting any more positive trades come through in the future, but Firecloud doesn't really have anything going for them anymore. Their last card is a freeze that doesn't really matter, and a blocking Badger Bear that's not going to care about blocking into a champion strength next turn. It's not looking good for Firecloud. They will want a Garen or a Jarvan or a Galio or something to get them back into this.
That said, if Firecloud does find one of their late game threats here, I actually don't mind their position. You've got the Flash Freeze for the Scout after the champion strength, and it's just another, Anthem effect top decked by Please Play Your Cards Faster. So the Valor's about to go down. There's really nothing Please Play Your Cards Faster can do about that, and they're just losing the board. But again, I'm not sure. With a weak top deck like Duran Sculptor, I'm not really feeling it, Spids. It's just go a little bit wide, get 5 units out, slam a champion strength. Might even probably don't slam a champion strength right now. Maybe now you do, but probably not. It's only +4/+4, which means Anaka just actually gets to trade on one of these units. But no, it actually is going to be the case. Just going to run it out.
What's really cool about Champion Strength is if you do Champion Strength this turn, you can still afford Vanguard Sergeant plus 4 Demacia on the next turn. So all of these 1-drops are going to be 6/5s and then 5/4s over the next couple of turns. You lose one of them, but big deal when you're threatening the Nexus so much over the next couple of turns. And Firecloud isn't going to be able to respond pretty effectively. Even if they top deck something like a Galio, it doesn't really matter when you can continue pummeling them, and the Galio's not going to have that much strength after the trades anyway.
And just kind of debating what they're comfortable going down to. Normally you think, okay, yeah, I'm against a Demacia deck, can go to 1, it's fine, they don't have any reach, but they do have Misfortunes in the deck, and it would be a shame to lose to that. So now, the board is much less threatening now. There's a Flash Freeze, there's a unit to develop, but man, Firecloud is just continuing to not draw units, just getting all the spells, and this is a rather spell-heavy version of Formidable. Usually we see it more akin to the Scouts list. You run like the Champion Strength, the Elixir of Iron, Gentleman's Duel, and like Sky Splitter. And that's about where you call it a day. But here, I believe there's something like 14 spells in this list with the Shield of Duran, the additional single combat.
And this might be the consequence of not having Omen Hawk. These Shield of Durans are what is being replaced from what would normally be Omen Hawk. Omen Hawk would have traded into these 2/1s rather earlier, made these Broadwings and these blocking Badger Bears slightly larger. The difference in these cards definitely is going to be relevant. And I think these player cards faster is absolutely going to take this game. There are chances that this comes out, but this player cards fast is doing so much aggression right now.
At the very least, there is going to be an attack token with Anaka. And okay, yeah, I was gonna say I've never seen what happens if Anaka pulls Jarvan, and then I remembered I used my noggin. Anaka can't pull Jarvan. From here, though,
could pull a Galio, and Galio would be lethal.
This you can't pull champions.
Sorry, my bad. We literally just talked about this. Oh my lord.
I don't know what you thought the difference between Jarvan and Galio was, but Glacial Saurian, it's a Darken, so you draw, and that's just lethal.
Can't believe 2 actions ago I said that Please Play a Cards Faster had guaranteed lethal. I am completely wrong. This Anaka pulling... anything they would have pulled would have done a bunch of damage with all the buffs that Anaka has done. It would have done quite well, and that's the first game in what is a qualification for Worlds.
Yeah, all of a sudden we're just down to the Frostbite mid-range again, and unlike the previous match, we're feeling a little bit more confident in this. We don't think there's like we were talking a lot about the Frostbite mid-range into the Overwhelm. That's the matchup that we wanted to highlight. We might not even get it if Scouts does go down here. Again, we were talking about Reckoning and how no one really plays that Frostbite mid-range. Scouts is a matchup where that would actually do some damage.
Thing is, I don't even think you need Reckoning. If you play Hearthguard on turn 5, Scouts can't do anything against it. Now, there is the Reckless Trifarian, which isn't great, but there is still Trifarian Glory Seeker into LeBlanc into Ashe, which is a decent hand, but Please Play a Cards Faster has got 2 Misfortunes.
This is an awful odds hand, rather, for Fire Cloud, especially pairing into a Fleet Feather Tracker Misfortune opener.
Sharpen the blades.
If there's a way for them to lose the scouts, I think it looks a little bit like this on terms of like still looking playable.
Firecloud is probably going to end up playing LeBlanc here, trying to put some damage in, and I wonder if this player cards faster is going to slowly think about playing Misfortune or not. They decide not to, decides to play the Daring Poro off the Mirai Warden and a few other things like that. Do you go in? Do you pre-commit the Elixir Vine and try and go in, or do you just do this trade and end it with that?
I think I'd do this trade, end it with that, plan for Bloody Business plus Elixir on the LeBlanc next turn. Just in case of either another Fleet Feather Tracker or a Petricite Broadwing. I don't really see the value in maintaining my 5-1.
No prey, no pay.
I guess that's fair. I was seeing it as a way that might kill Misfortune, but with Bloody Business, you are able to play Misfortune right now. It will give LeBlanc the 3rd point of health, which is very nice for defending, and if Please Play Cards Faster wants to do Make It Rain to try and attack in anyway, there is still this Elixir Vine, so all the mana lines up really, really nicely following into an Ash and being able to pressure the board state when Please Play Cards Faster isn't going to be able to do a lot much after that. There's still the Quinn into the Valor and maybe a top deck Champion Strength or Fortimarcia could be something, but Firecloud is definitely getting their mid-range presence that they need to over the next 2 or 3 turns.
That said, if this is why I hate scouts. You're casting it and you're like, that was an excellent points bids, but what if Champion Strength comes off the top of the deck? And that's just really as much analysis as we can give you. That it's kind of just what it comes down to with scouts. Okay, you have 4 units on the board. That's awesome. Now you're just in the CS waiting room.
Nothing gets between me and my mark.
Gonna see the Hearthguard come down, try and buff the other units. Now, Please Play Cards Faster is not threatening an insignificant attack. This is well, now with these blocks, it's less significant.
Just no respect for form up again.
Quinn blocking, which makes sense. I guess there's no 1 damage removal in this matchup, but it does mean that Quinn will no longer feel comfortable attacking unless she's willing to die. We do see the Inspiring Light top decked and a Misfortune that can do things, but Please Play Cards Faster is going to probably be able to play Trifarian Assessor and try and look for freeze cards?
Either way, I assume you're kicking things off. Oh, really? I thought it would have been Mirror Image onto the Hearthguard to kick things off, leave yourself with the Harsh Winds available, or play the Assessor after the fact for an additional draw.
I think this has to do with the way that the reputation list is built. The overemphasis on things such as Brittle Steel and Elixir Vine means that I think when building this, you're really looking for these 1-mana combat tricks to blow out this mid-range deck, and going for something slow like copying the Hearthguard just doesn't make sense with how this list is built. I think with most other lists, I would see that as a better line, but I can understand why we went for this from the side of Firecloud.
All right, the Inspiring Light has come down, and now there's still a couple of options on the side of Firecloud. It's either Iceveil Archer, or it's now the Mirror Image onto, I would assume, Hearthguard over LeBlanc. Not a lot of reason to get the LeBlanc out there. Hearthguard buffing up the deck and then holding up the Elixir of Iron, but there's no challenger on the Fleet Feather. I guess the question is, like, how much do you get into the mind games of it? Where it's like, okay, obviously they played their Anthem effect. They don't have something to play for the Challenger. But at the same time, how big brain would it be if now their last card in hand did give Challenger over to the Fleet Feather Tracker? Now that Firecloud has tapped out, it's not going to be the case, though. No Scout attack, and it's actually just going to be a lot of the board getting taken down, not even using the Elixir of Iron to try and save anything.
Well, partly because there's not enough mana for that. That's one of the few reasons why we're not going to see Elixir of Iron come down. Just to be a little bit snarky to you, Boulevard. But there is not that much in the defensive potential of Firecloud. There is, never mind, I lied. There's Ash into Ash's Frostbite, which can be quite nice, but Please Play Faster has drawn the Quinn into the Fortimarcia, which is sort of exactly what you wanted.
There's not a lot of, yeah, this is where the Reckless Trifarians are really going to start to catch up with Firecloud. This is something we were talking about in a previous matchup. Just so many can't block units in this deck, and it looks like NTNN3 is now 1-0 over Pin Ping Ho, so we might not get into that second game. All these players fighting for their chance to qualify directly into the World Championship. Double Ash actually coming out in aggressive use of the Mirror Image, threatening lethal if no blockers come through.
I quite like this. You still have 8 mana on the side of Firecloud to be able to do 3 Harsh Winds plus the flash freeze, which is quite nice. And threatening the Nexus is the same as challenging one of these units away, and that's all you really want to be doing. So I quite like this attack. You're not really getting that much use out of the mirror image outside of that. It's always blocking something or threatening something.
Exactly enough mana to run out both units and the 4 Demacia for player cards faster. Meanwhile, another unit that can't block on the side of Firecloud, but doesn't really matter. You've got Harsh Winds plus Flash Freeze, and that should be enough. Misfortune is at 2 out of 4 production. Bail me out, please.
Misfortune's at less than 3 right now, which is around the ballpark that I think matters.
Okay, 2 out of 4. Yeah, I was also like, okay, it's less than 3, but that doesn't give me the information that I need. So it actually looks like Misfortune will be leveling here, and that is a bit of a disaster.
I have to... If they just attack fully right now, is that lethal? If not, are they going to have to scout attack to try and throw in lethal? Is the 3 damage more important, or is losing a unit going to be quite relevant here?
Full-on attack was not lethal.
Okay. They're going to have to decide between Harsh Winds and 3 Sisters. I presume it's always just Harsh Winds. There's very few reasons not to do that. Ash is going to flip, which does get the arrow, which means if they survive until next turn, the arrow is probably just going to be enough to freeze everything and go in for the lethal. I can't imagine that ever not being the case. Do some quick math. I think
this is lethal.
You might be right. Now looking at the board...
No, sorry. Flash Freeze saves you from lethal, but you do then lose your Ash. You lose both Ashes, in which case... Yeah, this isn't lethal, but without either Ash and just a bunch of Reckless Trifarians, I don't know if that's enough.
If you... So, the Crystal Arrow does give you a draw, and there will be 2 Ashes in the deck. You could do Crystal Arrow into Ash, and that should be guaranteed lethal unless player cards quickly draws a unit and then just holds it, doesn't play it immediately.
Oh, this Crystal Arrow actually isn't hitting much.
Never mind. Yeah, this the Durand Sculptor being able to buff the 3/4 definitely changes things a lot, and the form up also would bring it above rate as well. But even an Ash is not enough. Is there anything that Firecloud could be looking for? Cessa?
Omen Hawk actually isn't awful because it is a card that they can play. Okay.
Is that the Bar
Nope,
Boulevard? It's a card you can play?
Look, it's... Sometimes, yes, that's the bar. It unfortunately not going to be enough there, but now we get into the matchup that you and I were highlighting, the Darius Gnar versus the Frostbite midrange. Again, we talked about how those Reckless Trifarians can really start to bite you in those aggressive matchups, and that's just kind of exactly what we saw. And now we're going to see how quick can this Darius Gnar go. We've kind of theorized, there's 9 1-drops in the deck. The Crimson Pigeons and Legion Saboteurs can do a lot in the early game, but sometimes you just don't draw 9 1-drops. Sometimes you draw some Dariuses and some Battle Furies and some other cards that just lose to Frostbite, which is a larger portion of your deck than the 1-drops.
Imagine if you went to someone a year ago and said the final decks in the LCQ, or at least in the semifinals, are Asher LeBlanc and Darius Gnar, champions that have never been good for like a year at that point. They'd probably respond with, what's an LCQ? When's the next seasonal? But we do see the Omen Hawk drawn, and that's pretty good. I mean, in these Freljord matchups, sometimes you can joke around and say whoever gets Omen Hawk wins, and we do see an Omen Hawk on one side.
For what it's worth, I do have a bookmarked tweet from Joey Sticks that said they just had a dream about Nefari Kindred being meta in 2025. So I'm sitting on that one. And then, when 2024, when like Nefari comes out, we can be like, oh man, this champion sucks. Who would ever guess when it'll be meta? And then, a year later in APAC quarterfinals again.
This hand looks pretty good from Play Faster, I think. Having the 3-drop into the 4-drop into Saurian is a pretty good space to be in, but these player cards quickly does have 2 pieces of interaction in the Brittle Steel and the Bloody Business, and is going to be able to be relatively aggressive for the next couple of turns, but possibly not aggressive enough.
I think it's really going to come down to, is that 3 Sisters Flash Freeze available when Firecloud goes for the Bloody Business line? And we're a little bit of a ways off of that, and at the moment, actually, there's no way to deal with the Darius, and Battle Fury is terrifying. Something like the history of Battle Fury competitively is What Am I started jamming this in Endure as a way to deal with Frostbite. Where it's like, oh yeah, you frostbit my Endor. Okay, well now it's an 8/4. And a similar theory applies in this Overwhelm deck.
I really like this open attack. It's hard not to let Gnar level from it, and developing Gnar would run into an Ashe plus a Brittle Steel really, really badly. So being able to get the open attack, you miss out on the Pokey Stick, but honestly, having a 5/5 Gnar is way better than running into something like a Brittle Steel. Really interesting play. It gives vulnerable to probably the wrong unit. You would have rather given it to the Ashe, but I mean, you're not going to complain too much about having a 4-mana 5/5 quick attack overwhelm.
Absolutely not. And now...
I need just a moment.
Okay, it's going to bank a little bit of spell mana, Brittle Steel plus Bloody Business available. Reputation should be activating this turn, unless the Flash Freeze gets used. That'd be a little wild. But I would imagine a pass out of please play your cards faster from here. Not a lot of reason to just jam the Glacial Saurian into all of this.
Face me.
Especially with 2 units that can't block. If they trade passes here, I think please play your cards faster is definitely going to be in a very happy position. You do see the famous thing that Ashe, like the whole point of this Ashe deck is to do this thing. You pull with the Trifarian Glory Seeker and you freeze what's being pulled. I'm surprised we haven't seen that this tournament actually, but we are going to see that come down here. Do you try to play the Elixir of Iron to protect the Gnar, or do you go for a Fury the North and try and do the trade?
I think that Three Sisters is going to be really valuable later down the line as either a Flash Freeze or an Entomb. Entomb a great offensive capability in a deck like this, and not something that you really have an answer for as Frostbite midrange. So I like going for the Elixir of Iron. I don't think that's a card that gets a lot more valuable from here on out, and still leaves you to play the Glacial Saurian on curve this turn with the Gnar alive, so you get the Yordle, so you get the draw, and you find a Crimson Pigeon.
Crimson Pigeon's a pretty good draw. It's the only thing that can be comboed with another Glacial Saurian as being a 1-drop. We are going to see Glacial Saurian be Bloody Business to down. Makes sense to do it this turn. As you were saying, it was going to come down to if Three Sisters would be able to interact with it, and it seems like that was not the case unless another Bloody Business is drawn and we can do that song and dance once more. But please play your cards quicker has now got a tough decision to make between Darius, who will be flipped, or Saurian plus Pigeon to try and go wide.
It's a tough call. And I think either way, with 8 mana, Flash Freeze, and Harsh Winds, Fire Cloud has all their bases covered. Now, whether or not they have lethal on the next turn is a little up in the air. If they get forced to use all 3 Frostbites here, then Ashe is only taking 1 blocker off the table next turn, and there will still be, presumably, a 3 Sisters in the hand of Please Play Your Cards Faster. So the open attack is locked in, only 1 blocker available, but this also isn't lethal. Let me check what the over-the-top options are here. Pirouette, and I had to check. Yeah, Pokey Stick off the Gnar. I confused Decisive Maneuver for a rally spell for a second there.
Shunpo, which can't hit the Nexus.
I was hovering the card to see if it could hit the Nexus, and I'm like, stun an enemy. That doesn't hit the Nexus.
One arrow.
There was another time that we saw an open attack from Please Play Your Cards Quickly, which makes sense trying to beat a lot of the developments that were trying to come down.
This is it, though. This is it, though, Spids. They didn't force out the Harsh Winds in. Now it's just Ashe Harsh Winds open attack, and that's lethal.
Is Ashe a 2? Ashe's must be a 2, right? We've seen a Flash Freeze and an open.
Yeah,
Ashe should be a 2. We've seen a Flash Freeze offensively. You are right. Provided there's not another Three Sisters top deck, which I presume there... I mean, there won't be.
There's only one. Yeah, there's only one. Might could throw things in out of the whack. Would give attack over to a unit. But
that's not what is drawn. And if Firecloud decides to go for it, they can go for the open attack lethal.
Three Sisters, Fury, Whirling Death? Is that anything?
Ooh. Is
that enough?
You can buff up the Gnar, and then you can Whirling Death from Gnar onto the 6/2. And that would let you stay alive.
I think I really would have liked LeBlanc to have been developed by Firecloud before they went in for this, because the Ashe attack is sort of wasted here in that if your opponent developed a unit, you still would have had 3 units that can't block. It's the same as 2 units that can't block, and now this mana is just kind of going to wasted. Yeah, there's the Fury. I
understand why, but you don't want Ashe to be stunned by Pirouette. That would reduce the open attack lethal entirely.
And this is actually still going to do it. Sky Splitter is going to save this unit, and that is going to be lethal. That is going to be Fiery Cloud moving on to the World Championship.
What an insane matchup. This is I mean, Ash LeBlanc just showing that it made it. I didn't expect Ash LeBlanc to be one of the 2 winners of the APAC tournament, yet that's where we are. It ended up doing exactly what it needed to do, fighting mid-range decks and getting someone qualified into Worlds.
I didn't expect to see Scouts running in the finals. I really didn't even expect to see Darius Nar make it this far, but I believe we never got a final update on the NTNN versus Pin Ping Ho matchup, so we're going to see if we can jump into that or get confirmation from production before we throw the break on who was the winner of that match, because we don't want to leave you hanging on that, but we're going to have to for the time being. But Spids, with all of the decks that we saw, I mean, okay, let's be honest, Jax weren't qualified for Worlds. Like, that's okay, whatever, man. Like, that's cool, I guess. Like, you could do that. But Ash LeBlanc is not something that we really had on the radar. Now, a lot of people were talking about, like, Shen Jarvan earlier in the week, but I think as a community, we're starting to understand that, like, if you're talking about Shen Jarvan on Monday, no one's playing it by Friday.
Yeah. Ash LeBlanc only had one of the 2 people bring it. This was one of the 2 people that made it. So I wonder if it's going to be a sleeper pick that we see in EMEA and America. It does, I think, beat Riven Gwen, which is a deck that we're expecting to come up on the rise. Just being able to play Flash Freezes definitely comes into this. So it's going to be interesting if we see that in the other regions as well. We see Janan Nilla versus the Poro King in Ping Ping Ho versus 3.
1 card in hand for Pin Ping Ho, 1 HP on the Nexus, a Dream Alive. We know that NTNN3 was up a game the last time we checked, so even if this is game 3, it's still looking really good for Poros. That wasn't on my bingo card. Like, Frostbite, Midrange, and Poros were not on my bingo card for making it through. Solani.
This is game. There's no way this is not game. Is there any draw?
I'm thinking it's probably like Eye of the Storm into double Mystic Shot. Okay, or Slipstream.
Slipstream into double Mystic Shot.
Depending
Slipstream
on
into
how
Eye of the
much,
Storm into...
depending on how much burn is left in the deck. It's another Tide Caller. Oh, so close. It wasn't even the nerf that did it. It almost was, but no, that is going to be Pin Ping Ho eliminated. Not able to get that run back, and NTNN3 is your 2nd player qualified out of the World Championship qualifier. That is it, folks. Not for the tournament, but for the World's qualification. Of course, you still want a champion, don't you? You want to congratulate these players, but you want to see who gets to celebrate more, who gets to celebrate harder. And I got to say, personally, very proud of NTNN3 for making it this far, for making it into the World Championship, and doing it with, I believe they were running something of an anti-control lineup. The Puffcaps, Poros, and Formidable.
It's very cool. Imagine if you're NT3 trying to get into the World qualification and your final boss into making it there is someone that's already been in Worlds. It's got to feel amazing to actually get over there. You've already proven yourself as someone that's great into Worlds right now. You've beaten someone that's already made it, and now you're there yourself.
Yeah, and shout out to Boulevard for the prophetic powers calling out NTNN3 at the top of the day. You've still got it, buddy. But that means we are going to throw it to a mid-sized break before we come back for the grand finals here at the Last Chance Qualifier. Again, both these players already made it in, but we just want to see some more LOR. We want to crown a winner. We need to be able to put a number 1 at the top of the scoreboard. Do not go anywhere. We're playing for all the glory here at the World Championship Last Chance Qualifier. Hello, everybody, and thank you for sticking with us after a very long break as we head into the finals of the World Championship Last Chance Qualifier. Again, these players are playing for pride and glory, which is honestly, arguably one of the most important things that you can play for in a card game. We talk to world champions all the time, and they're like, yeah, the money's cool, but really it's that world champion title that I wanted. So yeah, LCQ winner. That's what we're going for here. Both these players are going into the world championship anyway, but let's take a look at the bracket to remind you who is going to be playing this finals, who they had to eliminate to get here. Pin Ping Ho and Can You Play a Little Bit Faster? Unfortunately eliminated at the final step, and it will be NTNN3 and Firecloud moving on to the world championship and now playing for glory.
It's kind of crazy to think that no teams made it past the top 8. We were talking about earlier about how teams are quite important, and then it turns out these players that almost certainly had, scrim mates and teammates trying to like help them around and friends they can talk to, but no like massive team backing, no at least prominence in their name, proclaiming their allegiance to, ABG or KDF or something. It's interesting to see that they sort of all faltered off a few rounds ago.
And part of it, I think, is that a good number of team players are already qualified or, are basically locked in on points. But yeah, there were certainly still a lot of leftover teammates in this tournament. And, top 8's not a bad showing, but we kind of expected to see at least one in the finals or maybe all the way to top 4 instead. KDF and END making it all the way to top 8 before getting eliminated. ABG out in top 16. But I think they already have a couple of players in the World Championship. But now it's just down to individuals. 2 individuals, in fact. That's right. It's Boulevard and Spitz. And we are the ones who have to do the battle of mental fortitude of once again telling you about Jax Orn and selling you that propaganda.
Before we get to Jax Orn, we get to talk about Formidables, which, we've seen quite a little bit. We've talked about this list maybe 3 times at this point in the last 3 rounds in a row. 2 copies of Champion Strength, 1 copy of Shield of Duran, no Omen Hawk, but it's been proven, you don't need Omen Hawk in this deck. It's clearly good enough on its own.
I'm getting sick of the Darkened Spear. All right, last World Championship, Poro Cannon. That card started to get on my nerves. I was like, boy, I can't wait for rotation. I hope we rotate Poro Cannon. Then we nerfed it and rotated it, and I was so happy. And now, Darkened Spear, I'm starting to look at you a little sideways. Oh, look at that, Spitz. It's the Darkened Spear.
And the Darkened Spear has come in handy in these last few matches. I think every single time we've seen a Naka pull something important and have that 6-8 body, which is not insignificant at all, be quite relevant in all of these matchups. I can see why you dislike Darkened Spear. I think it's kind of based that you can have weapons and units at the same time. I think the Darkened Weapons was one of the coolest additions they had to this game.
I think it's sick. I love it so much.
It's
but
so
the Spear specifically is starting to get to me.
Finally, we've got Jax. Let's talk about Ash LeBlanc some more, actually. Let's ignore what's in front of us on the screen. Ash LeBlanc's pretty cool. It's been doing quite well. Only 2 people brought in. One of them made it to top 2 and able to qualify for Worlds with it. Do you think it's going to have representation in the other regions? I think I've asked you this before.
I think we're probably going to see a similar representation to what we saw in APAC, like 2 or 3 players. For example, like over in EMEA, if you were like, oh, what do you expect to see? I'd be like, a Cocky Baki's probably playing Ash LeBlanc and Top Cut there. And then on the side of NTNN3, we've also got Formidables. So deck of the weekend right now, Formidables, which honestly I'm a little surprised by because we saw a high rise in control and eradication, but I guess like the control lists we're seeing aren't eradication lists, right? Like Heimer Nora isn't running it, Karma Set obviously isn't running it because they're built over in Zon and not Shadow Isle. It's really just like the Warmothers decks that are on the eradication, and it looks like all of those fell out pretty early.
It doesn't seem like there's a good way of dealing with Petricite Charger plus Gentleman's Duel. It's able to deal with decks like Red Gwen. It's able to deal with anything that's sort of Jananilla-esque and so forth. It makes sense. I don't think we've ever broken down this deck. We've seen 3 play, but it wasn't the first game we were talking about. This is their version of Teemo Caitlyn. What do you think about this list?
It looks very standard to me, and honestly, I've never really been a big Puffcap fan once we introduced like Karina Mastermind into the list when it was like Ezreal and Frostbite Foundry. I could get behind it a little bit more, but stuff like this, I get that it's got its place in the meta. It's very good against slower decks, but it's not for me. And then Poro King is actually like, if I wanted to take on a slower deck, then Poro King I think is where I would actually want to be. This is something that I like a lot into control piles.
We do see the one Borealis I was mentioning to you earlier. I think Borealis is stock in this deck, although Nessie was on 2, which is a little bit weird. This version is the Targon version running Sunburst as opposed to the Freljord version, which I think runs like Ingvar and just more go-wide stuff, right? Interesting list. Only one Targon Telstones is pretty weird. I feel like these lists have typically tried to run as many Hushes as possible, and instead we're seeing very, very few, which is probably good into this matchup where you don't really need to Hush all that much outside of maybe a Formidable.
Hush, like when you think about what's going to be the most represented deck, you look at Jack's Horn, Hush, not super useful. But then you look at like Riven Gwen, and I feel like Hush is actually quite useful in a matchup like that. So yeah, I am a little surprised to see down on the number of Targon Telstones. Spids, I got a little bit of trivia for you here as it pertains to Legends of Runeterra. I don't think this was ever seasonal worthy, but do you know the only other deck that I've ever seen Aurora Borealis in?
Oh no, why are you doing this, Meter Boulevard? Why is there a pop quiz in this tournament?
Pop quiz, Spids. Where was Aurora Borealis played?
I have no clue. Where would it be played?
There was a Lux deck. There was a solid month where there was just like, it wasn't even like Poros. It was just Freljord Lux, and they were like, hey, Aurora Borealis is 12 mana worth of spells.
I can't imagine a Freljord Demacia deck being good like before, 3 months ago or something. It's crazy to think that was something in there.
It's dark times. We didn't have a lot going. Every time I see a Lux deck pop up in the meta, previous, a year and a half plus ago, I'd be like, oh, we don't got a lot going on right now, huh?
I mean, Lux Jace does well in Eternal a little bit, but I think that's just, it's the best Demacia deck that has a mid-range presence at that point, right?
Yeah, I miss Aphelios Lux. That was probably my favorite Lux deck. Any Targon Lux I was actually a big fan of, because when Targon first came out, Asol Lux was a huge deck, and I was a very big fan of that.
I don't think I played a lot of Aphelios Lux. I did play a lot of Aphelios Victor when Aphelios released. That was the first deck I got to Masters with, which I felt pretty proud about at the time. Aphelios has got a happy place in my heart.
Mine as well. I think Aphelios Lux was after Aphelios had already been nerfed and then rebuffed back into viability. I remember Aphelios Lux was what I was playing right before Petricite Broadwing got nerfed. And that's actually kind of what took the deck off, was the nerf to Petricite Broadwing.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty good nerf. I think it's one of the more creative nerfs that have come into the tournament. And it's still not the tournament, just in the game, sorry. It's a cool way of making the card still feel relevant. It's overstated on curve, but you need to buff it for it to be something you can actually trade with. And the Formidable keyword does do some interesting things with how the game plays out. I quite like that nerf. I think it's one of the better ones that they've done.
Absolutely. Talking about the matchup in front of us, I want to see Jack's Horn banned because, yikes, I'm already falling asleep as it is over here. The last thing I need is something to send me over the edge. And I want to see Puffcaps and Yuumi play out. But again, obviously, these players want as much practice as possible going into the World Championship. I imagine they're going to take this very seriously. So we're going to see a Formidable ban. We're going to see a Yuumi Horo King ban. And that means Puffcaps will play.
I don't know if you heard that, Boulevard. This is the first time I've heard production laugh at something you said, which is very, very nice. We are going to have Traps versus... this has to be Jack's on.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be. We can make it up. We can say God. This is something... This is Orn Jax, actually. It's very different from Jack's Orn.
Surely Jack's on wins. Surely Jack's on is going to just punish this deck, and without any Teemo, without any Puffcaps, it's just not going to get there.
Yeah, I want this to be the masterclass in why you don't play things like this, why you bring Jack's Horn. First of all, Omenhawk and Omenhawk. I mentioned that sometimes Jack's Horn just gets to do really broken things, like play a 6/6 on turn 3. Would have been possible if this Apprentice had come a little bit earlier, but honestly, 3 wide with what weapon was taken here. All right, 3 wide, 6, 7, 10 stats on board, and 2 spell mana on turn 3. That's a good deck.
Yeah, we do see the Caitlyn come down, which sort of sounds nice until you remember that everything's going to be buffed into oblivion. The flash bombs aren't going to be doing too much. I do like that Mystic Shot, and you can probably make a read that there's no Sky Splitter and there's no Elixir of Iron just from that, because I think you always protect that every single time.
And even if there was, there's still the Caitlyn spell, there's still the Elixir of Iron. I'm sure that this is where the Puffcap Peddler comes down. There's not going to be enough mana for the fish fight. So, and even once mana for fish fight is available, Firecloud is going to have to pick between the Peddler and the Caitlyn. But again, I don't think Caitlyn is a significant threat in a matchup like this. And with the double Omenhawk, Teemo's not touching down anytime soon either.
On Jax is... even with just these 2 combat hooks, they're going to be pressuring game every single turn. If they draw nothing over the course of the rest of the game, I still think that on Jax is probably in a much better position and it's probably likely to win. It's just that the lack of stats that PND like Freljord has access to in traps just doesn't do anything against these decks that are massive every single turn.
I think if Firecloud was not allowed to take any action other than blocking for the next 3 turns, but was guaranteed an Ornn top deck on 7, they would still win this game.
That's probably true and a little bit unfortunate for like, you know, the creativity and the coolness of the plays. Veteran Investigator doesn't really change any of this. You can't really shuffle in that many puff caps without Teemo or a second puff cap peddler. There's not even like spells that create spells in 3's deck. I think there might be Chompon, right? That creates a couple of spells, but that's about it. That's the only like spell spam card in that deck.
Yeah. Like Advanced Intel is a 3 of in here, but that, I mean, there's also just like no Frostbite in the hand for 3. You know, no Harsh Winds, again, just like an Insider Knowledge top deck, which really not something that you want to be playing in against this, and that's sort of always been the hallmark of these puff cap decks, right? Is it's like, okay, yeah, my deck is built such that I will eventually need to play my card that draws us all additional cards, but then my opponent who is already beating me just gets more cards, and my deck is built to play inefficiently, like triple Brittle Steel, triple Elixir of Iron, triple Sky Splitter. If you're not getting favorable combat trades with these cards, that catches up to you eventually, and then you need to do things like fire off an Insider Knowledge to rebuild.
We did see these Omen Hawks attack. I wonder if we're going to see the shares used to try and protect one of the Omen Hawks, so there is still a blocker for the Teemo. But it felt like these Omen Hawks were one of the last vestiges as a protection piece for not having Teemo strike the Nexus. There is still Fish Fight that can go against Teemo, but if 3 decides to play Teemo this turn, they still can't attack, right? And then if you do the Piltover Castaway, it would go into Fish Fight. Although Piltover Castaway was not a real Castaway. It was actually just Caitlyn the whole time.
Surprise! Oh man, another Veteran Investigator. A snipe onto the Omen Hawk, not that it means much. Unless a second... Okay, that's the wrong puff cap. Or the wrong trap, rather. And I'm looking at the hand of 3 here, Spids. Do you know what I don't see?
A way to win?
An answer to Ornn.
Ornn is technically not flipped. There won't be an overwhelm threat, but I don't know how you're supposed to deal with a 2020, you know, attacker for 1 turn.
Yeah, I also
with
think
Scout,
that...
actually.
I think Ornn can just flip with Fish Fight.
Ornn can flip with Fish Fight. You're going to have to explain this one to me.
Okay, so
You're going to take the weapon from Combat Cook?
Yeah, I mean, you take any weapon, I think, and that makes you big enough, right? Okay, not that one, I guess.
Ornn does not forge himself when he does the equipment, right? So it's always going to be 6 strength.
Well, actually, now Ornn's going to flip because it's a scout. So
yeah,
you just
exactly.
go into combat up to 8. Yeah, this is
Examining the evidence.
that will flip Ornn this turn. So you got to draw some kind of Frostbite here, 3. And by some kind of Frostbite, I do specifically mean Harsh Winds, which you can no longer have an out to because it is 5 mana, and a second copy of Insider Knowledge will put you at 4.
Caitlyn is dealing 4 damage this turn? Am I right in saying that? It doesn't matter, but, you know, there was worlds in which you get a Frostbite, get
Yeah.
Caitlyn to block twice, go down. You know, there were outs there that could have been possible with Insider Knowledge, but doesn't mean to be the case. You can shoot your own Veteran Investigator to prevent the Ornn flip, but all of these units are still going to be attacking in rather aggressively, and 3, even with something like a Karina Mastermind or trying to set up the Teemo into a Karina Mastermind, doesn't seem like it would be dealing 16 worth of damage. Only 8 puff caps in the deck. Last time I checked, 8 does not deal 16 damage.
Unless you generate Ava and get her into play somehow in a deck with, as far as I can tell, absolutely no random card generation.
Is there Condense?
No.
Condense could let... Okay, well...
We're not even Bandle City.
that would be a good reason why you can't... Like, we're tired. We've been doing this for a couple of hours now. We already have the winners crowned for the World's qualification. These guys are just playing for glory, as we've said. So we don't have to think
Even
about this.
okay, well, if there's 11 puff caps in deck, then I guess technically, if all 11 of them are in the top 5, this Karina could kill.
Can we have a percentage check on that production? Can you tell us the chance of drawing all 16 puff caps if we play the second Teemo, plus the 3 puff caps from the puff cap peddler?
Production said no. Oh, I actually kind of thought this was... Well, I guess, like, there's still a chance for 3. Because you get to go... Chump Wump. Put all the shrooms in the deck, and then... Okay, never mind. The insider knowledges are coming out now. 19 puff caps, 2 draws.
Oh, also, this is lethal, right? One's flipped. One is overlap.
Yeah, one's gonna flip. Okay, there's a... Well, 2 is a lot less than the necessary number for 3 to pick this one up.
On flipping, showing that, you know, all you need to do is draw good units on curve, play Omen Hawk, play a second Omen Hawk, play some stats, and eventually get on to pummel down. This should be lethal. There are 4 attackers, all with 3 strength or more against 10 health. It's just not enough.
Can't spoil the surprise.
That was cool. That was awesome. You know what this means, though, Spitz? We get to see puff caps again. Because...
It also means no more on. That's pretty good.
Oh, man. Blessed are we. If I just don't watch the other Last Chance Qualifiers, then surely I never have to look at Jaxorn again. Surely whatever is coming in the world's expansion will just completely nullify Jaxorn. There's going to be like a 1-mana fast speed spell that's just like destroy all weapons in play or something like that. And I never have to worry about these again because I think your casual player kind of overestimated how much work explorers were going to do in taking Jaxorn out of the meta.
Yeah, I mean, Explorers they're low tempo when you play them, and you're spending 2 mana on equipment removal, which honestly isn't good enough. Like, why Heavy Metal is good is because it also does 2 damage. Why Quietus is good is because it also kills units, right? The flexibility just doesn't actually mean enough. We're going to see Ash LeBlanc versus Formidables, which is favored for Formidables, right?
By a long shot.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's like, it looks so clean for Formidables on paper that you start to question whether or not that's actually the case, or if like you're underthinking it. And it's like, no, it is as one-sided as you think it is.
And in case you're unaware, the big reason why is because Formidables don't really deal with their strength. They attack with their health, and Frostbiting, a unit that has no strength anyway and attacks with their health, doesn't really accomplish the goals that you're looking for.
Yeah, that cute little Ash Trifarian Glory Seeker combo that we talked about earlier, the sort of thing that the deck was built upon, doesn't work on Formidables. They don't care. However, 3 has yet to draw any meaningful Formidable units, so that's a bit of a problem.
Rose remembers.
Oh, look, it's your favorite card, the Darkened Spear. Kind of underplayed, but we're going to see it come down here.
The problem is, like,
try
I
and get an attack
do
in.
love the Darkened Spear. I just don't love what it facilitates. It's the same thing with Darkened Harp. I looked at that, I was like, this is the coolest card I've ever seen. And then we got Vayne Fiora that was Piltover and Zon just to play Darkened Spear. Or Darkened Harp, rather. And I was like, that's not what I wanted.
That's so weird, because I thought that was the coolest thing ever. We finally had P and Z in a Demacia deck being aggressive and being cool, but like we hadn't had seen that before, and the Darken Harp was one of the coolest things we'd seen. I think we just disagree heavily on this.
It's possible. I also thought like Aatrox was really cool until it just turned into Ranger Knight Defector Darken Harp. I was like, oh, that's not what I want.
That's
I
fair.
wanted to be slamming like giant Darken units. I wanted to be leveling the World Ender, and like it's not even really Aatrox's fault. He just kind of got nerfed into that position.
It's kind of interesting. I haven't really thought about Ranger Knight Defector in the past few months as a strong contender. It used to be like the mid-range card, right?
Yeah.
It used to be that the only card that would be played in opens and the whole reason you go into Demacia. And now it seems like all of the mid-range is converted into Freljord and Formidables.
Pretty much. I wonder if the second Elixir of Iron gets used to. Yeah, might as well. I mean, it's not like you have any other units to protect, but man, is this looking bad. You know, the cool thing about being a 70-30 matchup is that sometimes you find that 30%.
So, what went wrong for 3? Is it just like everything being a combat trick and nothing being a Garen? Nothing being a Balin?
No, just no formidable units. Like, you're trying to be Frostbite resistant. Instead, you drew double Elixir of Iron Sky Splitter, the weakest formidable unit in your deck, so you've got to pump extra combat tricks in it to have it effectively trade onto things. Darkened Spear is cool, but again, you're pumping up a rather weak unit. This Omen Hawk is whatever. Like, we're on turn 5, and you just drew your second Omen Hawk unit. And it's not a formidable.
Firecloud's definitely got an interesting couple of turns coming in front of them. They can play Ash to try and accelerate some sort of Ash. I guess playing for Ash doesn't even matter. You just want to play for LeBlanc and play for Reputation, try and find the rally guy, and eventually win. And what is unfavored matchup? You're still looking to just play Avaros and Hearthguard and Rally and try and get through that way.
Sky Splitter to trade onto a Trifarian Assessor is probably one of the weakest correct plays I've seen all night. The only play that is weaker that I can conceive that I've ever had to do myself that I felt was 100% correct was a turn 1 0 mana predict card into a skip. That was like easily the worst correct play I've ever made in a card game ever.
Feral Prescience definitely hurts a lot when it just doesn't give you what you want. If you don't get the drop borders that we saw earlier today, many hours ago, it just doesn't feel great. We do see the equipment on the Duran Sculptor trying to protect a little bit, and Petricide Charger finally coming down as a 2/7. Sort of good to see. It's finally some pressure, and they don't have a way of killing it outside of a big bloody business. This does curve into Galio. This game is far from over.
Yeah, the Spear doing work, finally drawing the units. Galio gets to come down. My concern for the time being is actually, I guess it's not really warranted. I was going to say, you know, could still play for an Ashe level up if you do get that off with a wide board, which is just like something that doesn't happen in this matchup very often. Then yeah, all the formidable units have 0 attack. They can't block Ashe, but because the Darkened Spear and Omen Hawks have been in play so long, they actually do have attack attached to them at this point.
Galio is able to flip. It's quite large enough. Do you ever, if the pass is offered by Firecloud, do you ever take it as 3? Do you ever say, I finally flipped, you know, Galio, you can't really do anything against me. I am going to try and beat you down? I
think because you are at 33 health in play, you can attack with at least 1 unit.
As if there is some disagreement by 3, just trying to protect everything. You don't really want to run into a bloody business, right? Like right now, bloody business doesn't prevent the level up, but in future, if you attack with something like the Duran Sculptor, it could. I do like attack with the Duran Sculptor to also try and get Anarka back. Otherwise, you have to block with it, and they might just never kill Duran Sculptor. But putting damage on her might be nice in order to get your Anarka to try and find more cards. But we're just going to see more trades back, getting the Galio flipped, and trying to like create a wall that can't be interacted with.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to quite work out that way. But again, like the health on these units is so high, it's going to take a little while to chew through. Firecloud draws arguably the worst card in the matchup.
Harsh Winds does accelerate the Ashe level up a little bit and can help you go for the Ashe lethal, right? You are right that Formidables have been buffed by the Omen Hawk, so they're not going to be frozen necessarily. But if you can combine that with the Harsh Winds, you can get the Ashe to actually deny attackers. And we've already seen like a Sky Splitter come through. You can't rebuff afterwards unless you draw another one or a 3 Sisters or something. So, oh.
They won a game 3. Firecloud said, show me game 3. I don't want to play Frostbite midrange anymore. I want to play Frostbite midrange versus Puff Caps. And
that was unexpected. That was so... I did not see that coming.
Funny enough, I was going to say this is actually kind of what we expected out of the quote-unquote finals, where like there's nothing at stake. We're mostly playing for fun at this point.
I mean, I was expecting maybe if they're gonna surrender, do it immediately, not play 8 rounds and then decide, you know what, I've had enough. Let's just do something else.
Yeah, actually, just pick up your cards in the middle of the game. Like, I'm tired of this. Pull out your other deck. I want to see the Puff Caps again.
Get to see Teemo have a final, you know, hurrah in this. Was Galio already winning? Like, was that a surrender genuinely out of already lost? I felt like there was definitely game still in there.
Oh, no, I thought Frostbite was going to take that like 80%. That wasn't a yawn. Sorry, that was production. I was answering production. Oh, no. The voices in my head are coming to life. So in a matchup like this, though... Yeah. Oh, that's a great Brittle Steel.
It is a Teemo, and like Teemo I think is really important in this. It's sort of sad to have a deck that's so reliant on Teemo, but the extra Puff Caps is really like critical for making it so that on your turn 6, your turn 7, you are able to play Karina and actually threaten something, especially against a deck that is going to punish you down. And Trifarian Assessor, which is one of their power cards, is going to be drawing a bunch. So it's really important to have this Teemo down, and there's no other way of interacting with it outside of Challenger and Bloody Business.
And I really like the fork here. Even if you ended up going for the Iceveil Archer to take out, say, the Teemo, then this is a deck, especially pre-Hearthguard, pre-Omen Hawk, where the Flash Bombs can do a little bit of damage. If one of them comes off the top here, kills Trifarian Assessor, or Glory Seeker rather, we are looking at a totally different game, and 3 is what champions are made of.
Faster than my arrow? I think not.
3, I mean, maybe wasting their luck a little bit early in this, you know, fight that doesn't actually matter as much. They probably should have saved that for Worlds if they could have get the flash bombs, hoping for that later. We do see the Peddler come down. I don't know how important that is. There's only 3 spells in hand. It's only going to shuffle a couple of Puff Caps in. You can flip Teemo before he attacks, and you can beat a Frostbite that way as well. If you attack, they Frostbite, and then you do the spells, you can get the extra strength on Teemo, but I doubt we're going to see spells pre-committed anyway.
Do you think Teemo should be buffed to, instead of a 15 Puff Cap level up condition, a 15 Trap level up condition?
Something I've thought about a little bit. I can see why, but I kind of like having Teemo be his own little thing and not, like, I don't want them to not release another trap champion because it'll be too strong, right? If there's some other trap that happens in future.
That's true. The, I guess, reverse boon. Just -1/-1 a card in your hand.
That would be so strong. If that is more common than Puff Caps somehow, in the way they're applied, that would be very, very strong.
Eventually we go to the Upside Down, we just see all the reverse cards of the champions.
You had a trap that inverts all the card art, so instead of being this happy Teemo, it's sort of a shadow Teemo with the inverted card art.
I'm glad you said it that way, because I just pictured an Upside Down Teemo.
Yeah, it's from Australia. It's my version of Teemo. We are going to see the attack come in. We could see a bloody business that was top decked and would prevent some of the Puff Caps coming through. We don't see it in the end. It's a lot of mana to be spending on a 1-mana Yordle, but there's so many Puff Caps in the deck now, and every subsequent attack from Teemo is going to double that amount.
And it's also really scary to use a bloody business in a situation like this, just because you are against a Harsh Winds Brittle Steel deck. Your Ash is only at 3 HP. That would be your entire turn while you're already behind on board, just to get negated by 1 mana and shuffle 3 Puff Caps into your deck before the Teemo connects. Like, it would be such a disastrous play if there was a Brittle Steel waiting in the rings, but there wasn't. And now
Tree is trying to get
pretty good
another
here.
Flash Bomb. And are we going to see it happen again?
Oh, would have been
not this
sick.
time. 50-50 did not go through, but if there is a development, we could see the Karina come down, and Karina does see the top 5 cards, or top 5 cards, which is where most of the Flash Bombs will be.
Debating Guiling Blossom or Volatile Bloom. Don't ever see a reason, like, I almost never see anyone go for the 5 Flash Bombs, and I never really see a reason to. If your opponent's board is getting out of control, you know it's better than putting Flash Bombs in their deck? Killing them. Just kill them. Fun fact for everyone at home. If your opponent's Nexus hits 0, it doesn't matter what their board looks like. You win the game.
I have seen so many put like 5 Flash Bombs in, and every single time it's because they didn't have units from turns 1 through 5. This time there are units, and there are definitely reasons to play the Flash Bomb card. 3 is just thinking, do they want to play...
Might be thinking about advanced
draw first?
intel first, and just, I don't see a reason not to. You know, maybe you'll regret not using that elixir, or having that Elixir of Iron later, but who knows. Yeah, show me 6 Flash Bombs and a bunch of Puff Caps.
See what ends up happening. There are 24 Puff Caps in the deck and 8 Flash Bombs. We see the emotes coming down. The Flash Bombs don't wipe out.
Yeah, the unfortunate overkill mechanic of the Flash Bombs all coming out at once does mean Ash is going to survive this with 1 HP. But
it does seem a little bit too late.
Ash
I mean, 3
can't
has
attack. Caitlyn would kill.
And 3 has got so many ways of adding more draws. We already know how many Puff Caps are in the top, so if, you know, Firecloud draws 5 cards, we already know that's guaranteed lethal, but it doesn't even matter because this attack will be threatening that anyway. The Ash dies, which gets rid of a Flash Freeze. You see the emotes coming down, and we know who is going to be the winner of the LC.
It's going to be...
Hold on. Technically, in theory.
Yeah, technically.
Actually,
in
no.
Theory, even.
Not anymore, right?
Technically,
5
you
cards
could.
now.
Technically, you would draw this is your second, third, and then you would draw your fourth card for turn. So if all the shrooms were on the fifth card, you would have one turn to try and push back lethal with no board and 20 HP on the opposing Nexus. But that is going to do it. NTNN3 technically going to be your champion after sort of an odd surrender game 2 out of Fiery Cloud.
Look, this final game was always going to be a little bit weird because all the players have already gotten rid of all of their stresses and their nerves from trying to get into Worlds. They're already there. They're just having a good time, a little bit of a blaze of glory, seeing what's going to happen.
And we also actually, looking at a tweet from Aurora, our previous, I believe it was the Eternal or maybe even Worlds Qualifier champion, saying that NTNN3 is silver rank currently. On the Legends of Runeterra standard ladder, I assume. So that, as far as I know, if that's true, that is the lowest ranked player we've ever had win an event like this. And it's possible that they've been masters in the past, but if they are silver now, that's something that I'll need to confirm. I love that. I love that for NTNN3 because, again, this is a player that I recognize from multiple top cuts. So don't take the rank to think they're a bad player. Maybe they just don't like playing ladder. We're going to take an overall look at the bracket here to remind you all how we got to this situation, how NTNN3 became your World Championship Last Chance Qualifier champion for the APAC region, defeating PETA and Fundamentals, Bruce 1915, Ray Falk. And that's
we've seen a lot of play throughout this entire time. We've seen some very interesting decks. We have seen the propagation of some things like the Formidables lineup, which we weren't. I wouldn't have expected that the top two decks would have been Formidables. I would have expected more things like Green Riven or Red Gwen. But as we've seen throughout this tournament, a bunch of things that we expected didn't end up winning, and a bunch of things that we didn't expect winning.
Yeah, I actually noticed that Red Gwen 2.0 was completely absent from the top 4. I'm sure we had... If I had to guess a number for top 8, I would say somewhere between 2 and 3. I don't think it was just 1. And again, that is a deck that I fully expect to have more of a presence as we get into EMEA in the Americas.
Seen some great players play in this, final opportunity they had to make it. This was our top 16, a really tight top 16, lots of tough play, lots of players that we recognize such as Ping Ping Ho and Pusukara not even making it to the top 4, despite, having great success over the past couple of years, but we finally have our winner.
That we do, and with that, there's not much else to say, Spids. Once we get back to the desk here, I guess it's time for us to say our goodbyes to the lovely APAC region now that you have your 2 players that will be moving on to the World Championship. Again, once all the points qualifiers get sort of finalized and everything, then we will know our 64 players for that event, but for now, at least 2 more have been solidified. Spids, it has been an absolute pleasure to cast with you today. Is there anything that you want to say to everybody before we sign off for the night?
I want to give a quick shout out to Boulevard and absolutely no one else. Thanks for being amazing in this cast. I've had a fantastic time. This has been a wonderful tournament. Thanks for having us.
Spids, I couldn't have said it better myself, but I'll try anyway. Shout out to Boulevard and absolutely nobody else. Absolutely nobody else, Red. I hope you're listening because I mean absolutely nobody else. Thank you so much to all of you viewers at home, though. Congratulations again to NTNN3 and, of course, Fiery Cloud as well. I hope you have a splendid time in the World Championship, which you can check out later, a couple of weeks away, December, some dates, middle of December. You can find it online. You can find it on Twitter. You can find it anywhere, but you can't find it here because this is the end of the broadcast. Thank you so much for watching.